Wakey wakey, you beautiful people. Welcome back to another day here on the CCT tour. We are back with actually a barn burster start of the day. But before we get into that, my name is Freddie or Grimmy Runner, and I am joined by my best friend in the entire world, B-Dog. How you doing, sir?
Oh, that's sweet. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm doing really good now. Last time I was here, it was grand finals of EU17, where it was Partisan 500 in the grand final, which is just crazy, to be honest. And now we're here in 18, and it's fun because I literally said after that grand final, the fun don't stop ever. Like we have always got millions of best of threes going on, and it's true. We've got NA about to kick off again. We've got South America. We've got Europe that was still running at the same time. Oh, guys, don't say we don't spoil you. Let's get into the games. It's not 4 best of 3s today, Freddie. It's 3, but that won't stop us from having a kickstart to the day with Fnatic versus Rush B. This is a 2-1 game, and it's GTZ versus Copenhagen Wolves. That's a 1-2 game, and then I don't know what the other score.
It's 2-1.
Game. 2-1. We're not covering that
so
one.
so we
Don't
bounce
really,
between them. Yeah, we don't. Yeah, who cares about that?
There'll be some other commentators taking you through. There you go. Guns, a BC game, a 2-1. Fnatic Rush B, a 2-1. And so it's nice because we get to say hello to the playoffs for one of these teams. Then we have to unfortunately say goodbye to one of these teams as well. But that's nice because it's a bit of a crappy sandwich because at the end we've got a nice little positive bit to put another team through to the playoffs.
Interesting 500 to go 1-3 after previously making the grand finals. And, you know, they've won a LAN this year. They've been kind of on this like upward trajectory. And then yet they stand in this main Swiss 1-3. I think that's quite a negative showing. And I think for Sinners as well, like they had a really good start to the year, making the grand finals of Series 16, which was unranked. So as soon as we've got into that ranked, they've done a little bit poorly. But I think it's just kind of the honeymoon, maybe coming out of the honeymoon a little bit with the new roster.
I
know
it's
they're going
to. Sorry to cut you off, but I'm very excited about this because I like talking about sort of the highs and lows of teams, and I know that I'm going to get called out for this probably on Twitter, but for Sinners and just all these teams in general, we talk about Tier 2 so much as being consistent, and like you have to be consistent. You think about the amount of officials they're playing all the time. Not just Sinners, but other teams in Tier 2. Like, when do you have the chance to practice? When do you have the chance to innovate? Where do you have the hours in the day to go back over what didn't work? Like, I feel like there's a lot of pressure, especially on Tier 2, especially with how VRS is as well. So, yes, 1-3 is not a good result for them by any means. That is not what I'm saying. But I'm saying, do you know what? It potentially could be a bit understandable if you're playing, I don't know, 2 officials a day, and then you got to try and scrim in the evening, or even just one. Like, where's your life? It's not there. It's all in CS. You got to sacrifice quite a lot. And on socials, I did see some of the Sinners guys just saying, "Look, we're going to boot camp soon."
Yeah.
Oh my god, you're just not stopping. But that means that will give you a nice little boost, I think.
Yeah, the issue with boot camp during a period of a time like this, and I'll compare it to the Endpoint situation of Endpoint. You know, when they were kind of all crumbling, and they obviously have the boot camp facilities. They went to boot camp and they used it to play officials, and that is a very ineffective way of using a boot camp because you should just be using it as practice. And I think Sinners, they do have some time coming up. They've got only 2 challenger games, and then I think Series 19 starts for them on the 26th, so they have at least like some days where, you know, there is days for practice, and I think that's going to be really, really important for them. And I think the big difference right now between maybe last year is when we do have all these officials in the day. Sure, last year you could play all these officials. Let's be honest, not every official mattered the same as others, whereas now we do have a really big like there's a big thing of every single game matters because of you do get your VRS affected in little ways every single time. Like, for instance, if Fnatic lose this, they go down by 7 points in the VRS system, and I think that's why we should hone into our game today.
We should, yeah. We'll turn podcast mode off, but we should make one. That'd be fun, like Barking Renard or something. Fnatic versus Rush B. This game is for promotion. And it's one of those where you just want to get to promotion because not only do you have less games, but then you don't have to worry too much about your VRS. Fnatic versus Rush B. Let's jump into Fnatic. We'll talk about them first because realistically, they're probably the team that most of you have come here to see because it's exciting in a way, and it's also not exciting because sometimes they're not living up to the expectations. I think Fear is a really good in-game leader. What I like on Twitter and again on socials is that Blame F has been so vocal, and he's saying another good call-in by Fear, another good masterclass by Fear. He's a very good in-game leader, guys, and his individual isn't showing it because he's currently adapting to everything in Fnatic. It makes sense that his numbers are going to fall off whilst he's implementing his new style, but his calls have been getting Fnatic through a lot of games, and I think Fnatic have been fairly consistent, to be honest. I said the other day that I didn't really know what Fnatic you're going to get. It's still true to some extent with the individuals. Still true to some extent with Crims, with Burmilov. I think it's the two on the ends that you don't really know what you're going to get out of them. But in the middle, you sort of know you're going to get good calls and you're going to get solid performances out of Blame and Matties.
Yeah, I think there's been a few rhetorics around Burmilov especially. And I know we're quite stout believers in Burmilov. And we both really, really like him as a player, but he definitely has feigned his lack of performance occasionally. And I think, to be honest, that is something that should be expected by Fnatic when you pick up a player like Burmilov. Like when you look at him, you know he's not going to step into your lineup and maybe produce consistent rounds and frags like a Nork maybe. I think he was on the market at the time. Like, you've kind of got some of those guys who you probably could have gone to.
Well,
or
yeah, I mean, they played with Nork, didn't they? It didn't really work.
Yeah, exactly, right? But like, it's still the narrative of like maybe an Afro. Again, they played with him. But Burmilov, I think he's in a really good position where he's only going to grow more. He's still 17 years old. He shows real sign of excellence, but just has a little bit of inconsistency maybe against the better teams. And I think that is completely understandable, completely natural. And grinding these CCTs is going to give him the exposure against those better teams, and he's going to flourish in no time, to be honest.
It will, but it is also a gamble for Fnatic, especially with a org that has got sort of this much expectations on themselves, with the players within the roster themselves as well. You look at this and you think, well, could this have been Jambo? What could the potential look like for Fnatic? I think that's the one echoing question I think is in a lot of the community's mind. And yes, you can expect a little bit of a downturn. At the same time, he's got to prove his value and why he's been picked up in the first place. That's Fnatic. We'll move to Rush B, a team that has been, to be honest, struggling a little bit. I mean, I like Kingy in this team. He's been around the block for a while, hasn't he? Executor and Texi. I watched these guys play like close qualifiers. I don't really know what to expect, but the fact that 2-1 is really exciting. Obviously pushed forward after losing Nota, and now they're looking to go even further. This would be a really big scalp to take if Rush B are able to do this today.
Yeah, they've, you know, like their performances are still kind of in and around the close qualifier stage. It's actually the first CCT they've played in this year, outside of ESL Challenger and the unranked Exort Series 7. And to be fair, there's some honestly pretty decent names like Sashi, GTZ. Those are teams that are much above them on the VRS ranking. So Rush B are in a position where they are definitely growing. It's maybe been a slower start of the year, true, because we haven't just seen loads from them. But some of these victories are pretty legit. And even against adventurers, like that's Waro 2K, Haji, Ona, Lean, Meztau. Like, that's a pretty solid team. And I think for Rush B, what I like about this roster is that they've done the Namiga. They lost their best player and have kind of come out the other side still positively. Like, they lost Nota. I'm kind of comparing that to losing Flammus on Namiga, and then they pick up Zinni, who seems to have filled in Notta's shoes very well, and you could kind of maybe compare that to Azanta, who was already on the Miga's roster, or a Zwei that also picked up a lot of big pieces. And I think that's an interesting part for this Rush B of, you do have that maybe one guy, that one outlier who does a lot better than the rest, which was very similar to what happened when Notta was on the roster.
Veto is difficult though for Rush B, because all the maps they like to play, Fnatic like to play these maps as well. So you're going to see the bans coming through. Rush B ban Mirage based, and that's actually a good ban against Fnatic and against Fear specifically when it comes to in-game leading. Anubis removed, taken out the equation, and that's because both teams perma-dust too normally, so you're just going to have that float down a little bit towards the end of the veto. Nuke picked by Rush B is a scary prospect. Fnatic, they looked a little bit touch and go on it yesterday from the small highlights that I did see. But them picking into Train, they've been trying to make Train their home map. And I think Fear is trying to put a lot of emphasis on making sure that this newer map is going to be part of their regular rotation, just to catch teams off guard and to make sure that the veto is always a little bit uncomfortable. Inferno's that decider, and if it gets to the decider, that's where you start worrying potentially for Fnatic, because it has not been good for them in recent times on Inferno. Played it 7 times and only won it twice.
Yeah, I'm taking a look at Train quite in depth there, and I think I agree. They've looked pretty good on it, and I think having a map like Train as your best map, if it basically has teams like, if you don't pick this, you're probably going to lose one map, and I think that's a really strong thing. And some teams take different approaches when new maps get added to the veto. Fnatic have obviously gone head in and been like, we're picking into this and we're going to win this. And to be honest, they've looked really good. A very close game against Spirit. Fair play. Wins over Rebels, Monty, Spirit Academy. And the Spirit Academy game was the one that we watched together. I don't know about you if you've watched any of the other ones, but Fnatic, they looked flawless on the T side. They won a 10-2 half. It was amazing. And then it was 11-11. Their CT side really lacked, but Burmilov had an absolute performance and a half, and so did Matties. And those are the type of people you want to be looking at on this roster alongside Blame F, like the two maybe younger kids, Matties, Burmilov. So Train, I'm keeping an eye on their CT side. But for now, Fnatic, they're going to be going on to Nuke. It's Rushby's map pick, but Brandon, as you mentioned, they're pretty nifty on this map.
Yeah, they are. Let's see what Rushby have got to show for us. Because if you pick a Nuke, to be fair, that means you've got a lot of tactical depth. 3 players starting over towards lobby. You've got all the util being lined up, and you've already got Texi jumping on towards top main. Kingy's flashbangs will upset Fear. Not sure if they'll affect Blame, but Crimson's already sort of got ahead of this, and the bomb's been spotted and removed by Fear.
Great start from the IGL. We tout him as a sharp mind, and we said maybe individual level has dropped off, but right there he shows that he's still got some bite to his bark. And the bomb, okay, it's going down B, but in the meantime, Texty, he is just catching off rotations outside. He's already got 2 kills, and he's tormenting with the 3rd. This is going to mean the bomb pivots back over towards A, where we have confirmation of Fear towards Heaven. And the other 2 defenders, they're down towards Secret. Texi has single-handedly won out this round, and he continues to confirm that narrative with another collection onto Blame F.
Yeah, they just rotated and didn't clear outside whatsoever.
Well,
Fear
but
and Burmilov were going to
they were clearing
give
Africa.
this a go. Yeah, well, okay. So they cleared the wrong side of it, trying to rotate down quite quickly. Kiro has been removed by Fear. Fear has got all the kills for Fnatic in this round. This is still doable if they move fast. Bomb halfway gone. Burmilov fakes out the stick to get a swing, and he's found one immediately. They need to get on this defuse. Burmilov tries to stick it, but it's Texi with the ace. Talk about making impact.
Jesus, I mean, like, it's the fact that every single kill there was pivotal. It's the first 2 on the rotations. It's the 3rd onto the other rotation. And then on top of that, it's a 1 versus 2. Fear tries to do everything, but Texi, he is the one who does do everything. And Rush B, a very, I don't want to say a good round, but a pivotal round to get them on the board early here on Nuke.
Massive round. Considering how it started, they wanted to go A, it didn't work, and then suddenly you got to go in towards ramp. Yeah, not ideal. But I mean, the fact that Texi is just able just to chill behind red, catch these rotates, and still be influential, I'm surprised that they weren't ready for him to come through main, especially as he was outside. Especially when the bomb's planted for main. But I guess you got to move quickly in that scenario. You need to get on the bomb. You need to just stick. You just hope that Burmilov can hit the insta-headshot. He doesn't. And Rush B take the pistol.
Brandon, the pause was because you were going crazy.
Me.
Read the the logs.
Oh. I know, someone's dogs were going crazy. Okay, I
Yeah,
see.
just Brandon was going crazy. Oh, this is a nice play. Wow. Sorry, I was going to say, what a lovely play from Rush B. I love this, just to rush out onto the bomb site. You're either coming up against no utility in an eco or low utility in a force buy. And it's the latter. But they do lose a player at the beginning. Matty's at range with the 5-7. And then Crims, with the angelic wings, swings through lobby. Rush B, sure, they have the bomb site, but they're in a 2-man disadvantageous position. Make it 3. Fear, that is disgusting. Zinni, though, I was calling and I was saying how good he was. Unfortunately, he's only going to get 2. As Matty's from the heavens, with 3 kills on the 5-7, wins out the conversion for Fnatic. No kit, no worry.
Who would win in a fight? 4 Mac-10 boyos and an AK versus 157. Oh, it's 157. That is ridiculous. From Matty's. I really like the way Fnatic played that. Crims takes early lobby control. He clears the deep angle, is rewarded with the kill. That brings the space forward for all the players to rotate into. And then they're applying spam. It lets Matty's get another kill out heaven. And then they can all burst through hut and lobby. Yes, it didn't quite work through hut, but that's fine because you've still got the personnel to trade out efficiently. He didn't even need to trade because Matty's was there on deck. A brilliant response after losing the pistol for Fnatic, and that leaves the money a little bit less than to be desired for Rush B.
Yeah, this is an
ironic
awkward position.
because they rushed A.
Yeah, now they're rushing B?
Kind of.
Kind of. They're making
another stroll.
They're strolling towards B. Oh, this should be a open. Yeah, this is going to be a free kill. Matty's walked into the Lion's Den, and the issue there is it's not like he gets one and gets traded and sees information. I don't know how much he saw there, but I can't imagine it's much. All they do know is that Secret's been lost. And it's going to force the rotation of Crims, the pivotation of Burmilov. It's nice so far, but still very lacking numbers. Like, in the end, this is a great play, but you've still only got Crims on B, and we're going A. We're going to be taking ladder and Ven, and then wrapping up Secret. What?
Great flash.
I have no idea if that flash was supposed to do that, but it's landed in Blamer's face when he never would have anticipated it. He's taken the jewels completely blind, and Fear's been forced off heaven. Fnatic, they have to go for this save. There's no way they go for this.
They're going for it. Burmilov collects the kill cleanly. Kingy is still down on site. If you can get rid of Kingy, that would be really effective, but the flashbang goes a little bit too deep. Still a 1-for-1 trade. There is a kit on Crims. Taps it out. Sees one in hut. And now Fear sees one in main. You need to just get the tap on the bomb. You need to try and get one of these kills. Texin Executor playing it very well indeed. And Fear's got no HP to really contend with this. Rush B still the round back. You said they shouldn't go for it. They did, and they lost everything.
To be fair, I could understand, like, you have Crims on the kit. It was a 3 versus 3, and it's weird because that flash did hit Kinky. Yeah, it was a little bit deep, but it still blinds him. Like, he still should be dead, but instead...
They should have cleared him insta.
Yeah, but instead the SMG goes brr, and Fnatic now get in this very weird lull period where it's a back and forth, and ultimately as always favors the T side. And an interesting tactical pause from Fnatic. Like, this is a very interesting time to take a attack pause on the going into round 4.
I'll tell you why I like it, because there are clear mistakes that Fnatic are making. You think about that round where Matty's has just got 3 kills with the 5-7, and then he goes by himself and he's not tradable in towards Secret, and then suddenly you're being lazy on the... You're not being completely lazy on the clears on the retake, but it's like that first thing you should be clearing after Burmilov gets a kill in Squeaky is directly below you, and they didn't. So it's one of those where it's like, fix up your communication, lock in, because if you lose this round, suddenly you're down 4 rounds already on T-side nuke, which is a place you don't want to be in.
Ooh,
that's a great lineup.
Yeah, really nice call from Rush B. The flash lineup would have been perfect if someone was there. Funny thing is, it's completely empty. Fnatic had 5 players on the upper bomb site, but Crims does catch off Kinky in lobby. It feels like Rush B always get the good places and then lose someone. So Fnatic always have the ability to come back into this round. And the interesting part is 3 FAMASs, not 3 MP9s. They've gone for the buffed new rifles. And they're all down here. Crims in lobby. Everyone else in and around control. Double. Single. There's so much utility. There's so many smokes. And because of that, the pistols have crept out. A missed double smoke actually benefits Zinni. But Fear sneaking through single. As he pops out, so does everyone else. There's just so many numbers. It's like a circus in here. One player shows, another one appears. However, Tekti... 30 seconds. Can he pick up the bomb and go back up towards A? I don't even know where the bomb is dropped, but...
No, it's on Crims.
Okay, no, there's no way he can do that. And Crims, he's just surviving. Crims is doing so well right now at just not dying. And Blamef is now holding his cross. Tekti, 15 seconds. He needs to start making a move. Sneaking around. He's playing these angles perfectly. Blamef can't see him. Tekti running out of bullets. 6 seconds. Has to go pick up the bomb. It's a labored spray, but the bomb cannot be planted. Blamef, more like with F. But he wins the round.
Yeah, blame it on the FAMAS. Not him. But he's still able to make it work. And that was really nice and well coordinated by Fnatic. They make the most of that. Missed doors smoke, and it's like, okay, we'll just put one of our pistols down there. Blame was waiting the entire time. Blame does a really good reposition because Tekti gets a kill, runs in towards double. Blame could have been caught off in towards control. Instead, he just moves. As soon as he hears that door closes, he just moves in towards ramp. And therefore, he can just guarantee that round win. NT out of Tekti, but Fnatic win the round back again. And now they need to make sure it's in sequence. They need to break the economy of Rush B. It's all well and good getting these rounds, but if you can't do it in succession, it means we're going to be exactly at the same point we were in the last round. And I'll be sat here going, oh, well, Rush B, they got off to a really good start. They've had 5 rounds instead of 4. So it's the same game state. And it's exactly the same play, except this time Blame takes a much more passive angle, but gets traded. Matty's Molly will finish the deal on Zinni. So it is still favourable. It is this man advantage now for Fnatic. But look at Ramp.
Much better.
Executor is behind Burmilov. Oh, he's in heaven.
And Burmilov's taken contact, so Executor knows about him.
Oh, he's digging.
Wait,
what?
Now all of a sudden, the kills are flowed in favor of Rush B. Burmilov's stuck between a rock and a hard place. USP's out. Oh, the timing apparently doesn't work for anyone. But Burmilov ends up winning it out. Crims revealing himself from below. Doesn't deny the bomb, but kills the planter. Now Kiro, with the MP9 in hand, being encircled upon.
Tagged.
Scout
Massive.
tags him, but he gets the kill. Crims wallbangs and puts him down to 4 measly hit points. No kit for the Swede. Years of experience. This should be a walk in the park for him. But Kiro's played this perfectly. He's putting so much distance between him and his adversary. And I don't think Crims has any time. Kiro has just put the clock so low that even though Crims does get the kill, there's nothing that can be done. And we continue with this kerfuffle of this back and forth nature on Nuke.
It's weirdly better than what it could have been for Fnatic, because yes, they lose, but they kill everyone. So even with the bomb plant money, the buys are going to be somewhat matched. It will be a little bit worse for the CT side. I suppose you can get out all these Galils. But you can get MP9. Oh, actually, it's just way worse than mine. What am I waffling about? Scout for Burmilov, FAMAS for Matties, or Blame. I don't know. It's kind of... It's definitely better for the T side, but Fnatic, I think, come out of that exchange somewhat okay. Considering they lost. And Burmilov's been very good at getting these tags.
It's got no armor, Brandon, so this is a little bit difficult. Ooh, that nade. If Blamef had thrown that nade behind Blue, that would have been crazy. And yeah, these players are getting brought down very low. And we've seen how deadly these 5.7s can be, both in the hands of Fear and Matties. So with these players being tagged down, this only benefits Fnatic further. And Burmilov, he's getting very aggressive. Oh, these should be some more.
Oh.
This is so tight. I feel like he should have so much more damage than he actually does. But in the end, Rush B, they get down very... It's a very tumultuous journey down towards B. But
They made it.
They made it. Issue is you have Zinni on 6, King He on 31, Kiro tagged as well. This is not going to be easy.
It's not, but you got Matty's also taking first contact with a bait and switch with Crims. So this again feels pretty okay.
Might go main again.
If they got the vent, that will suck for Fnatic. But Blame is in position up heaven with the FAMAS. He's got Burmilov that's now rotated. Where is Fear? Okay, Fear's there as well.
Wait, no, Fear's the only one there now. Blame F's actually picked up ramp as we've reinforced B a little bit more. Fear being wrapped around from either side. Low HP pays into his hands. 2 kills. That's what I'm talking about. Both the low HP players dealt with by the 5-7. Matty's, he's actually just going by himself, and he doesn't need any low HP players. He'll just kill them anyways. Oh, it all comes crashing down. Fnatic, just like
Not
that.
again.
4 kills in quick succession, and we continue. Neither team able to string 2 rounds in a row.
This has been a weird but really competitive first half of Nuke so far. And the point I was going to make is that Burmilov, you feel like in positions like this, in games like this, is where you need to see him step up, and he does great work. 2 quick tags. Even in the previous round, he was still getting a couple of tags off with that scout. He's doing damage, which sets up Fear massively. Both kills that Fear got were because of Burmilov, which is really impressive that he stays alive for that long. Matty's is just unbelievable. And we are at this position again.
I love how Matty still gets the kill on the AK after being like he has to pick up the AK while being shot at. Still gets the kill.
Of course he does.
Oh, miscommunication. Both nades in the smoke at the same time from Burmilov and Blame F, and this means that these guys can push down Secret for free. Matty's.
Hello.
I don't know what 4D chess we're playing right now, dude, but it's worked perfectly. And they're just running into his domain. Another 2 kills collected. Finally, Texi does shut him down. But 39 HP. And a 4 versus 2. Fnatic are primed to finally get 2 in a row.
Just don't lose the main player in Blame, and you're fine. If instead he's going exploring, I think he's going to catch Texi here. Back turns.
On down.
Yeah. Great collection. And now Kiro, caught out by Fear, who was in towards the top rafters the entire time. Much better for Fnatic. That finally breaks the economy of Rush B. They have nothing. And Fnatic with 4 alive. I think, was that 4 alive in back-to-back rounds? Maybe 3? 3 alive. And
it was 4 alive back-to-back rounds.
Easy. Okay, well, they've got money. And now their economy is suddenly completely fine. And Rush B are the ones struggling. The benefit of winning consecutive rounds in a row. But the fact you're doing it so cleanly on this CT side is such a benefit to Fnatic.
God, what a crazy start to this game. You gotta see, there is obviously the narrative of this kind of favors Rush B, in the essence of T sides just getting rounds on the board.
Sure.
But, ooh, Crims is going to be tested. This is a very shallow smoke. Dodges the flashbang. Oh. He doesn't know where to look. They're all running out. And the A1S is actually the worst weapon to have towards ramp there in these situations. You want the bullets, but you simply don't with the silenced M4. But, again, it's another round where 4 players stay alive. Can Burmilov get onto the primary rifle that got dropped? No. He's still on the Galil, but an AWP can be dropped over, so... Life is all good. Yeah, Crims, this is your punishment for dying. Is this the start of just Fnatic Dominion?
Don't know. It is too early to tell. This gun round's got to do something, but Rush B have been running pretty much the same style of round every single time when it comes to this outside control against the reinforced weaponry. This is a nice little chain. Zinni, gosh, he's flying. Oh, and he deletes Matty's. See you later. And then the hut contact comes in. That's fast. That's, you know what? Sexy Counter-Strike. And it gets them a 2-player advantage.
That's one of those things you look back in the VOD review and you're like, so how could we have approached this better? One-tap them before they one-tap us, perhaps? So, oh, yeah, okay. That, yeah. Could have done that. I'm honestly not sure what Fnatic could have done there, because the setup, I actually quite like the setup. 2 towards heart, you're holding main, you're holding close heart. Like, it's pretty cool. And yet, you've just got this insane opening. Opening? No, that's Zinni.
Yeah.
Insane opening. And yeah, really impressive.
Sorry.
Blame has been spotted, and yeah, Texie, dude, this guy's sharp. This guy's really sharp today. And I was gonna praise him maybe Zinni, but Texie's been the man of the hour for Rush B, and he once again makes this a 1-round game.
What a great call, because I was literally just saying they've been doing the same thing every round, and they almost start doing the same thing when it comes to putting these smokes down, but it's that change of pace, and then the players being ready to react. That's the best thing about that, is that the players are ready to react off the main contact. It isn't just sort of a stop-start. It is, he's got the kill, right, go! And it's just instant. That's when you're all on the same wavelength. That's when everything hits in tandem. Well choreographed from Rush B. Blame F has made it in towards Africa. I really like this little boost up. Change of elevation. Nades does a lot of damage onto Kingy and Zinni, and again. Ouch. And Matties has been such a pain, I don't think you're ever clearing Blame.
Yeah, and it's also kind of the first time we've done this, and yeah, you're definitely not clearing Blame because you're losing players, but the issue is Blame might not get activated. Oh my god.
They cleared him!
That seems really surprising that you clear... Yeah, very surprising that you clear him there. And shocking that we're in a 4 versus 4. There's currently no one towards ramp, and Rush B are just making these perfect calls around the map. They're able to isolate the outside player, but they will be caught off guard by Matty's. Issue is, remember, as I mentioned, no ramp control, Executor, executes, Burmilov. He uses explosion, and there's nothing that his opposition can do against that. That was a cool little Pokemon reference, if you got that.
I did. This still gets weird. Because you got players in Heaven. Crims doesn't know about that, but he should be aware that that is a possibility because Burmilov fell. They're going to rewalk ramp. And this is a good decision to make. I don't think Matties is turning around here, and he can be backstabbed by Secret. Good kill. Good find. And Crims has spotted the player behind him as well. Spamming the smoke. Doesn't connect. Bomb will go down. Matties is somehow still alive. Gets removed. And then from control room, Texie deals with Crims. A 1v2 for Fear. Stepping out down the vents. Texie known. Last location. Control. Wide swing, but not the kill. Out of Fear. It's an instant bullet headshot, and it's Rush B taking another round.
Yeah, that felt very unnecessary for Fnatic to throw themselves to try and deny the bomb in that 3 versus 2. What it ended up doing was put Matties out in the middle of nowhere with no bullets. You also had Crims committed as well on the back of Silo with no ammo, and he was forced to his sidearm, and you just leaving Fear into this 1 versus 2, which feels very rushed, very unnecessary from Fnatic. But for Rush B, they're gonna gobble that up every single day of the week. It's still another gun round for the CT side, and we're going for another alternative of this outside play.
Oh. And Burmilov's been removed. He wanted to get active with the AWP. Instead, it's Matties with the FAMAS to get the opening back. And then Blame. Oh, there's no way you clear Blame. Why on earth would you clear Blame? He takes one tick of the molly. It's really delayed. He's seen the player in Silo, and I think he's won the round for Fnatic.
Oh, as we saw in the previous, never want to count them out till the fat lady sings. Don't want to put baby in a corner. Bomb is down, which is the most difficult part for Rush B. They've actually been given a lot of space to collect it, but it's more the fact that they have to go and get it. It's taking ages to get there, and in the meantime, Fnatic are being very proactive about this time that's been rewarded towards them. Sure, the bomb's going to get picked up now, both Crims and Fear have now complete control of lobby. Blame F still down towards B, and as soon as you pick up the bomb, they lose it. Executor, I don't know if Crims saw him, but he definitely saw Crims. Ooh. Never mind, Fear doesn't have them. Does get dinked, however. Nade, not going to deal enough damage, but the swing shall. Crims, he's having a fantastic performance. Fear is just being mutilated sometimes on this bomb site, but Fnatic, they don't allow Rush B to take back the lead.
You did the thing I've been doing in my head. Executor, I've also been saying it in my head like the Pokemon. Executor. And I don't know why. But that is literally the thing that came into my mind. I was like, I'll bring that out in an eco. But you just said it there, and I was like, brilliant. Yeah.
Because, like, that's why I said explosion. Like,
oh,
you know,
okay. I just thought you had Pokemon on the brain.
No, because Executor using explosion, like, that's one of his moves. That's, like, his main move.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
It's not his main move. Flash forwards, and a clear out of Matty's. The swing from Blame, it's a good trade. They have been able to get out hut, which is a good thing. A 3 versus 3. Bermilov is in the vent. I don't think they're going to be ready for Bermilov to be this close. Fnatic have come out of the vent previously, and that is what they're waiting for, but Fear, his contact should be first. Bomb denied. And then the player in CT vent, Bermilov swings and reveals himself. Crims is coming through heaven. This round is still on.
This is a very competitive round. Oh, they just forget about Crims. That's so weird that they both kind of look away from heaven. Executor, 1 versus 2. Very difficult. Oh, they all run out of bullets. Oh my god, everyone's on 1 HP. This is terrifying. That was not for the weak of mind. And it looks like we're going down towards B.
Thing is, you can't play this. You can't play this fast if you're Fnatic. You can't preemptively rotate because you're so low. Bomb goes down. Will now reveal. This has to be the B play. Executor. Looking for more targets. Breaks the control room window. Will only now just start to go into it. This is a great angle adopted by him. But he needs to start moving. He needs to start being a little bit more mobile. There are smokes. There are kits. But you got to remember the low HP. All of these players are 1 bullet away from death. And that's what makes this so damn weird. Double door swings open. Shadow spotted on that side. And the spam. A fake out on the bomb. They got to get on it. They have to get on this bomb right now. The spam's good enough. That's it. That's round over. Fnatic are just too slow.
Oh, it's perfect. What a way to end off the half. A 1 versus 2 clutch. Fnatic, they give him way too much breathing room. And because everyone's low HP, that feeds into Rush B's hand. Executor does amazing there. 6-6 of the half. And that was such a close-knit affair.
I can't believe they got 6 there. I think Fnatic will be feeling pretty hard done by. But having 6 there feels really good if you're Rush B. Okay. That's not a fun technical pause to have.
I don't know. This feels like something that we throw to a break potentially because it could last quite a while.
Yeah, I think we're just gonna quickly throw this one to a short break. When we come back and everything is resolved, we will continue on our journey in this best of 3 with Nuke second half in just a sec.
I think that's maybe where I'm... Anyways, we're back, ladies and gentlemen. 6-6, Fnatic Rush B. It's dead even going into the second half. It's Rush B's map pick. And to be fair, for Rush B, they might have to win this map because Train's going to be a very difficult uphill battle for them. So we probably add a little bit more emphasis on Rush B in the second half, being like, can they win this out and really contend for a third? Or will Fnatic just end up stopping any of this chaos? And it will be them ultimately going onto their map pick with a lot of energy behind them.
Oh, Blame has drawn basically the attention of all five. Because there's two Secret, there's one main, there's one Credit, and he's shooting at one in Heaven. And he's seen the player in Secret as well. This gives a lot of assertiveness to Fnatic that we can take ramp. Blame is finally dead. It takes 3 players to deal with him. Executor is still down in towards the vents, but the bomb's planted. So it has to be this 4-on-5, no util sort of retake. There is a smoke, there is a kit, but everyone is fighting down lowers.
And specifically single, apart from Zinni. Zinni's the only one that's not single. And if they deal with him, which they have, boom, everyone turn their focus on single. 3 players now towards double. It looks like we're just changing positions. It's a revolving door. The smoke and kit is on the bomb.
No
and they're
way,
just
they're just
playing
shutting
with
the door.
Oh, you shall not pass.
I can't believe they all went single there. Like, why all go single? Apart from Zinni. Like, 4 single? That's bonkers to me. But what I do appreciate is the smoke on the bomb, and then they're just literally just shutting the door in their face.
Well, I kind of rate it because I don't know if that was exactly the right the game plan, but it works perfectly. You just basically charge out onto the bomb site. You take that control. You deal with the one defender that was on the site, and then with the smoke on the kit on the bomb, it puts Fnatic in this awful situation.
Yeah, that was weird. But also hilarious.
Oh, it's fantastic.
I've never seen a defuse be won because someone is just shutting the door in their face every single
and
second.
Also in like a 3 versus 3.
Yeah.
Cinema on CCT. As we said at the beginning, it's not like we don't spoil you. Okay, pop now on to ramp. Fnatic, they have got out, but it's perfect counter utility. Texi got set up for success there, but unfortunately is also blinded. He's just trying to survive behind this red box right now, and he will do so. This smoke that's been thrown to save him ends up rewarding him with 2 kills. Bermilov now left by himself. He had quite a good start on Nuke, but ever since, I feel like he's fizzled out quite immensely. And in this 1 versus 4, there's nothing I feel like he can really get done. Maybe an extra kill, but he doesn't even get that. Rush B, they win the pistol, they convert the anti-force buy, and also now, up against an eco, looks like they want to extend their lead 9-6 on the CT side of their map pick.
It's also 5 round wins out the last 6. They're the ones that have got all the control. It was a little bit of a spree for Fnatic, and then Rush B have just taken over. Another tech pause now coming in.
Probably a nosebleed.
There's been a lot of them.
Oh, yeah, God.
This time one player has lost.
We've got like the bing. You know what we should do is we should have a bingo card for tech pauses. Oh no, the dog one. Production saying we wouldn't have guessed a dog. Oh, he doesn't know what we've been through. Remember the Cypher moment?
Yeah, we've mentioned that one a few times now.
It's my favourite one. Yeah, we've mentioned it a few times because it happened 3 years ago. and it gets mentioned like every 6 months.
True.
It's my
There was
favorite one.
I've got one for you. There was a time where I won't name the TO because I don't know if they'd want me leaking this. So it's an undisclosed TO. But there was a game between two teams. There was just a really big tech pause. Don't know why. And I think it was one of the other players on the other team sort of lost internet. And we were, at that time when we were casting back in the day, we were in game. So we were in game, sort of following the observer.
Oh, I know who this is. Yeah.
And we were talking, we were typing to some of the players, and they said, "Do you guys want to have a big game of Scribbolo?" So it was 4 of the other team that had electricity, 5 of the other team, and the casters and the observer, and we all played Scribbolo.
Oh my god, we actually did that. It's really funny you mentioned that because we had an official where face servers were down, and we did the exact same thing. The 2 teams played each other in Scribbolo. Scribbolo is just the go-to default. That's actually that's so funny.
It's good. It was a fun time.
I mean, we've had all the classics of like playing someone, and it's like, oh, my village power. The power in my village has gone out. Like, oh.
Yeah, I mean, that's believable. I mean, your street electricity went out the other day, and I had to finish the game.
Yeah,
on my
I live in a capital city of Europe, and my whole borough lost electricity.
I just want to point out, by the way, just as we're just sort of chatting and everything. Oh, we spoke about Texi going 19 kills. Matty's is 17.
Yeah, Maddie's had some really early impact frags, and I feel like he still is getting those impact frags, but definitely at the beginning, that's when for me, it draws to mind of being like, yeah, this guy was having some great results.
Look, guys, I don't know how long this is going to take, and I don't want to start yapping about Scribbolo, so me and Freddie are going to go play some Scribbolo whilst we wait. Take care, and we'll see you in a sec.
And we are back. The best things are those that you wait for. We were just keeping you on the edge of your seat. Temptation of when will Rush be versus Fnatic, map 1, CCT Series 18, 2-1 Swiss game start. Here we are. Now. Hopefully no one else DCs.
Hope not. Just the eco, big nade.
Very well placed nade.
Just to kickstart things off. Fnatic, I think, are just going to group and burst somewhere after waiting to see if they can punish anyone. Rushby are playing this quite slow, quite conservative, as they should. Good angle here from Texi. We'll get the first. Has now been sideswiped by Matties, and the follow-up from Kiro. That is disgusting. Sees the third player, says, hang on, let me get an M4 first. Runs out of ammo. But they have got space in ramp. The bomb is not heading that way.
Kinky needs to be very careful here. I feel like he's the linchpin of this round. If he falls, boom. Whole round is over. As we just encapsulate, say, bomb site and encapsulate Zinzi. Grims has got the whole of the B bomb site, but there is a player behind double doors. And it looks like the bomb is going to make its way down the ramp. Kinky doesn't spot this, and with just cutting so much noise for so long, we've actually faked out that it might not still be this B bomb site. But with the identification of players still coming down ramp, bombs shall be planted. It's going to be an advantage for Fnatic. Oh, we're planting a little bit precariously out in the open. Bomb does get down eventually. Matty's the man of the hour. Armor and a primary rifle, unfortunately, gets wide swung and eliminated. Now, this should just be easy sailings. There shouldn't be any difficulty with this retake. Blame left alone and dealt with. A really nice retake from Rush B. As soon as they were able to dispatch of Matty's, it felt like that was just then round over.
Good bomb down, though. The fact that you get, what, 2 kills, bomb plant, considering you brought nothing into that round. But this one has to be a success story. No AWP for Burmy. That's another Pokemon, Freddy.
Wait, what did you say?
Burmy.
Is it?
Yep. Gen 4 evolves into either Wormadam or Mothin.
Oh, yeah. See, that's one of the most irrelevant Pokemons you're ever going to get, though.
Comes in a variety of different forms, depending on the location that you find it in-game. God, I'm sad. Anyway, 9-6. Matty's just doing his best to trickle a lot of util down, and he has made it down secret successfully. Players are grouping up ramp as well. So based on what Matty's can find, it's probably going to send Fnatic into a ramp play.
A ramp player with Matty's down in secret. There's 2 players holding for him currently right now. First contact will be on the player in single, and then Kinky just rears his head. A lovely bait and switch, and Fnatic re-smoke towards door. They're forced to go towards ramp now. There's only one defender there, and Kiro is playing a little bit further away, and the AWP, yeah, just going to have to subside. You're going to have to give up that space. So we are going to make our way down towards B, but there's still 2 defenders here. Zinni jiggling behind default. 2 sharp kills. It's a great trade from Blame F, but it feels like the damage has already been done. Another to add on to the Dane's tally, but Fear takes so much damage in that altercation. The nade just lands straight on him, and now Blame F with it all to do. AWP on ramp. The other 2 from single. He needs to deal with this AWP, but unfortunately, he gets spotted without any fatal kills. That's what you were looking for. Now both retaking from single. Ring around the rosies. He's isolating the 1v1s, but it's the USP of Texi to surge to 21 kills that gives Rush B double digits.
Oh, if anyone else from Fnatic gets a kill. I mean, look at this. 20 HP is the difference between Blame F acing out Rush B and guaranteeing them the round. That was what, a 2v5, 2v4 that are able to spin into something a bit more tangible. Blame plays that really well, just keeps dancing all the way around the rafters, and it's still not enough. That's such a shame. That was so close for Fnatic, but Rush B just keep up this trajectory. Texi keeps up his individual prowess, leading the team head and shoulders above the rest. Same story with Matty, so that was a Blame F near masterclass to put things potentially back on track for Fanatics. That would be 9-7, it's a 2-round game.
It's a rough one as well, because Blame's been having a pretty slow game, all things considered. Like, outside of that round, he hasn't had much to write home about. But there, he almost makes up for everything, right? And it's so unfortunate. He plays the 1 versus 2, the 1 versus 3 even, just fantastically. Fnatic, once again, heading towards ramp, leaving Matties as a lurk outside, this time not committed towards secret, but it's just hanging around main. He's still drawn down a rotation in Zinni. And he's actually just going to get into main for free. Executor, caught off guard, but still snaps onto him. That should have been an opening kill for Matties any day of the week. And now Fnatic put in a very difficult position where they've got no map control. And their talisman, who had all this control, falls. So now we just have to commit towards ramp.
Got to clear this angle. I don't think you're going to. Yeah, easy for Texi. Wide swing, good trade, but Zinni's here immediately just to open up the doors. Kinky drops down the vent. Our last two players are in from ramp. Needs this kill, can't get it. Let's blame again. Who needs another 4K. But this time can't get by Zinni. That is audacious. And that's now going to be, what, no money? Tech 9s?
11 for Rush B.
Probably map over.
Yeah, Zinni's been getting great impacts, especially in these last two rounds. That's 5 kills from in total across rounds 17 and 16, just defending that B bomb site with an iron fist. And as Fnatic call their final tactical timeout, they're actually going to be investing into this round, not wanting to give up the hope of closing this out in regulation. But I feel like, similar to you, we could just be seeing Train and Fnatic down on the back foot.
Yeah, final pause being called as well for Fnatic, and these pauses have sort of centered them, but it hasn't netted real consistency. The only one that really did was the second one that got them so many rounds in a row. I feel like outside could be a good destination to go to, because...
heavier.
Yeah, Rush B are delaying their rotates, and it means you could probably work for that a little bit harder. I reckon there is definitely space out there. I think Matties might be saying that to his team. He hasn't really been pressed outside. It's only when he's been actually in secret. That's where the real contacts come in.
Well, it's a big round for Fnatic. Do or die. 4 Galils. And a solitary AK on Blame F. This could be a big round for maybe someone like Bermilov, who's been below mediocre, to be honest.
Yeah, he had those couple of rounds at the Scout, and then there's been pretty absent since.
Yeah.
Same for Kiro. It's not been a battle of the Orpas, it's been a battle of Matties versus Texi.
And on Nuke of all things, you maybe would have assumed that we'd see more impact from the Orpas, but
yeah,
whenever the Orps have come out, it feels like there's just nothing been done. Thinking back to Blame's 1v3, that almost happened. Kiro missing shots, but Zinni... Oh my god! What?! That is inhumane! I was just talking about how the B bomb site was his to rule, and no one can come into his kingdom.
Look, I tell you what, these shots are insane, but at the same vein for Fnatic, where'd your trade space in? Look at this is just one by one by one. Oh, you want another one, Zinni? There you go. That was all one by one. No util, which isn't actually the criticism there. It's the trade space in. Take nothing away from Zinni because those shots are sharp. He has to hit every single one. He does so with a blom. It is the issue there, though, for Fnatic is that trade spacing. Fast A play to potentially round out the game, and yeah, it is. Zinni has found a headshot on Bermilov as a parting gift. This one's done. I did not expect it to be this dominant at all, considering how contentious the first half was. Did Fnatic even get around in that T side? No, they didn't.
Oh my god, and Zinni ends on 20 kills. It's another multi-frag. The last 4 rounds in a row, Zinni gets a multi-frag in every single round. 13-6. This is a great map for Fnatic. You've got their best 2 maps in the veto to begin with, Nuke and Train, and they get decimated on the first. Now they're gonna have to slink onto Train to see if there's any chance of salvation. Do not go too far, ladies and gentlemen, because we'll be coming back very soon with Fnatic's map pick. Will Rush B be able to end it off in 2, or will it be forced onto a 3rd map, where the unfortunate part is the discomfort continues with Fnatic, as Inferno is one of their worst maps. This series is looking very dire, and let's see how this turns out on Train. That was a fairly unexpected result. I don't think any of us were expecting to come into map 2 with Rush B defeating Fnatic 13-6 on Nuke, with Fnatic starting on the CT side. It almost feels like Rush B were on the negative by picking into Nuke, because Fnatic start on the CT side. But that wasn't the case. It was a flawless CT side from Rush B, and now we go on to Train, and you do have to start wondering and asking yourself the questions of, will Fnatic's Train actually hold up?
Yeah, that's a good conversation point. The fact it was so dominant, I think, is the biggest surprise. If they'd eked out like a 13-11, 13-10, I'd be like, okay, yeah, can make sense. But the 13-6 is just unbelievable, and you just need to step up now for the individuals of Fnatic. Blame had, I think, 1 or 2 moments. Matty's was the one that was consistent. No one else was dealing the damage quite in the same way for Fnatic. And for Rush B, you had Zinni stepping up right towards the very end. You had players on really low kills for Rush B, but it just didn't seem to matter because Zinni was just stepping up. Texi was really good. And now you go on to Train, a map that you get to decide where you start as well for Rush B. And it's like, okay, this could be pretty good. They start CT as well for Train. So I'm looking at this and how good their CT side was. If they can defend it against Fnatic and sort of limit that Ivy control, limit the A rushes, then we're looking at this and we're saying this can be 2-0.
Yeah, which is kind of crazy when you look at it, right? I'm very surprised that we're in a position where Rush B are now on the front foot, and well, they deserved it. They played a fantastic game on, yeah, I mean, they played an amazing game on Nuke, and it really felt like there was always the lead in favor of in favor of Rush B. And for Fnatic,
yeah,
you've got a lot of question marks going around them. This is not an elimination game. This is a 2-1 game. So whoever wins this actually will advance through to playoffs. But more importantly, because Rush B have such a lower VRS ranking than Fnatic lose 7 points and Rush B win 11. That in the short term and in the grand scheme of things can actually be really impactful. So for Fnatic, this is just once again coming into the whole conversation of, look, every single game matters, and especially when you are quite highly ranked, like, you know, they are sitting top 30 in the VRS. When you're coming up against these teams that are almost 50 ranks below you, you really can't, like, you actually have to be very cautious and conscious of the fact that if you lose this, it has more implications outside of just, oh, we're gonna have to play another CCT round.
That's the thing, because I think last year, like before VRS, you look at this and you say, oh, that was an underdog win, but that's fine, they've still got more chances. With this, it's an underdog win with immediate ramifications for the team that loses. It isn't just a best of 3 additional you have to play. It's, wow, that's another setback on our way to getting consistent tier 1 competition, which is what Fnatic want, is what they're striving for.
Yeah, I'm very intrigued to see how this goes, to be honest.
Free play B to start, and look at this, Fnatic are running into them.
Oh my god, this is perfect, and it's early contact as well, but it's all going wrong. It's going so wrong. Rush B, they had the numbers, but they've all fizzled out.
Yeah, damn. That was really clean out of Burmilov. 2 quick headshots with the P250, stares at back lines and gets rid. It's not even a P250, it's a Glock. And he gets rid of Zinni. Executor meets the same fate. Awesome round out of Burmy.
What a great way to say, hey, I'm here now. Because on Shore, maybe on map 1, I was struggling. Maybe on map 1, I was at the bottom of the scoreboard. But right now, I've almost got as many kills from that one round that I did on the whole of Nuke.
Yeah, it's true. Massive round. I think it was Blame that had the P250. I did hear a P250.
Yeah, but you're
Felico. Yeah, Felico. 5B. Burmilov. Ooh. Do you want even more kills? He does, but his Crim's just taking them away. It's actually Burmilov that falls. Crims finds 3 with the Galil. As a Mac 10 kill in the mix as well for Fear. And Kingy is just all alone. I've been saying his name wrong. It's Kinky.
Wait, how were you saying it previously?
Kingy. Don't know why.
Kingy. That sounds like a
Dunno.
Pokemon.
It does, but the Q, that's definitely not how you pronounce Q.
In
Just life.
yeah. Well, I mean, the issue is like in some languages you just pronounce different words, like different letters differently. Like, obviously they'd be speaking Cyrillic, so it'd be very different.
Yeah, true.
But like, you know, German, a W is like a V. So, you know, you got widow, it's be widow. Anyways.
Insta smoke. Thrown down in towards Icon. Same molly set to give Fnatic space, but this is very early control being adopted towards A main. Zinni will eat a nade for it, but he at least gets the space. And Blame's aware of this. He's being really passive. In the meantime, Crims has taken over box halls. He's now looking in towards Pop. And they've got Ivy presence as well here, Fnatic. So it doesn't limit them not having main.
This is a good default where we're just going to have to circle back towards main at some stage. Like, we can't really allow for this control to be uncontested. And even though they have fallen back, that's still not confirmation for Fnatic. Like, Fnatic right now still believe that A main is under wraps. So with a minute left on the clock, sure, we are working other parts of the map, but ultimately there's a big theme of just like, we're going to have to make sure we force them out of A. And the issue is we've just been re-smoked. That is actually such a well-timed smoke towards A main. 50 seconds left on the clock, and Blame F this whole round has just been sitting outside of A main. He's been very unimpactful, and it looks like we do want to end... Looks like we want to end towards A. Because that's where the bomb is. The bomb's outside A main at 30 seconds. But we're currently faking out the B bomb site. And it's not really pulling anyone over. There's 20 seconds left. And Rush B still have 4 players now actually on this A bomb side. First kill in favor of the City side. But now it comes crashing down. Time. Very much of the essence. And Kinky, he's been left alone. All the rotations have been smited. The bomb shall be planted without his contestation. Both players such low HP. He spots them out and he starts to make noise. Well, Crims, low HP is what I mean. You can just shoot away and you just have to tickle them. Burmilov, a great start to train. This is when he has to show what he's capable of once more. No kit for Kinky, and Burmilov, he's not biting. He's calling the bluff. He says, yeah, you don't have a kit. Yeah, you're not sticking it. And Kinky is actually going to stick it with a 10-second defuse. If Burmilov doesn't peek this, Kinky's got the defuse, but because it's so long, even though about 7 seconds had elapsed, Burmilov still clutches up and wins a 1 versus 1 for Fnatic.
He plays that really well, and I like the drop of the flash as well, because you're still delaying the entire time. If Kinky had sort of pushed in towards Connector and looked to take that fight, it would have been met with resistance. And Burmilov, I think, just plays that expertly. It's planted for him. There's no utility when the initial hit comes in. If there's no util, there's probably not going to be a kit either. It just works perfectly. Fnatic, they're able to, you'd say, get away with one there, but in their eyes, it was always all controlled. Zinni will find Burmilov. That's an expert clear, and now an AK scooped, which means Blame's now going to have to activate from main. And he does deal with Kiro. Ivy player also sidelined for the round. 5-7s are doing the damage. Oh my god.
Oh dear, it's all falling apart. Kinky lost the 1 versus 1 in the previous and goes, hey, you know what? I'm going to make up for that. 2 kills with the 5-7. Zinni as well, adding 2 to his cohort. And Matty's now, that's a really nice shot onto the first. But he's still got to find 2 more. He does have the liberty of lots of time, but he's also now just being wrapped upon and being spotted. Kinky should have the backstab, and that's exactly where Matty's meets his fate. Rush B feels like we're getting a... What is this? It's flashbacks to Nuke.
Yeah, I mean, the 5-7s, first one from Zinni, and then The fact that he moves, he's very dynamic. He links up with Ginky, and who gets those 2 quick kills. He just takes the space in A main. Immediate denial. And Fnatic, even though they've won so many rounds, previous one came down to a 1 versus 1, so they're just on Deeks. And that's a nice shot out of Executor.
Does he execute them?
Double AWPs for Rush B. Look at this angle. Oh my god. That's a pixel peak and a half.
That is, yeah. It's a very deep angle as well, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so you give them the sense that it's okay. The impression that it's fine. Oh! Oh! Maybe it wasn't fine for... Maybe it wasn't fine for Executor.
How can you expect that though? Double AWPs in towards Ivy. Fear's got the bomb down.
I'm just quite surprised by the whole, like, wall bang. Either way, it looks like we should be fine. Ooh, that terrifies me. That is a clean shot from Burmilov. But as Fear falls, there's no way this 1 versus 3 is winnable. He's even going to get smoked off in heaven and dealt with. But 2 kills and a bomb down. A lot of people would see that as a big success.
Yeah, but you can go get the AWPs now. Do we get to see this wallbang back? No. Nice shots out of the Deagles. Both AWPs have been recovered as well. Burmilov can have his, and Burmilov on train is very good. His AWP-in capabilities are sharp, but he doesn't actually go for an AWP, it's an AK. Maybe it's something a bit faster here for Fnatic. I've got the sense that Rush B are going to be very good on the T side.
Yeah, I have that sense as well. I feel like it's going to be... It's going to be... It's just the same as they were on Nuke. Like, if... And also...
Big
Fnatic
fight.
struggled so much on their CT side. You got to be very cautious of maybe getting quite a big berth here on the T side. Blame F though, after he gets that opening kill, follows forward, slips the net, is able to get one more, but unfortunately his teammate Burmilov in tandem falls. So even though Blame F does get 2 kills, we still sit ourselves in this 3 versus 3. Players are walking out B, but the bomb is outside in T spawn. Matties, what a shot! Gives the advantage back to Fnatic. Bomb I don't think is being held. I don't know if Kinky knows about this, and yeah, he isn't.
No, he
He's
doesn't.
just tucked in towards A main, but if he starts pushing out a little bit more, he could try catch off Matties. I think Texie's comment over that Matties hasn't pursued any narratives in towards Ivy, but a very laboured spray, and it looks like Matties is sealing the deal here for Fnatic, unless Texie has something to say about it. Got precarious for a moment, but Fear denies any sense of abnormality.
Yeah, good work, Blame. Just walks the smoke, takes the risk. He's dinked, so he might as well just try and take some of this space away. And he does. He gets another kill when Rush B feel like he shouldn't. And then Maddie's just hits a blinder on towards Ivy. Favourable fight in A main because of the whiff. And from there, Fnatic can just pick up the pieces. Tech pause called, of course. But hopefully it's only a short one.
Ooh, that's another one for the bingo card. Headset.
We haven't had TeamSpeak yet.
We haven't had TeamSpeak. I also never understand the whole TeamSpeak issue, because I use TeamSpeak every day, and I have for the last, like, 6 years. I've never had TeamSpeak issues. I think we had it once, where TeamSpeak, where our server died, and you just have to reboot it. So, I don't know. I don't understand this whole TeamSpeak issue malarkey.
I don't know, maybe it's like they've updated to the newest version.
But,
And
like,
that one's
I
got
also
bugs.
have never been with someone who's had TeamSpeak issues.
I don't know.
I think we're living a lie, Brandon.
Well, we're not here. Crims is just sorting out his headset.
We'll probably see it later, says our producer.
What do you think about the rain on train?
Oh, it's just so unnecessary.
I think it's a cool effect, but it's tanking my FPS.
Yes, I feel very unnecessary. Like, why am I costing all my FPS for this? Yeah, train I really struggle with FPS, and I struggle normally. So if I struggle normally and then I struggle on train, oh, sweet Jesus.
I've never noticed sort of how fierce it's coming down, actually.
Yeah, it's quite aggressive. Also, just want to put it out there, I've made a really, really good cup of coffee.
Great.
You're welcome.
Thank you for letting us know. I've been told the match is live, which means we'll get the countdown in just a sec. There we go. And we can jump back into the action. Money is not in the greatest state of affairs here for Rush B. So Fnatic win this. They basically get another one. And they're running away with this first half. Or maybe running away with the game. Something they weren't able to do on Nuke. Kiro is fidget spinning that butterfly knife. So crazy. Oh my god.
I remember when I was younger, I got a butterfly knife comb. And I used to learn how to do tricks on it. You're welcome for that information.
Oh, right, okay, actually, I was like, I've never heard of that skin.
No, in real life. Ooh, this is a weird one. Oh, they're holding for Kinky. They mollo ramp, and it forces Pexi away. But Kinky, close. Maybe they don't really expect him. You can see the clear was for more of Pop. They don't anticipate someone to be so close on the ramp. So for Rush B, you know what? MP9 goes 1 for 1. They're not ecstatic with that result, but I think
fine.
they're certainly, like, they're not disappointed. And also, Texi has just got complete control of B, so it's allowed for the 3 players to rotate towards A. Sometimes you'd see the issue where you go into the 4-4 and you'd have to split 2-2 maybe, which is nightmare fuel. But the issue is, for Fnatic, they're being read into 4 towards Ivy. This is a big call. Oh, good evening. Yeah, he throws that nade way too late.
Got to check all these angles. Matty's sees the shadow and collects the kill on Zinni. Kiro at the back with the AWP. Needs a multi and gets it.
Why did he not pull out his AWP again?
Maybe he thought the player was rushing him. I don't know. Texi.
Oh my god.
Will claim Matty, so now it's a 1 versus 1 anyway.
Oh,
25 seconds.
He's running for the hills. Texi is going to reposition towards Connector so much faster than Blame's ever going to imagine. Blame, he knows that there's been a gap towards Pop, so he could be out back red. He could be anywhere. Instead, Texi within this 1 versus 1 towards Connector, but Blame F has played this perfectly himself as well. We've got 2 players who have done everything right so far, and Texi's just made noise. That's the giveaway to Blame F. Kit's been collected. Blame F, he wasn't post-planted for the bomb, but catches Texi just as he gets on it. And, woo, Kiro almost saves the day.
Yeah, nearly, but not quite. And now you got an eco. So it will be Fnatic getting that round again. And falling into the narrative we were potentially suiting up to have. So Burby will be on an AWP. Blame says, drop me a Mac 10, mate. I'll drop you an AWP. I want ecos. Fair play, brother. Fair play. Oh, those nades.
Whoa.
Oh, my gosh, those nades.
The Donkabonk. Blame F and Matty's on 33 HP combined. It's a full eco, but hey, this could get very expensive.
This can still get weird. Texi has got the position to get a kill, pick up a rifle. He only gets punished if they go lower, but they're going heaven. They need to trade him. He starts swinging, and stops. And then goes back in, and Maddie's as quick scopes him out the round. That should be the only immediate danger here for Fnatic. And this should be another collection.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that we haven't been able to convert on any of that early damage being done. Like, the best case scenario right now is if we can... Oh, it's more damage. Oh, it's more damage. So low. That's the only high if you play it down. No way does Kiro 1v4. Okay, Matties is now an AWPer apparently. And he saves that from getting very precarious. Because in that 2 versus 3, everyone was below 10 HP. That could have gone sideways.
It could have, but it didn't. And I think that's the most important takeaway. It is that it could have got very dramatic. It didn't. We're all fine. And now we just go again. Fnatic are looking a lot more stable here on Train. As we expected them to be. I expected them to be more consistent on Nuke. We didn't get that. And now we're falling into dangerous territory for Rush B. But it's still okay in theory, because if we do go to Inferno, they've got that in the back pocket and Fnatic struggle on it.
This game's got very interesting all of a sudden. This is a big round. I feel like this marks if Fnatic have a great half or an okay half. And Rush B have 4 players towards A. They're focusing a lot on taking A main control. Now we're only going to see Kinky rotating over, but could be. No, it's exactly on time. We've got a waterfall smoke in heaven, it appears. But out ramp we come spewing. Texi only good for the first. 3 players just trying to get out Connector, but they're being blindsided. Fnatic, they don't actually get onto the bomb site. They just hold for the Connector push, and that's the exact right call. They wait for those fast rotations, and then just cancel them out.
That's a really cool smoke.
The waterfall one in heaven.
Yeah.
I agree.
Because that means that your players can maybe jump through it and flow through it, but also it just means that Berbalov can peek over the top and get almost a one-way on towards Connector, which he used to full effect. Great round out of Fnatic. Not a whole lot more to say about that. Rush B need to save. And it was Fnatic that ironically rushed B, and it worked out fantastically. Hero is now 0. And he's got no AWP. Oh, good flash. Perfect flash. Fear gets out and gets 2. We did see a 10-2 half go wayward, so I'm not quite there yet for Fnatic. And this is a 3 versus 3. Never mind. Matties gets rid of Texi. Executor can run back in towards Ivy, but it's going to be too late. Bomb's going to go down. And Fear... Oh!
Ooh.
Oh! Gets deleted. Never mind.
We've
This
been
is on.
here before. We've been here so many times with Rush P, where it's like a round that shouldn't be contestable is now like, hold on. The one benefit though is the kit smoke on Executor and Kiro upgraded to the primary rifle. Crims, lucky to be not caught in a timing there, ends up decapitating the most important piece of this puzzle, and Fnatic go to 8th. Again, a round that could be cautious and could be scary isn't.
Scary, but good for Fnatic. Look, this is the point now where it doesn't actually matter that you're losing so many players, because even if Rush B like get around, like they get a max end with 4, Fnatic have already done the hard bit. this default, this Rush B just have no idea what to do. They've tried going Ivy, it hasn't worked. This time we've got the AWP in Pop. And to be fair, in Pop is where they've been finding most of their opening kills. But Kiro misses.
Ooh, Matty's just walked through Ivy, and for a second, he's been putting down a lot of utility every single round towards Ivy, and this time it works. Issue is Kiro. He just snaps onto a second. And we've seen this before as well with Fnatic, where someone gets a big double, but then Kiro rises in glory. Burmilov negated. And Fear tries to go aggressive, but is also unsuccessful. This round went from being perfect to abysmal.
How did this go so wrong? That's my question. This felt really good, and then Kiro just popped off. It feels like I looked away from the screen for half a second, and suddenly everyone's dead apart from Blame. He has hit a really weird timing on Zinni. But as soon as he goes to plant, I feel like he'll just be done. Maybe he can go to B, but no, it feels too risky. Molly into Pop, Zinni can just swing. Zinni's going to get the kill, surely, unless Blame hits the insta headshot. Instead, the legs are presented just under the train. Zinni locks it in, no plant, and Rush B will get one. Maybe they can get 4. Yeah, there you go.
Okay, so Kiro is 100% had a massive uptick, and he's had that big round where he almost saved in a 2 versus 4, but he's certainly saved in the 3 versus 5 there. And I'm starting to like Kiro, but I'd love to see a little bit more consistency, because we're seeing flashes of greatness, and this is a really brazen fast. But that's the bomb! That's the bomb!
Oh no.
No! Wait, do they know they have the bomb? No one's really moving. Oh no, they have. Look, I think that's Kinky in A main. Kiro's rotated over. Yeah, okay. This is really worst case scenario now for Fnatic.
I'll tell you what. I said, oh yeah, they've done their job, but actually 8-4's pretty decent. They're coming back. Oh, they're coming back and they go straight to Kingy. He gets 2. 4 versus 2. 1 minute left, and now you feel paranoid about every single angle. Zinni starts pushing it over towards main. Texi now creeps close on towards Heaven. Every base covered for Rush B. Nowhere to go for Fnatic.
Yeah, I mean, hey, at least we got the bomb. But yeah, this round from start to finish was a nice change of pace potentially. The issue is it's executed so poorly. And Texi, who started off the round, finishes it off as Rush B is 4 rounds enough on their city side. Because remember, last time we saw Fnatic, they almost lost a 10-2 lead.
Yeah, they don't want that to happen again. They really do not want that to happen again. It's still a very respectable T side for Fnatic, but they were in control and Rush B have got a bit of momentum. Remember what happened last time when Rush B got a bit of momentum? They ran with it and they took the map. So you still got to be, I think, a little bit careful here if you're Fnatic. You're in hot water if Rush B get this pistol. MR12.
This pistol round has big ramifications. It's like Fnatic, do we go to Inferno? Rush B, hey, 2-0 possibility. And we see this descent of Fnatic ineffectivency on the CT side. God, Fnatic are very fair, especially is moving a lot on this pistol round. You start A, then go back to B, then go back to A. Now he's in, like, back Ivy? He's been moving a lot. And I wonder if there's a counter read there of some sorts of like, oh, if they don't do anything by this time, it's going to be A. And it looks like, sorry, Rush B are everywhere. They are literally all over the map. But the bomb is
just
outside
three
B.
gunfights. 3 gunfights are just broken out in the space of a second, all on different areas of the map. Oh, I love the Cytochromes. Oh, it's so clever! Out of Crims! He re-walks in towards B holes, and that is the bomb dropped. And that is going to be the signal for everyone to rotate over for Fnatic. 20 seconds left. Yeah, good luck. Zinni has walked out A, needs this kill, but can't get by Bermilov.
And there's also just
No
so
time
many
now.
people. Like, even if he did get past Bermilov, there's so many others on the other side. Bomb, no, can't go down anymore. If Matty's hadn't got that kill, there's definitely a conversation of this being a possible round, but instead it's Fnatic to clean up the pistol.
Oh my god. That's scary how close that gets, really, because if Matty's doesn't get that kill, it's completely different. Speaking of Matty's, by the way, he's on 19 kills again. Texi has not had the same impact. Neither has Zinni. They've fallen off a cliff.
Ooh. Perfect position. Pushing Pop Dog. You either get into situations like this where no one's looking at you and you.
What? How did he not get either of those?
I was gonna say you should get a multi-kill, or everyone's holding for you. It's the glory of Pop. You either get all of them or none of them.
Blame F basically got all of them. 373 damage, 2 kills. Like, come on, man. He did all the hard bit. Matty's picks up the slack. He's on a 3 KD. Bermilov is now dinked. Executor. And he's been executed. Fnatic are going to storm onto Inferno.
That is... wow, that is a lot of early util A main. Deep A main as well. I think that was 2 molos, 3 nades into A main. Doesn't do any damage, so that's unfortunate. But they do get A main control. Issue is just a lot of utility. That's kind of the way train is anyways. It's more just how much util's used, where it's placed. I think that was the interesting part of the magnitude of util that was used very early on there. Sometimes teams don't put as much util down and just kind of maybe like smoke and leave it, but Fnatic, they expect maybe a rush. There isn't any rushes, and Rush B, not living up to their namesake, are actually going to be playing it slower towards A. It is a very easy round to predict for Rush B. We're just going to hit A when these smokes fade in A main. The issue is its proactivity. It's just proactivity is massive. This changes everything, and it's amazing. Now for Rush B, you're in a very, very difficult situation.
Yeah, Texi's just trying to stave off the B rotates, but it's too late. Bermilov, Matty's already here. Another molly. Texi's now been loud. Matty's just gets another kill. It's just too easy for Matty's. Here comes the swing. Good find. Out of Zinni, but gets dinked in that altercation with Bermilov. And Matty's is still finding kills. Executor needs to try and get a 1 versus 4. That's a great start. Crims tucks back in, has to pull off the reload, and Blame F nearly caught, but it's his headshot that will prevail, and it's Fnatic surging forward evermore.
That round got a lot closer than I expected, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I thought that was going to be like, you get the opening kill and Pop, and it's like, oh, yippee, life is good. And yet, it's not the case. Fnatic still win, though. And they're looking a lot better. it's like there's two takeaways from me. Not only they look better on City side Train and Train as a whole, but they're also just looking better in this series directly. Like Nuke was very, I don't know, all over the place. Sure, there is still a little bit of a reliance on Matties, which has been a theme for me watching Fnatic, of being like, okay, Matties is just the best player in the world on this roster. And that is a little bit worrying that he's 24-8. You know, is that the win potential for Fnatic? Is he just the win potential?
I don't know. I think that's a nice problem to have in a weird way, because you still got Blame.
Yeah,
I don't
but
think
Blame's
so,
had a
because
stinky series.
I think
Maz is dead. Let's see. This is a great round for it. You've got Kinky
I
on
think
the
the other
A-bomb
players. I think the other players would be getting the kills. So let's see.
I think that's personally, I don't agree with that. But this is a great round to exhibit it. Mattis is dead. Amilov's now dead. Bomb's been planted. Oh, would you look at that? The round's lost.
That's, I don't know. That's a bit.
Yeah, I know. But you know, we can't sit here and say
they're
the
still
other
going
people,
for this.
but we also can't sit here and say the other people will have got the kills when realistically everyone else has had a pretty poor series and they've had opportunities, they've just missed them.
To debate this further, I would say that the Matty's kills that he's got, I don't think the majority of them have been bailout kills.
I just think every time I've seen Fnatic, I've seen kind of Matty's being the guy.
Yeah, I think that's a fair comment.
I have like, this is a really good thing I think for Fnatic as well. That I think Matty necessarily wasn't showing his true potential last year. I think when he first came on Fnatic, everyone was like, "Isn't he this guy that got the kill record against like for Champi against on Overpass?" And it's like, oh well, he hasn't, you know, quite doing that. And Fnatic in general weren't doing very well, but Fnatic are doing much better. He's doing much better consistently, and it's just kind of performance like this. But that's a big round to lose. I don't think it's going to mean anything. Like, look, it's still a long way for Rush B to walk their way back into this, but they could make this competitive for sure.
Oh. They are worried about
Lanev seems to know. We haven't... Wow. Okay, so we didn't realize someone was there because we thought it had been cleared out. This is still scary. Burmilov with an AWP in towards hell. Oh, Kira shuts him down. Kira is getting his big impact kills. Just the consistency I was kind of hounding him for a little bit. And this is going to be Rush B back-to-back rounds.
It's actually so funny because Matty's dies first again and everyone else just dies. God damn it. Is there something to say here? Maybe. I don't wanna start calling it a comeback just yet. This will be Crim's holding on to an AK. This will probably be what, the only gun they brought forward. I'm not really sure what the money's like for Fnatic. Actually it should be okay. We'll see. Crims gets away with one. Rush B pull another round closer. Okay, they got no money. So this can become a 4-round game. They're only a couple of buy rounds away from evening things up, if you want to look at it in that sense. You know, CT economy.
This is an interesting... Bumlow's got the AK. Oh no. Uh-oh. Okay, luckily the players come and pop at the nick of time. Okay, Bumlow dies with the AK.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
7 on the board for Rush B. So it's going to be a gun round 8, low by 9, gun round 10.
Gun round 10, even. Yeah, 2 gun rounds.
So 2 gun rounds. When do you start to believe? Because we've been here before with Fnatic. We've been in this very, very position where I think Fnatic won the pistol round in the second half. They got 11-2, and then it was 11-11. and they won 2 rounds at the end. So we've been here before for Fnatic. Spirit Academy, a much better team than Rush B, all things said. So, do we start to believe with Rush B, like, you know, it's not as big of a comeback? It's not 11-2, it was 11-4.
That's so brutal. He's just got to get a gun, and they've just thrown them all the way towards par.
Yeah, it's rough. Okay, I'm gonna lay down what I think win potentials are. Kiro getting more consistency. I'm not talking about Kiro getting multi-kills every round. I just think he's really sharp, and I think if he's just getting a kill around, that type beat, right? We saw Zinni get like 10 kills in the last 4 rounds of Nuke. You know, we know he can do it. Where is it? And also for Zinni, it's the fact that he comes in replacing Nota. I herald him quite high. And then Texi as well. I think Texi and Zinni should be the rifling duo that need to step up. Rush B are very much in this if we see some of these components start to kind of pick up the pieces. So that's where I'm looking at for Rush B. Comeback. I'm not sold just yet, but I could be.
Okay. Oh, okay. I was gonna say it'll either be this gun round or it'll be the next gun round that Fnatic will win. I can't see it.
Looks like this right now. Yeah, okay. But
Great,
that's a
great
big
rifle
double. And Blame F also stands alive and a spam through the smoke. Kiro not even really able to get effective. Yeah, Kiro, like I was talking about him getting his one round of the his 1 kill of the round. Look, he hasn't even had an opportunity. Everyone around him is dead.
All he has to do is save. It's going to be a very long minute. Freddy, anything you want to talk about now we've got 45?
Well, I know the rosters for Pro League have just been finalized. That's gonna be fun.
Any surprises in there?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I'll tell you afterwards, Brandon.
Okay, sounds good. Can he find anything? No. That's what I imagine the in-game leader at Rush B is doing. Just in his head.
You're just sitting there and you're like, this was our comeback, but now we're gone.
Counter-terrorists win.
Curse you, Blame F, for those 2 kills through the smoke.
Cursed you.
So a competitive scoreline, all things considered, but Fnatic largely in control for the majority of this map. Oh wow!
Whoa, those odds are. I
That's
mean,
a mega smoke.
Oh, a mega smoke.
That's for the map.
A mega smoke? A smoke dome?
No, not a smoke dome.
No.
Oh, you horrible man! Chris.
That
You
is
absolutely horrible man.
despicable. You bold demon.
It's done.
Yep. Man, he's on 26 kills. God forbid.
25.
Oh, it looks like a 6.
It does.
Well, he still could be on 26. You know what? He attack and he also protect. He just got Bumilov out of that Molo because of a flashbang. Where has Kiro just been blinded from?
T-slash, I think.
So unfortunate. Yep, it's all come crashing down. Executor. Any leech seed to bring life back into this game? No. It's Crims too. Crims got the kill upper and then ran back lanes. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, that was very dominant from Fnatic. Kind of what you'd expect on the train. And it almost makes that nuke result, like, really weird, all things considered. It's like, look, nuke's one of your best maps, and you just showed on train how good you are. And then, like, what happened at the beginning?
Look, it's train, right? So like teams can be very good at it, but you're right. That nuke game feels like a bit of an anomaly. I have to see. Inferno are decider, one in which we came into this and we've staged it that if it does go to a third map, Fnatic are still in trouble. They've done not even the hard bit yet. What's coming up now is the hard bit. Once you made it to the decider, all good deciders end on Inferno. Fnatic have been struggling on it recently. Rush B have been doing pretty well. One of these teams can make the playoffs. We'll have to find out which one it will be after the break.
Normality seemingly has resumed after the upset on map 1. Fnatic reclaimed the momentum, and now they go on to map 3 after a very victorious victory on Train. The question is, Brandon, though, Inferno's not a great map for them.
A victorious victory.
Yeah, I ran out of
Fnatic on
synonyms.
Train. No, I like it. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be a walk in the park for Fnatic, but I still think they can do it. We saw Burmilov stepping in. He's going to be a big asset on Inferno, especially on that CT side. Matties is playing well. BlameF started to shift gears a little bit. Crims was warming up towards the very end, and Crims is a very good Inferno player. But I think they've got what it takes, and also the stars for Rush B really cooled off, and that helps a lot. It wasn't like they were firing on all cylinders. It's worrying if they start firing on all cylinders. I think it would be very good for Fnatic if they're just able to win the knife. They start CT side, it all feels comfy. I think if they get thrown into a T side, that's where potentially you could run into a little bit of danger, but I'm not overly concerned for them despite what the stats say.
Yeah, what I'm also focusing on right now is the lack thereof of AWPing impact.
Yes, just in
like,
general, right?
Both with kind of Kiro, both with Burmilov. I feel like especially going on to an Inferno, it can be very much a case of if an AWP on the seed side can take over, that consequently means the rest of the team takes over.
Yeah.
And yeah, to be fair, I've just looked at these stats for Fnatic myself on Inferno. It's like, look, they've lost to Bait and Parzan with the new roster. OG Ecstatic victories are very impressive. Rush B is still kind of meddling around the whole like GTZ Arcred level of Counter-Strike. So I feel like this could be I feel like this could be a very competitive third map, actually, all things considered.
Fnatic have just won the knife, so they will start CT, and it will be that like familiar feeling that we were sort of alluding to. So that's a step in the right direction already. Let's see if they start strong, and let's see, as you say, whether an AWP can take over on Inferno. Is there anyone else that you sort of look to on Rush B when we see the players here that you think, okay, this guy's got the potential to overwhelm and dominate?
Well, it's honestly, it's the exact same conversation I brought up at the end of Train. I was like, okay, the win potentials for Train. We see Zinni getting the multi-frags that we saw on Nuke. We saw Texi getting the same level of impact. And Kiro, like, I see moments from Kiro and I'm like, God damn, this guy's good. And then it's just like nothing for then loads of rounds. And I think Train was just really disappointing overall for Rush B. So I think it's just it's honestly just the exact same conversations I was having previously. I think Kinky is very active, and I think he's very honestly, I think he's actually a really unknown piece that's amazing for Rush B, that on the CT side he was just always moving somewhere proactively, and I think that's a big part that could be successful. But Rush B on the T side, and they're walking in to the Lion's Den. They're going to open a can of worms, and I don't think they're going to want to know what's on the other side of it.
Yeah, 4 players strong for Fnatic, and actually they just move in to the bomb site. They get ahead of this smoke, but oh no. Oh dear. It's a wrap onto B, it's a wrap onto Blame. He is all alone, he burrows himself into this corner. They have to clear him, and they kind of do. It's really touch and go. 4 up banana fast. It's quick from Fnatic on the rotate.
Yeah, I really thought Blame was going to get more there, and I think he had to get more.
I.
This might be very difficult, but we're going straight into it. We're not even allowing the bomb to get planted properly.
Oh.
Matties! Oh, you've got to be kidding me. This guy never ceases to surprise me. And now Texi left into the 1 versus 3. He's already found 1, and Fears on a single hit point. No kit. This is actually super winnable. Crims, the only high player, they light up. Texi, a 1 versus 3.
How did that round look in 2 instances like Fnatic were going to win it and then they didn't? I mean, Texi has just done unbelievable work, helped out by the dinks, of course, of the Glocks, but I mean, Matties gets 2 awesome kills. Fnatic starts swarming the bomb site. BlameF should have got a multi, didn't. And Rush B walk away with a pistol.
Oh my god, that is a hellstorm towards Banana. Great util damage early, and Fnatic, they're definitely very disappointed in the early stages with losing the pistol round, but it's a good start back into it.
It helps. Alright, Burmilov. Let's see these scouts. Good mollo. We'll force him back onto CT. I don't mind that out of Fnatic. Just an instant smoke on it. You've got 3 players. In fact, make it 4. Rotating over towards this B bomb site. It could be a little bit scary if Rush B commit into this. Yeah, they're going straight into it. Molly's missed, and Fear doesn't miss with his 5-7. Tags of the scout not really help him, but it's the damage from Blame. That spray is insane.
That is ridiculous. And I think what's really important there is when those first opening kills come out for Fnatic on the 5-7s and such not, it's on to the players that, well, I guess it's not on to Executor. Executor was the guy on 10 HP at the very beginning, and he is one of the last players to stay alive for Rush B. So a lot of the high HP players are going in, falling, and that's when Blame kind of reveals himself and is able to do that damage from range. But right back to winning ways from Fnatic and a perfect round.
Okay. That's an opener. And off that opener, Rush B are just going to Rush B. So this call's really good, because the rotates are not going to be here at all. Blame has to get another multi-kill madness with the MP9.
That's a decent start. But the MP9, it can be a difficult snake to tame.
What, Kiro?
And
What
yeah,
the hell?
That's a bit disgusting. Just like 3 bullets through a smoke straight onto the head. Right. That's something. Very perfectly placed crosshair. And Rush B, because of that, now continue this back and forth, which we've had at the start of every single map so far.
I can't believe that second kill on Matty's. That's just instant. Blame tried, but he couldn't get by it. And we did enter this scenario before, and we know how damaging it can be for a CT side. And similar scenario to Nuke, Fnatic take a tactical pause. They do not want to repeat the same mistakes again.
Ooh, that ended up being from a great second round to an abysmal third round for Fnatic. And I think, yeah, it's exactly what I anticipate Inferno to be like, is just a hot mess of congestion. And to be fair, I'm actually really surprised, Brandon, that Fnatic have such a good purchase in this round.
Yeah, I agree with that, actually.
Like, oh, we got 5 rifles. Only one of them is a non-primary, one of the Galil of Fear. Good enough utility as well. But speaking of the utility, look, we throw util down banana, etc. to feign the presence, and now we end up in a position with 1 minute and 30 seconds left. We've got 2 smokes, 2 mollos, a nade, and 3 flashbangs, and 1 smoke just being used in apartment. So Rush B, if they just hold the trigger a little bit and just wait, they're going to go into the late round with the utmost of advantage.
Wow.
And that advantage is now accentuated by the fact that Matty's has had his head ripped off. Burmilov, good spam through the smoke. 2 big pieces of damage, but no kills. And that's the important factor for Fnatic right now, is that they are still in a man disadvantage.
And also, they've rotated Fear over B. Sorry, from B over to A. He now walks back in. Has got a smoke he can use to block. Executor is just putting down lead in towards these smokes. It will be a layered utility. I don't think this is going to be the final commitment. This feels a little bit like a fake, and Blame gets a whiff of it as well. All signs point to them going back in towards top brackets and maybe going for a bit of a short burst. 30 seconds. Rotations come over again. If Executor walks into B...
But the issue is the time, Brandon. Even if he does walk into B now, like, he's only throwing the utils 20. Yeah, there is no time now to go back towards B. And Rush B are going to get a bit of a fright. Executor's going to go, yeah, guys, I hear nothing. 15 seconds, we have to commit. This is the issue with taking too long. Fnatic, they don't have utility, but they have manpower. Great entry flashbangs, but the fourth member is gone unexpected. Kiro cannot get the bomb planted, and Executor dies, sure, before the time runs out, but it's still Fnatic with the perfect call, the perfect rotation, and the Ukrainian duo cleaning up all 5.
Yeah, really important. The player just tucked in underneath Cold Zero in Blame also gets, I think, 1 or 2 kills. And Bermilov just remains hidden. So many bait and switches. Now it's Rush B that call the pause. How do we get the read so wrong? How were they aware of it? Didn't do enough, and because there's limited utility, you're going to go for one of these gambly plays. Because the reality for Fnatic is if Rush B walk in towards that bomb site, they just save anyway. Come to A, come challenge us. Come to B, we'll concede the round, but we'll keep our guns. That's the way Inferno plays a lot on this CT side, and they walked into the trap, and Fnatic pulled the rug right out from under them.
Again, back and forth we go, Brandon. Isn't this an exciting game of Counter-Strike?
Oh, good spam. Early kill for Fnatic again. Kiro?
What?
How was he not dead?
That seems atrocious. How
Fear's
has
Fear's doing
not
a me.
Yep, Fear, bro, it's like me for real. In my face it pugs. He's been watching our demos, Brandon.
Double layering still
look at
here.
this rotation. Yeah, everyone's here.
massive.
We're re-crunching Banana, and Matty's... Actually, does he need any support? Maybe
No.
we should just be leaving Matty's by himself and be like, yeah, dude, you do your thing. You do whatever you want, and we'll just go the other way.
He's having a great game.
Great
Just
series.
The series has just been exceptional out of Matty's. He woke up and chose violence. Texi, who was the hero with a pistol in round 1, is now facing the reality that this force buy has fallen on deaf ears. And Fnatic have re-established control of this game. Unless he can go around this corner and triple headshot all of them, which I do not think is possible.
Yeah, he's just gonna go ba-boom, ba-boom. Ooh, hello. That's a lot of people. That's just all there. Okay. Matty gets 4 kills. Yeah, great round from him. Great round. And that's a fantastic sign for Fnatic that going into the future, we're going to have the Matties that we had on train. The Matties that's exceeding almost 30 kills in regulation. And for Rush B, that is a terrifying prospect.
Should be nothing doing here.
Is this the first time? No, okay, I was going to say, yeah, it is the first time we've actually seen back-to-back rounds, right, for a team.
Yes.
This is very reminiscent to Nuke. It almost feels picture perfect, right? Where back and forth, Fnatic then get 3 in a row. Rush B then were very contestable in the first half still after losing that deadlock. So I guess the question now arises is, are we going to see a comparison to Nuke where we still do have that contention after the deadlock, or will Fnatic run away with CT side? benefit of Fnatic here, to add on to that previous point, was that on Nuke, it took them a long time to get past
That's
that
true.
deadlock. So
Yeah.
now they've been able to get out of this
Run
chokehold
boost.
way quicker.
Yeah, go on.
A1S could be difficult here. Random eco. Ooh, hello. Oh, it's wow. Shut down.
Could be difficult. Bang. It could have been. You are right. I like the idea from Rush B. Just try and throw a single spanner in the works to maybe get a rifle, maybe get onto the bomb site. Doesn't happen. Come on, you're in an eco round against Blame F. It's never gonna happen. Good to see Fear getting these kills as well. Like, everyone is... Crims hasn't been needed, but bar Crims, everyone is stepping up here for Fnatic in a really big way. And that's exactly what they need. Team cohesion. Fear thought he could get on the corner of the molly. He can't. And look at this. Fear is being left solo banana.
There's
Oh no,
Util
Blame's
in
coming back.
CT. Yeah, so Blame's getting the Util in Spawn, I guess. Yeah. So Blame just picked... Oh, there's a T-side Molo. That's big. It's crazy how we're in a position where we see a T-side Molo and I'm like, huh? A T-side Molo? Ooh. Fear does try to get aggressive top banana with the Util. This is a really nice reaction from Rush B. So when they see the retake Util come in, they actively fight forward and drop the Molotov on yellow wall. And it actually causes Fear to drop down to 39 HP and Fnatic to not have any of that information. Now Rush B just cut out. They leave Executor there and go towards A. This is so far, to me, a pretty perfect round for Rush B, and it's made even better by the fact that Crims has now fallen.
I don't think you'll know about Matties and Boiler, though. Oh, okay. Yeah, cleared. 1 for 1. And now if you're Burmilov, you have one spam, you find nothing, and you leave. And you just save. Because that's Inferno. Off you go. That's a chicken. Go on. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
It's hanging about. There's no way you go for this. There's no chance. You have one flashbang. You have kits. Blame F and Fear will go in towards T-ramp. They'll go T-ramp play. It's not happening.
Yeah.
I like this though. Or you don't. Run!
Right.
Run!
How
And now you've put Blame in a difficult position. Or Fear. Or one of them. What's happening here?
It's how has Vermilov died there, to be honest?
Oh!
Good evening.
Oh, wow.
No.
That's massive.
Blame definitely could have run away there. Okay, that becomes a very costly loss. Where at first it was like, okay, we're going to be saving 3 rifles. We're probably kind of fine going into the next round. Now you still are fine, but you don't have as deep of a bank balance as you might have expected or wanted. And I feel like that's not Rush B really good hunting. That's a Fnatic we definitely couldn't have... We shouldn't and could have avoided giving up those frags. But Burmilov on the AWP towards top banana. Flashed off. He's just re-peeking in. Ooh, the balls on this man. And fortune favors the bold. There's 3 players towards B. And Rush B are still trying to fight this. Burmilov missed AWP shot. Counteractive flashbangs are sublime. Blame F. Nothing you can get after his artillery strike. And Fnatic, 3 players towards B. It falls to their demise.
Yeah, look, I think you're trying to fight too much there head on. I think what's been good for Fnatic is the amount of utility has been forcing Rush B to sort of make the moves. When you take the fight to Rush B 1v1, all in this series, it hasn't really paid off. Good work out of Zinni, but I think that was a bit too much of an overcommitment. What I've really enjoyed is Fnatic in the mid round going for this layered aggression, bringing Matties over, trying to fight, get these apartment spacings in with Crims, maybe pushing towards second mid. The mid round aggression has been way better than the early fights.
Yeah, I was gonna say they haven't. Especially that round, like I guess it's easy to say like, okay, it's been bad and that round it's gone wrong, but a lot of these early rounds on Inferno have come from them getting great rotations. So it feels like this is just bar for bar the same as Nuke. Fnatic break through, then Rush B come back into it, and how God's earth has Fnatic got a full buy again? Where has this come from? Where is this money just spawning from?
Well, Blame had 9k before the start of that previous round.
That would be where it comes from. It's the fact they're not even, like, getting the saves and they still got economy.
Yeah, it's been good. And again, I think the timing of the pause is correct here as well, because the challenge for Fnatic is not to let these advantages slip, right? Like, you get Castle on the mic and he's just saying, guys, look, we've got all the economy. We had control in this game. This is very similar to Nuke. And you need to make sure that you're not doing things that put you in disadvantageous positions. That fight in Banana was disadvantageous, and now we've actually got an extremely similar scenario. The Orcs is working its way back over again.
Can I add on to that? It was like, you got the opening kill, you could have disengaged and played the advantage game, but instead you forced the narrative, and one bad shot from Burmilov cost them the round. However, Burmilov strikes Executor. He's had a very rough game towards Banana. I feel like he's been eating those nades left, right, and center, and yet another one zones towards him. Fnatic, they've also rotated 4 players over towards A. BMF is somewhat... Oh my god.
Two times you've died to nades here. There's a bit of team damage in the mix, and
yeah,
it's just
that's the issue.
Just gone
they
to pot.
smoke off long. Fear's just got a nade out. Blame F was segregated, which was what I was going to highlight that part. And then we just hit our teammate, and Fear goes, okay, I'm going to nade top brackets, and boom. Damage and a kill.
This has been the most inferno games as a pit player for Crims. 0-3 after 9 rounds. Maybe he gets his first kill here.
Not even necessarily the fact that he's been doing... But not even that he's been doing badly. He's just been rotating, saving, sitting there, brackets win, he's holding apps, and it's like, oh, no one's come apps.
I've been holding down my position, guys.
Guys, it's the classic, like, well, you look at the game, you come out of the game, it's like, why do we lose? Well, I never lost A. It's just like,
It's that one. It's the thing is, it's that one face it teammate that's really annoying, because obviously he is holding down pit and he's just sat there not doing anything physically. He's like, guys, why are you losing B all the time?
He's like, yeah, I get it.
Yeah, bro. Big nades. Oh dear, Tech9s do the damage. 6 spray from Blame, but now that's rifles that can be recovered. It's another burst up B for Rush B. And they have been able to put the bomb down. 3v3. Plenty of util for Fnatic. And already a Crims laying a good start to it. Kingy, half his HP removed.
That's a big mollo. Oh, it goes into the smoke. Oh, no. Okay, but Matty still reveals his position because of it. Nade sandbags. Tex is already moved. And that's a great kill onto Matty's. That could be the winning kill for this whole round. And it shall be. Burmilov, ineffective trading. And Texie's played that magnificently. And then Rush B, they're just sitting there in the tech timeouts. And they're like, what do we do? And it's
Clues
like,
in the name.
Guys, look up. Remember who you are. Rush B. Yeah, we have nuanced jokes here.
What I'm surprised about the most there, actually, is the fact that Fnatic, they know this buy is going to be cobbled together. Yes, it will be an all-in, but it will not be the best. So why haven't they, like, double-naded Banana? They just use nades.
This is fantastic, yeah.
They use nades to full effect in the previous round, getting 2 kills with the HEs. The only space Rush B have been able to get is up Banana consistently early. It feels like an oversight that shouldn't be an oversight. Oh, there they are now. Yeah, a bit late for that, mate. Look at Matty's. Oh, hello. Matty's in mid. And the AWP misses. And the spray from Blame is fantastic. Banana dealt with. Here comes the apps pop. Here comes Crims. You give him a task, he will pass it, but it will be a trade. A 4 versus 2, though. This should favour Fnatic. It would be horrific if they lose this. Bermilov might give him a chance.
Yeah, that's the way back in. Bermilov has a timing, sure. I don't really necessarily doubt that it's a good timing, but Zinni reads into him perfectly. And from a 4 versus 2, where it feels like it's completely done and dusted, this 3 versus 2, it's always a little bit scarier. Fair. A Molotov for Pip. Oh, the nade misses. That could be the difference maker. Instead, Zinni now just sits in the smoke, being a nuisance. Kinky has to be the difference maker right now. A flashbang does get him out, but Matty's sidearm works well. Oh my god, Kinky has made a titanium. Fear does have a kit.
They got
and
it.
He's got on it just about. Sweet Jesus, that was close.
Here we go. Here's now the new criticism. Why is Zinni swinging? If Zinni just stays alive, that round's over. You saw the nade miss. You got your smoke in. Your teammate flashed for you. Don't need to go off the flash. If he just sits there, they win the round. It's the complete role reversal. It's the same criticisms we've been giving Fnatic. Got to give it to Rush B. Because Zinni wins that round if he does nothing.
Yeah, I think it's the classic bane of thinking that you have to do too much, right? Like, if he hadn't moved, the round's won because they wouldn't be able to clear him. There wouldn't have been enough time left, which is really unfortunate. I think they play that perfectly, Rush B, in the 2 versus 4, and just unfortunately thinking that you have to move out is what cost them. So
to be fair to them, that was a 2 versus 4 as well.
Yeah, like they do amazing within that situation, and it's the irony in the 2 versus 3. They don't get a single kill, but they almost win the round off just playing the time, playing the clock down. But for Rush B, it's been a very contestable half. They'd love to end this 6-6.
They would. It'd be the same scoreline actually as they did on Nuke, and then they went on to win that 13-6. Good spams. The spams through the smoke have been so good out of Fnatic. And that prevents Zinni's progression just a little bit. Flashbang, dodged by Bermilov. And he thought about going around that corner, but thinks better of it. And Molly's going to dissuade him further. Crimson apps. Flashbang dodged by Texi, but can't profit on his movement. This will end B. And Blame and Fear haven't moved, but they haven't really got any utility outside of a molly to disrupt this. And this 1 kill on long, that might force a rotate. Well, actually it won't, because the smokes are here.
Yeah, the kill comes in at a great time to maybe not force the rotations, but dislodge the rotation of Bermilov. He's taking his sweet time, so is Crims. All of the emphasis is now really on Fear. Blame F then peeks out from the smoke.
Time.
The kills, they're coming in. Time, it's of an issue. Kinky's still doing great work on the other side of the map. Kinky's still alive after getting that kill to Crims, and now it's Bermilov in this 1 versus 2. He knows he can try isolate these 1v1s before Kinky comes back in, but he's too slow about it. Executor just survives, and it's Rush B to even it up. As mentioned, 6-6. We are dead even going on to the second half of our 3rd map.
Same as Nuke. 6 T rounds then evolved into a blowout. And look, I don't think that that's going to happen on Inferno. But what I will say is that I feel like Fnatic should have been dominating this first half, even when it comes down to the pistol rounds. I think they lost a lot of rounds unnecessarily. I think this could be like 9-3, like that territory.
Yeah, it feels like Fnatic have been all over this half, and then wait,
Bermilov has just knifed Blame. This ain't Face It, little bro.
Well, I think it technically is Face It, actually.
This ain't a pug, little bro.
Oh, just insult to injury. Yeah, I feel like this game, this map has felt like Fnatic, and then you look at the scoreline, you're like, how's this happen? And well, first pistol round was won by Rush B. Looks
dead.
like the second shouldn't. Executor, it's all on him. He's already picked up 1. No rotations even remotely close, and he doesn't stay alive for long enough. Blame F already seeing them coming around the corner. He tries to hound them down, and we're giving these isolated duels. It's a 2 versus 2.
And they've also seen at least one player going towards ruins. So they've got the knowledge of that. There's no kit. Crimson Matties are playing this one together. Double swing on Kiro. And now you've lost track of these players. if you're Texi, you got to move quick, you got to just swing the corner, you got to just pray that no one is at backside, but they just don't have the knowledge of it. Crims is just jumping around being a pain in the ass. And yeah, even if he gets the kill on Matties, it doesn't matter. Bomb's already too far gone, and he can't even get by Matties. Fnatic will earn that pistol back.
Yeah, it's just a really good pistol round where, realistically, that Molo at the beginning is the difference maker onto Oranges. You flush out the dual Berettas, and it's the whole round fizzling out for Rush B. The only way that was realistically winnable is Executor getting a multi-kill or surviving for just an obscene amount of time on the back of the bomb site. Neither happens. So Fnatic able to, okay, narrowly, worth mentioning, push it over the line, but still, nonetheless, they take the second pistol round, they go to 7, and Rush B, they are keeping the pressure applied, they're buying back into this, and they want to keep this first half, well, this early game, hotly contested, similar to, well, every half we've had so far.
Can they do it, though? That's the next question. Oh, maybe not. Blame F, of course, gets a smoke kill through onto Zinni. And it's a lot of pressure here. It keeps the rotations, but the true end goal for Fnatic might not be this B bomb site. Utility being layered, but that doesn't necessarily mean a commitment.
Well, to be the right idea, Matties
Faked out the fake
long.
out.
Yeah. Okay, so
Wait.
Matties is chilling long. Oh no, they're going back B. Okay, they did the little jig on banana. Neither there nor here. Matties is doing amazing. No way Executor gets more than one. And yeah, that would be round over. Matties does really well. Almost brings his teammates over towards A. Luckily they don't. In and out. Shake it all about. Fnatic, they get past the force buy.
They do, and their reward is now going to be an eco. Maybe Texi can steal away a rifle, but it feels unlikely. Fear died on B, so you can't even recover one. So he'll just be saving. He'll be hanging out. I think it's been really commendable for Rush B to get back into like maps, not once but twice. But now they've got a different task at hand, because this time they've lost the pistol, they've lost the force buy. They've got to now go back to back and rework another opportunity for themselves, which is going to be the toughest test they've had so far this series.
Remember, whoever wins this map goes through straight to the playoffs. And for Fnatic, it's not only just getting through to the playoffs, but it's also bypassing the prospect of losing a lot of VRS points. Kind of goes both ways. Rush B win a lot, Fnatic lose a lot. And we have a PC crash. Brandon, I don't know about you, but do we want to maybe just throw it to a break?
Yeah, I think so. PC crashes tend to be a little bit.
A little bit longer.
So we're going to... We'll throw it to a break. When we come back, it's going to be the conclusion of Fnatic versus Rush B. And we're back. Sorry about that. We've had all the issues today, but fortunately, we've got this one resolved. And fingers crossed, not so much toes, because I keep stubbing mine, but it's going to be the last one of at least this series. I'm sure there's plenty more still to come throughout the day. 8-6. Oh, the internet, online technology never ceases to amaze. It is this eco. There's a Zeus for Kiro. Come on.
Yeah, man.
Right, you're not really gonna do much there. You got your knife out and short. Oh, and Bermulov has got Zinni's head served on a silver platter.
Executor.
Executor.
Fall off of Zinni.
Yeah, true. Executor is just waiting. Been tasked, getting a 5-7 kill, trying to replicate Fear on these oranges. Oh, go on, Kieran. Oh, he's done it. He got it.
The timing is just perfect as well of that.
Nice kill. But trades from Crims, trades from Blame, and Kingies in spawn. They didn't drop the bomb here, son, but you might be able to get Crims. Crims is going to be like, why the hell are you here? Knife him. Knife him. No! Go for it? No.
No.
Blame F denies and
Denied.
gets the AK. That's important.
I have a feeling we're seeing the end of this map.
I think so too.
Well, to be fair, we haven't seen a proper gun round yet. Actually, I think I could be jumping the horse. I'm jumping it. Was it the phrase? Jumping the horse to. Wait, what's the phrase?
I don't know.
Jumping the gun. Jumping the gun.
Yeah.
Jumping the horse is what I do in my free time.
Haven't been called a horse before. Right. Texi runs
What?
back in towards short.
You're my horse,
Yeah.
and I'd love to ride you.
Okay. Zinni has banana. What's going on here with Fnatic? What are they doing? Having a mothers meeting over towards T ramp.
Guys, we'll confuse them. Let's, proximity chat.
Proximity chat. Wouldn't that be a great thing in CS?
You could like
Guys, I could
when
hear
they're
them.
executing.
I could hear them whispering on B.
They're in the walls. Proximity chat would be amazing.
Do you know what you should-
don't know what's going on.
Do you know
the
what
other
face
side.
it should bring back?
Halftime chat.
Dead chat. As in,
Oh,
like,
yeah,
I do not want to hear my teammates micromanaging me in a clutch.
I also want to be able to talk to my teammates when I'm dead. We used to have that in UKIC. I think in officials you have that.
Right, I want to get you back on track 'cause there's 30 seconds left and it looks like it's going to be an apps
Boom.
pop.
Yeah, apps pop. We've got motor smoke, we've got flashes coming out, and Texi's not blinded. There's a crossfire initiated on the bomb site. Texi plays it to perfection, but Bermilov close quarters with the orb, and also Kiro's been caught off guard on long. He was just his periphery was clouded as he was just directing his whole vision by spamming that moto smoke.
Oh, look at Blame.
Yeah, Blame's got this. 24 kills now. He's 24-8. Now that is a good performance from the Danish Viking.
That was brilliant movement from him because he gets that timing on long. He goes back in towards apps immediately, just repositions to the other sector of the map. Can also be close to his teammates to maybe come in towards apps to that post plant because that's where the bomb is planted. Just everything is just played to perfection there. And you think at 30 seconds when the first couple of kills are claimed that this could be a rush B round, but it's not the case. This is not the way that the game is going. And we might get a repeat of what happened on Nuke, but the other way. Because currently, Rush B have 0 rounds on CT.
That was a pretty good first gun round. The thing is, like, Tasty plays that perfectly. And the crossfire as well. I'm surprised that the guy on site, I don't know who it was, but whoever was on site dies? Like, how does he not get at least one and trade out? Not even trade out, but I don't know how he doesn't at least capitalize on the fact that Texi's got 2. Ooh, fast play towards B. BlameF has somehow dodged every bit of utility. Flashbang comes in as support. And yeah, that's perfect. All 3 come crashing down. BlameF just adding further kills to his tally. Pick up an MP9 just to make his life, just to make his opponent's life easier. He's like, I'll go to the SMG.
They will have money after this rush B. Can they find Crimson apps? That would be an AK. I don't think they're going to go and clear this bedroom. So in fact, Matties is the one that's under threat, but he just walks in towards top brackets. Crims gives this a little bit of a glance and gets rid of Texi. Kiro, best he can hold on to is an MP9, but now he feels scared about going around the corner, so he's got a P250 and Kevlar. Gets the dink, but not the kill. Kiro, I will say, pulls his knife out a lot and just stands still.
He's just... Yeah, it's, you know, maybe thinking about other things, coming over his teammates. He's got other matters on his mind. Ooh, this time BlameF gets a lot of damage. How?
He's the GOAT.
No, dude runs through fire and he literally runs through fire. Call him Hades. He's the god of the underworld and he's just sent Zinni straight there.
He's better than Hades.
One of my favorite quotes ever in sport commentary is, some people say he's as good as God, but I think he's better than that.
Oh, yeah. And now they're just tracking everything. Nice catch from Texi. There are still 2 players here on this bomb site, but Crim's through the apps. It should be the final nail in the coffin. Texi stuck on the reload. Burmilov will grab the kill. It's a 3 versus 1. His Executor rotating in really late. And yes, Blame is low. Sure, but he's on an AWP and he's on 27 kills. And the bomb's even faked out, so it can go to a better after-plant destination for the rest of the squad. No hope in hell for Executor. He has to save. And this is going to be Fnatic going up to series point.
Yeah, this should be pretty groovy for them now. And that was a public execute where, look, Crims dies, he goes 1 for 1. He does perfectly. He does his job. He gets the entry. He's able to get traded out by his teammates. Like, it's all magical for Fnatic. And to be honest, I'm really impressed with what I'm seeing from Fnatic on Inferno. I didn't necessarily expect them to be playing to this level, but they look really clean, really polished. Good. And that's why stats are maybe deceiving, because they've played it a few times with the old core and they've lost. But with the new core, they've only lost to like Bait, right?
Yeah, that's true.
So it's like, yeah, okay, we lose to Parzan and Bait, but overall, we've had some pretty good wins and we're about to get another clean one under the belt.
Looks like it. I mean, look at this buy. Now for Rush B, you're going to have MP9s, there'll be maybe a FAMAS thrown into the mix, but you can't have a perfect blend of good weaponry and good utility. Fnatic also call this final tactical pause 30 seconds to get Fear to orchestrate a perfect finish. Blame on 27 kills is audacious, by the way, for a scoreline that is 12 and 6.
I'm just... Blame's so good, man. Okay. The one thing I will say about Fnatic is both the maps they've won now, they've had a individual on an excruciatingly high scoreline, and the drop-off from the rest is quite severe. But that last round, I think, was a clear showing of, like, if one person doesn't, another person will. The trades onto the A-bomb site are really clean. And now Fnatic have 2 opportunities to close it out. This looks like it should be good for them. I wouldn't worry. It's only a matter of time, really. Bit of aggression. I don't hate it. I actually really like it from Texi. It's maybe something we need to see a little bit more from Rush B. Get a little bit active. Don't let Fnatic play their game.
Fermi is blind. And Zinni will at least catch him off. Another counter flash, so Blame F can't do it, but then Fear throws one of his own. It's precision.
When Blame's
And
alive,
it's top banana space.
when Blame's alive, never count the round out. Never say it's over until the fat lady sings.
Now it's just a B exec, and it is Executor just stuck at the back of the site. Mollies go in towards Oranges, in towards
They know
New
he's
Box,
there.
and Fear knows that he has to be there. Executor executed. And now Fakiro just tries to push this smoke, tries to deny, but can't do it. And now that's even more confirmation for Fnatic. Fear jumps the gun just a little bit. That's desperate. And that's a little bit of a way in now.
Yeah, felt very unnecessary. We've given up the advantage now. Rush B 3 versus 2, no kit in play, and they
No
actually
util.
they don't have confirmation of Crims. Look, Texi's so cautious of someone coming from behind, but now Crims spotted and dealt with. Blame Ev, he's been having a great game. This is where he just seals a deal. 2 more players to go, dancing around, but he can't find either of them. There's a kit towards Dark, and there should be just enough time.
Ooh, it's
Yeah,
close.
it's close, but it should be fine. Oh,
Oh!
my god, they don't get the defuse. Blame F, sure, he doesn't hit 30 frags, but the defuse comes in way too late. I thought they had that, but they have to double back to get the kit collected, not with enough time left. And Fnatic 13-6 after a very disappointing map 1 and a lot of tech issues. They will go through to playoffs in CCT Series 18.
Yeah, I tell you what, screw the 30 bomb for Benya if he's just able to clutch up right at the very end there. 10 seconds or not, I mean, that's exceptional. The fact that they take a slight hesitation to get on that bomb is enough. We said it could be like the first map. It was, except it was the polar opposite for Rush B. Fnatic, you think that they were in control. They started off a little bit haphazard on Nuke, but Train, Inferno, they were fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you're on first name basis with him, so you know you're just close like that. Yeah, you're just really cool. You hang out with all the coolest people, all the coolest bars. But with that in mind, Brandon, we're behind schedule. We're actually a little bit delayed because, as mentioned, it's got 3 maps. We've had a lot of tech issues. Fnatic, they push Rush B into the 2-2 bracket, and we see another team joining Monty, Nine, and Sashi. But on the other hand of things, we're going to see a team be eliminated next. GTZ versus Copenhagen Wolves. That is going to be on your screens very shortly. Do not go too far. We've got another banger coming very soon on your screens. We've already seen today one team go through to playoffs, and now for today.
Sorry, I just died. Right, look, forget the intro. There's no time for that, obviously. I'm running out of it. Prod's running out of it. Let's go. Bring up the rosters, production. I'm okay. I'm fine. GTC versus Copenhagen Wolves. What a unbelievable start to life here in our second best of 3. That was a high match. We just saw Fnatic get playoffs. Now we're moving to the low match. One team gets eliminated. Please take over because I need to cough again.
Yeah, well, as I was saying, we've already seen one team get through to playoffs, and we've got another team now that will go over to elimination. GTZ, which is basically, you might know them as Rhino. The Portuguese organization switched teams, and even though the previous GTZ team was better than the previous Rhino team, Rhino placed second at the IESF World Championships, which gave them loads of VRS points because of the prize money. And so because of that, and because of their victories on LAN, which are the most important things to the VRS ranking, they are significantly higher than the previous GC roster. So the organization basically switched rosters. GC got a worse roster, but a team with higher VRS rankings, which means they are going to be invited to more of these tournaments, which they are. The issue is they've been doing pretty badly this year, and once again face down the barrel of being eliminated in another main Swiss.
Oh god, yeah.
You're alive,
right,
Brandon?
Yeah, we're good. Yeah, I look at this team. I like what I see out of Snappy. Like, I feel like we need more out of MS. I think Rafax is always a very good piece to this puzzle for GTZ. That's them. We need to go to Copenhagen Wolves now and talk a little bit about those guys because they made some really cool moves. Getting Bailani, getting Andu in this team, I think really elevates the floor of this team a lot, and I'm waiting for them to really just kick into gear because we know Andu's talent. I think Bailani is a really underrated piece in the tier 2, tier 3 scene, so seeing his move here is really good. Jaquinho making a permanent transition over to Copenhagen Wolves as well, I think is a good fit for them, and I'm really excited to see where they can go. I don't think this will be the last best of 3 for them in this tournament, foreshadowing, but I do think that they've got a lot of potential.
Yeah, I actually haven't seen much of this team this year. And they're participating in a lot more like unranked tournaments than ranked. There's obviously the Yellow Compass. There was the European Pro Leagues in 22. They're kind of sitting with their Valve ranking as like a close qualifier team, quite comfortably within close qualifier. And I think they need like a good result in this main Swiss. It's the first main Swiss for them this year, and look, they've lost to 9, which is a pretty decent team. Sashi went 3-1. They beat Chimera. I think, to be honest, they should be beating GC.
Yes.
I really like this roster, especially with Andu, and I think Jaquinho. I want to see. I basically want to see more of Jaquinho. And I've always kind of been a big fan of him because we share birthdays. Big up. But yeah, 7th of March, go huge. And okay. I'm really excited to see where this roster goes. They've also had the change of coaching from... They're basically just a whole new roster going into this year with Jaquinho, Blaney, and then Kosti instead of Toho, which I think is big. Vitos, again, I haven't seen really any of Copenhagen Wolves, and I've only seen GC once against... someone, so I'm going to be intrigued with this veto of where it goes.
I can tell you it's going to go to Ancient for Copenhagen Wolves. For GTZ, their map pool's really unfavourable against Copenhagen Wolves, and they've got to pick a map that they think they can win on, which, to be honest, I think leans more towards Dust 2 than anything else, because Copenhagen Wolves, that's their worst map. It's not good for GTZ, but you can't go Ancient, you can't go Anubis. Ancient's going to get picked by Copenhagen Wolves. I look at this and I think genuinely 2-0, even before we see the decider. Okay,
so you're saying 2-0?
Yeah, for the Wolves.
For the Wolves, they got that wolf in them because they move as packs. You know, you'd understand because a wolf and a dog. Yeah, you kind of got that.
Just carry on,
yeah.
Please.
Oh, it's really sorry. You've just thrown me off with the whole coughing thing.
Sorry, I didn't mean to do it.
I don't know why, but I've spiraled. I've got silly now. This is what happens. Do you remember when we used to play together? And if you get me silly, it's hard to bring me down. Yeah, this is what's happening. I'm silly now. But we got 2-0 for the Wolves. Nuke, do you think we're going to... So, do you think if we get to Nuke, it's just still going to be, again, probably a win for Copenhagen Wolves just because GTC look pretty bad on it.
So do Copenhagen Wolves, though. They played it 15 times, they've won it 5 times, but GTZ have not won Nuke in the 6 opportunities they've had in the last 3 months. So if we go to Nuke, it's going to be mental. But I don't think we get to Nuke, to be honest. I think Copenhagen Wolves, their individual firepower should get them through on Dust 2, and then Ancient is a really comforting map for them. So that's why I'm going in this direction.
Okay, we're going in that direction. For me, GTZ are God, this is going to sound so mean. They're a team that realistically shouldn't be top 50 in the world in VRS. Because it's the Rhino team. As I mentioned, they've got all their points from doing well at ISF. They were losing regionally. Like, if you look at their end of the year, they were losing regionally every single time to what GTC were. I'm not a massive fan of this roster. I don't think we're going to see them for very long within the VRS ranking. Their only decent result last year was, I guess, like making second in Res Regional. Like, that's a really good result.
That's a good result.
If you look at the teams they beat, it was Endpoint, Navi Jr., fair enough, Rebels, Cybershock, and they lost an Amiga. So it's a good result on the face of it, but you then look at the teams they play and you're like, actually, was it? But GC, I'm a bit of a hater. I think they're just one of the things of the Valve ranking. They've got here because of like one prize pool event. And yeah, okay. Copenhagen Wolves, we're in their corner. They had a boot camp at the start of the year. Let's see what this new roster is going to produce.
Yeah, let's see it then. I like this because it was actually nearly a stalemate in towards lower. Shane having a little peek. Shout out Shane Enjoyer if he's watching on Twitter. But because GTZ have now heard this rotate from Shane, and the long utility is working really well as a fake, B is empty. Really clever pistol from GTZ.
Yeah, I mean, 5 versus 5 retake. How often do you see this? We've got double dual bros on Andu and Shane, a flashbang on Tapeware. Got Rafax. Yeah, big kill. Massive kill. And look at this. Now the retake just a little bit belated. But speaking of Belaney, why is MS just peeked him? Now we've got the advantage in favor of the Wolves. No Pej though. No flashbang for him. And it looks like these two defenders are going to hold true. Yeah, this round, maybe if Copenhagen Wolves were like closer to the punch, I think we could have the conversation. But it's just the time was too low and they're kind of running into that bomb site willy-nilly. So yeah, okay. It's going to be a round for GTC.
Yeah, and the whole point of why they're so far away is because the fake works so well. Copenhagen Wolves pushed in towards lower and upper. They had a crunch, but GTC didn't push. So brilliant, to be honest. A really good start to a life on the T side for GTZ. You feel like this Dust 2 map win is a necessity for this series going deep for them. So very, very happy to see them start off strong. It is a 4-spy that's armed with only a FAMAS and Scout as primary weapons. Everyone else just rocking the pistols.
This is a very good stack. It's 4 players on B. And GZ, they look to just go straight into it. Yeah, here comes the smokes. Here comes the cavalry. Andu, first contact, successful. 2 players towards Car have been smoked off. And GTZ, after losing 2 casualties, disengage. They're going to try go back towards A, but Jacquinho is there with a scout. No Pej has already previously been tagged. The big piece for this puzzle for GTZ is Snappy. He's going to look to cut off rotations. He won't do more than one, and this still favors the CT side. Jacquinho, now this scout has to come into its own, and there it is. No Pej, as previously mentioned, he was low. He'll get eliminated. Rafax gets tagged, and it's a perfect rebuttal from Copenhagen Wolves.
Yeah, needed that mid player to get a little bit more there.
Oh,
Oh,
and with that,
Oh dear.
we're going to send it to a break. Hey guys, welcome back. No more tech pauses for us as Copenhagen Wolves. We missed the round. So we missed round 3. They won round 3, it appears, and Jacquini's gone up.
he does. And that was a force back in for GTZ, it would seem, because now they've got no money. What we do know about the previous round is that the mid player should have done more damage, and he didn't. And that's why we're in this scenario now. Nice counter flash out of Andu. They're going to flash through the doors, and that nade does so much damage. In fact, the team flash didn't really do the most amount of work, and Andu just gets the easiest ace probably of his whole career.
Huh. Well, that just happened. Andu's one of those guys where there's a lot of what ifs, right? He's not over. His career's not over. It's far from it. Do not get me wrong. I've always been a big fan. Wait, where did that nade just go?
Don't know.
Wait, what just oh, it's the things are okay. It's the feed. The flash didn't pop either. I've been in Andu's court a lot, and I truly do believe, and I think there is. I hope his his career continues upwards, and like Copenhagen Wolves, for instance, goes upwards, because then he'd be one of the big what ifs of CS for me. But for me, I still believe there's more we're going to see from him, and I'm very excited for that prospect. Ooh, they're holding for him. Oh my god, it doesn't matter. Yep, that's exactly what I was saying about. I've always been in his corner for things like that. Andu just jumped up and killed 2. And you know what? Him trying to play that round, quote-unquote, correctly might have actually just cost him his life. Because if he'd stayed in 4, I think he would have got more kills. But maybe that's him going, yeah, actually the better play is to fall off here. He does. He gets eliminated for that. Tapeware does get caught aggressing long. Copenhagen Wolves are in a advantage, but it's a 3 versus 2, which still could hang in the balance.
It could, but Jaquinho's on the angle, and they're just going to walk straight into his crosshair. You could see that coming from a mile off, because you're backing off and trying to get info in towards mid. If this kill's collected by Linko, then maybe there's a chance. Oh dear. Okay. Sure, Shane. CS2. He didn't get the kill, but it's just classic jumping up, disrupting. Bailey comes over the top. Clean round from Andu. Good collection from Jaquinho. Very solid round overall for Copenhagen Wolves. At least the bomb was planted, but they're still left with very limited money.
This is GT's map pick, by the way. Andu's on 10 kills. Oof, mamma mia. I'm a big fan of the Estonian scene in general. Obviously, I coached one of the, I guess, better Estonian players in Tutscam who previously played with Andu on Levadia. I think their times crossed path. But the Estonian scene is obviously very interconnected. And I think it's uncontested that Andu individually is amazing. And I think he had an unlucky thing with Gamer Legion where he joined and then kind of like everyone left as he joined, or got not left, got picked apart, right?
Oh wow!
And by the way, this round, which is you know, there's investment in this round, it's just over. Andu again. 12 and 4. He gets another 2. Jaquinho got a collat there as well, by the way. Not a kill, but damage. And Andu's just got another multi-kill. Yeah, I've heard a lot of high things about this guy. Maybe he's still young. He's got some stuff to learn with how he approaches a team and how he approaches maybe some of these environments. But you cannot deny he works very hard. And Christ, he's good at the game.
What a really good collat from Jaquinho as well. I think the crunch on towards mid was timed perfectly. GTZ just had no space to operate in whatsoever. And that was the difficulty with it. Flashbang will affect Andu, but he still gets a kill. And that delays the progression out long. You see that MS is now hesitant to push, and it means that rotates can be on the way. And in the meantime, you've got this mid push out of Copenhagen Wolves just taking all the space back.
Yep. Jaquinho's got that. Oh, he's so fast. Rafak's down. Advantage now back in favor of the Wolves. Jaquinho looking let off a howl, and instead, looks like GTC got some bite to their bark. That was a ridiculous double swing that I'm shocked that Jaquinho doesn't get a single. It doesn't even get one of the kills there. And now this is kind of a bit messy. Copenhagen Wolves, actually, they're just forcing the narrative.
Oh my
Shane,
gosh.
he's sharp. Everyone's sharp on this roster. And they're just swinging. Brandon, they got no regard for anything. They don't care whatsoever. They're just fighting. And it's working.
Yeah, and they got the York for Jaquinho as well. I mean, Jaquinho's already on 12k. It just doesn't matter to him. And yeah, I mean, that shot from Shane was insane. That's why he's got a Twitter fan account after him.
Wait, what?
Yeah, Shane Enjoyer. That's why I said shout out Shane Enjoyer.
Oh. Shane's also And I'm not wanting to harp on the whole like what if, but
What ifs?
Shane's
Yeah,
definitely
absolutely.
Shane's definitely the guy because he was a part of the inaugural Mouse NXT team,
Yes,
and
correct.
he won.
Push from Andu, by the
Okay,
way.
we'll pick this up in a moment. And,
Oh no, Shane! Come on, man. We're just talking about you.
yeah, he's just like, Andu, can I have some kills, please? And he just shoots his teammate in the back.
That is a hilarious trade. Linko has got space up Cat. Well, at least the first stage of it. Snappy now looking to take space in towards middle. In the meanwhile, while this is going on, you've got the AWP that's shuffled over to help out Shane. He's playing behind Shane, so he can't get shot.
Oh, number
You got the
one
other two
Shane
that have
fan.
got good long space. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, well, because it's a mouse. Yeah, okay.
So they're going to go into this AWP, which means you've got to test Chiquinho, and the swing is not wide, so he's not affected by it. He now spots the player on the right-hand side, jumped over, and now you see the gun disappearing as well. And you know they're not committing further in towards this B bomb site, which means that Shane can now mobilize in towards middle. And he's even holding for the smoke push. Brilliant. And that's the bomb.
This is mutilation.
It's systematic, is what it is. It's good fundamental Counter-Strike out of Copenhagen Wolves, and GTZ are just struggling to get over this default layer in. Flashbang is ineffective, but you still got 15 seconds to get to a site, which means going through the middle choke point and getting past the AWP, which you cannot do. Everyone stepping up in a big way now for Copenhagen Wolves.
Yeah, okay, this is serious for Copenhagen Wolves. They're playing some really solid Counter-Strike. Right, I'm going to take this moment and some liberties. Shane, he was a part of the inaugural Mouse NXT roster. He won 2 We Play Academy Leagues, Season 3, Season 4, Season 2. Actually, no, sorry, he won 4 in a row. He won the first 4 in a row. I think 2 of them were on LAM. And from there, like, everyone else in the roster goes forward. He then goes back regionally and is, you know, we haven't seen him much, really, to be honest. And it's cool to see, like, another piece of Mouse NXT flourishing.
Oh,
maybe not immediately, but after a moment. Jaquinho is similar as well. What if? Joined Fnatic at a young age. Doesn't really get anywhere after that, floats around regionally, shows back up again, meta support, and now Copenhagen Wolves, another opportunity where he's looking really clean. Andu, he's got so much conviction flowing through his veins right now. You can just see his vigor forcing him top mid. He gets the opening kill. He's 16-6. GTC have no idea what to do with him right now, and it looks like he's going to be adding more to his tally. Flashbang, oh, it's not even effective, but he doesn't need that. He doesn't need support. He just picks up another multi-kill, and Copenhagen Wolves, they're just looking too damn good.
They are, and this is now starting to get a little bit out of hand, if it hadn't already. It's 8-1. The only round, what, GTZ won was the pistol. I'm not surprised they're calling the pause. In fact, I'm surprised it hasn't been called earlier. Rafax has not been able to have an AWP. He had one in the previous round, and he's forced to go through mid doors.
He's had 2 AWPs, and then one time he gets dueled by Jaquinho, and then that one he's just entering mid for some reason. Well, actually, I can see why he's, like, that's actually not a bad, sorry. It looks bad in the context that first contact's taking close range, but it's really powerful to get your AWP out early into mid, and you can entry into CT or whatever. So the play is sound, it's just how it ultimately formulated looks really disjointed, right?
Yeah. But it looks disjointed because it's forced to be disjointed because Copenhagen Wolves have got control of everywhere else as well. And you've also got Andu that got the opening kill pushing in towards top mid from Catwalk, and you don't feel comfortable having that space. Shane's now got a second AWP. Jaquinho went for the long peek. It's good to see that the primary AWP is the one that's being dynamic. And now you got Andu. Oh, wow, okay. As I say, Andu getting in close, but No Pedge has just deleted Jaquinho through the smoke. That's a tough one.
It's definitely a better start. I almost am happy to see GTZ get an opening kill. Like, okay, maybe we get congestion. Andu's got an AWP now. He's picked up Jaquinho's. Buys still for GTZ, less to be desired. You've got 2 smokes left at 1 minute and 15, and it looks like they're going to try execute onto the B bomb site where Belaney is 9-1, and I think we're just going to see another multi-kill outcome from another Copenhagen Wolves rifler. We've got double AWP, I just know. Shane's AWPing.
Yeah, exactly.
And he takes the contact, and this should bait in Belaney perfectly. Oh, this is masterful. This is a good timing for Linko. Tapeware does come back, but it's still a kill to keep us in this 3 versus 3. GTC have the ability to reset, but they used all their utility attempting to get onto B, and they've been heard crossing over. So Andu, with another AWP, this is really smart. He's actually just posted towards long. Oh! Okay, yeah, massive kill, and then switches over to the A1S. Andu's playing this perfectly. Retake, though, needs to be a little bit cautious. We don't want to run in willy-nilly, and it doesn't matter. It's just so beautiful. Bro, Andu's got 20 kills going into round 11.
11.
He's got a 2 kill per round.
200 ADR.
I want this to be contestable so Andu can break the record.
I don't think that's happening. Another pause for GTZ.
Well,
Shane goes back to a single AWP. Chiquinho gets given his. Galil's. That's it for GTZ. This is horrible. They even got the kill in towards middle, but it's Andy's presence of mind to hold for the long peak and then immediately swaps to the rifle. You've immediately got the rotation shuffling over. It's suffocating. It really is suffocating. And now you can start to see why we thought this would be 2-0. I did not think it would be this sort of concrete of a performance, but this only exaggerates the matter further. And that smoke isn't good enough, because Chiquinho can peek into top middle anyway. Nice spot from Linko. Jump up on Xbox, saw Chiquinho, went back, tried to spam. Bylani now walks in towards CT. And Tapeware could be overwhelmed. There are 1v1s that can be taken here. Shane's now got all of tunnels. Snappy is aware. Yeah, but it doesn't matter.
It's like, oh, come into me, please. And the
the counter flash.
Woo, Andu. Scrappy. How is he? I'm actually in disbelief. I have no words. Andu should be dead. He should have been killed there. He shouldn't be allowed to even get 1, let alone 2 kills. And he might even get a 3rd. Rafax finally does shut down his reign of destruction. That's when Tapeware picks up 2 kills. Copenhagen Wolves, 1 falls, another comes through with a multi-kill. We're literally seeing a Hydra head.
Yeah. It's quite funny, actually, because Tapeware, the only player you didn't mention at all, I think it's the first time we've actually said Tapeware's name this entire map. But the in-game leader of this team comes from Apex Rebels as well, and that was an outfit a few years ago. He's been Copenhagen Wolves a while now.
Interesting. He's had a very... I think it's... I've had a lot of question marks over him because he was obviously on this roster IGLing while his old IGL Sense was on the roster. And that was a lot of question marks for me. And Copenhagen Wolves in general have had a lot of question marks. But this is, for me, one of the best showings, or actually, the best showing I've ever seen out of them.
Yeah,
and
agreed.
If they can continue this level of form, holy God, I'm going to be excited for them. And maybe the first round in ages, Andrew doesn't get a multi-kill, but guess what? It's 11-1 half.
11-1, doesn't matter.
Getting us on schedule.
I mean, look at this, right? Because you've got... Okay, we're not going to see it right until the very end, but the kill that... I mean, it's Shane that gets just through the smoke.
Yeah.
It's just a double dink. Just random spam. Bang, bang, see you later. GTZ won the pistol round. That was it. That was it. For long. This has to be a read. This has to be an anti of sorts. No pitch.
Hey, we got a kill on Andu. It's a start.
But that sends Copenhagen Wolves just barreling in towards middle.
Ooh, I'm not sure if I like the whole mid play. And no Pej, he's picking up a lot more than just the first.
Well, they're swinging before the smoke.
Yeah, it feels like Copenhagen Wolves are a little bit too confident right now. There's only one player on B, and he is dinked. Snappy playing in the smoke, body blocking his adversaries. They should know he was there, but instead, when he gets spotted, he comes with a kill. Belaney trying to get the bomb planted. This pistol round might not be won in this 2 versus 5, but at least they have the bomb down for the next. Or can Copenhagen Wolves somehow win this 2 versus 5? Belaney's got no armor, and Snappy's just running out. Jacquinho 1v5 gets 2. That's GGZ. Their only 2 rounds have been the pistol rounds.
Yeah, that's true, and that's
error.
worrying.
Gmod.
Oh. That's new. That'd be fun to see if we get that popping up consistently. Didn't get the bomb down at all for GTZ, so we never saw it. So...
Yeah.
Of course it'll be a 4-spy. They're winning 11-2, and they got the bomb down. And you can put Andu on a Galil. You got spawns to go out long if you'd like. Let's see. Flash me at 149. Yep.
Ooh. Lopez. A lot of flashbangs. Yeah, he has to give some respect here. Instead, he's going for extra fights. He will actually concede long. Both teams concede
he's seen
long.
a lot of info there.
Snappy's seen everything. Spam could have been salacious. Big up,
I like
Tom.
this.
Yeah, this is... Okay, so he spots... drops a mollo. Tapeware with the bomb goes through. Long range with the Tech 9. What? How does he win that duel? Riffrax, what are we doing, man?
Know.
And then now, it's an advantage with the bomb being planted. GTC, they're flowing through these smokes. There is so many smokes down. The issue is the flank doesn't get anything. And Belaney holding acutely for the ramp push. Nopej, who gets this opening kill, now is forced to retreat as Copenhagen Wolves have not given up a single round outside of the pistols.
That's crazy. They're 0-2 in pistols and they're winning the game 12-2. Like that, I don't think I've ever seen that. Well, this is going to hurt because the money is going to suck again for GTZ and they need perfect rounds of CS and I don't think that's happening anytime soon. I think the correct term for this is that they've been put in a spliff.
Yeah, they've been smoked. Inhale. Exhale. Copenhagen Wolves are about to hit 13.
Yeah. God, keep your career as a customer. I don't think the rap industry is for you.
I thought that was quite smart.
Wow.
Or, no, hits from the Wolves.
Okay, just stop. It might all MB. And that's the rifle spotted. Oh, please get out of there. Nopej, please get out of there.
He goes, nope.
He does. It might just be a repeat of the previous.
Yeah.
It might, honestly.
No long presence is the difference maker potentially, because...
But it's a double tunnel push with pistols, and it's not going to catch off the player that's waiting there.
Yeah, I think that's Snappy, that's
Andu.
long, and yeah, we're just splitting B. Andu's holding for MS. MS should be falling one way or another, and yeah, doesn't expect Andu to already be left side. Nice shots from Snappy, but even better from Andu. We haven't seen a multi-frag from him in a few rounds, so, you know, felt like it was about time. Jacquinho, ooh, leaves what is going on? Guys, maybe we're having a bit too much fun. Every single player on low HP in the server right now. Shane, a 1 versus 2. The ex-Mouse NXT prodigy now looking to show that he still has the game, and there it is. Great first kill. 23 HP, ring around the roses. Linko, there's nothing he can do. Shane's played this to perfection, and yeah, form is temporary, class is forever.
Well, I mean, what can you really say about that game apart from if Copenhagen Wolves just work on their pistols, it's 13-0. I mean,
yeah,
that was absolute destruction on GTZ's map pick. Let me just iterate that again. GTZ's map pick, and they lost 13-2. coming into this, thought it would be maybe a quick dismissal of GTZ with how strong Copenhagen Wolves are. I feel like they drew a rough opponent in them, but I mean, with that on display, you now go on to Ancient, which is arguably Copenhagen Wolves' best map. That Dust is not a good map for them, and they made it look so easy. So I'm really worried now for GTZ on Ancient, I'm not going to lie.
And yeah, if I'm a Portuguese fan, I am quaking, because after this break, we're going to be going on to Ancient, and this should be a pretty quick 2-0, and this should be the elimination of GTZ. We'll be finding out answers to all of those questions very shortly after the break. there's not loads to say about map 1, Brandon. Both pistol rounds were lost by Copenhagen Wolves. And then, can you take a guess at what the scoreline was, with the understanding that they lost both pistol rounds?
13-2.
That's not great, is it? I don't think I've ever seen that, personally.
I don't think I have either.
Yeah, and guess what? That was GTZ's map pick. So, we go on to Ancient. Copenhagen Wolves. Looks like someone let the hounds out.
Yeah, the thing is, though, it's so tough to even give that anything if you're GTZ. All you do is you just pretend it didn't happen, and you go on to Ancient and you pretend that this is just a completely new series, because I mean, they were being outclassed. Yes, Ancient is a better map for them, but on an individual level, every single person from Copenhagen Wolves was stepping up with a big round. Andu was playing incredibly. Jaquinho had some really key moments. Shane was anchoring down his bomb site with ease. I don't even remember the last time GTZ got a plant, and that's a really telling feature to how dominant the map was. And you look at Ancient, yes, you can run a lot more structured defaults on it compared to Dust 2. It isn't just repetitive. You can add variety in. And yes, GTZ will be starting on the CT side, which I think will help them a lot. But if they lose that mid fight, if they lose that lane fight early, that might scare them off from actually attempting to go and do it again. A lot of respect may be given over to Copenhagen Wolves, which means a lot more map control, which means potentially it could go in the same vein as it did in Dust 2. I don't expect it to be that one-sided, but I do expect Ancient to be a good victory for Copenhagen Wolves just because of the amount that they play it and how consistent they are on it.
Yeah, this is disappointing for GTZ, and it feeds into the narrative I said at the very beginning of the series, of it feels like GTZ are, like, the reason why they're in these tournaments is because of a very good placement at ISF where they play second. And the same can be said about Nexus. The only reason they're here is because they won that event. Without ISF, both these teams would be struggling to even get into CCTs. And it feels like because both of their performances have been very poor recently, and, well, even in this series, below poor. This is below adequate. It feels like this is a team that is going to be maybe outliving their time quite quickly. I can imagine we see them just kind of slowly dropping through the ranks. Not slowly. Well, I don't even know how long it will take. Like fast, slow. I think a loss like this is quite big. It is. Oh, even though Copenhagen Wolves are really lower than GDZ, GZ still only lose. They don't actually lose any VRS points from this. Ranking points. So that's surprising. But for Copenhagen Wolves, this should be an easy approach to Ancient, unless like ludicrous happens.
We'll see. As I said, I don't want to write out GTZ. Just you got to pretend that first map just didn't happen. They were good on pistols. It's just about converting the follow-up. 3 players lie in wait on B. It's a much more of a slower approach here for both teams. Rafax has creeped all the way down at this B ramp. Smoke comes in at Donut. Will Rafax move? If he doesn't... Oh, he doesn't. It's got to be cleared. Has to be cleared, and he is. Good find from Andu. Straight up the B ramp. Bomb plant immediate. Counter flash is great, but no profit on it from the USP. They nearly line up, but MS can only take one away. Tateware's been removed as the A player. What's going on in towards CT with Jaquinho? I don't think they're going to be ready for this at all. No, they're not. Easy collection. Andu swings, and Copenhagen Wolves will now go one better, and that is winning a pistol round.
Just so funny. Well, if I am GTZ and I'm like, okay, guys, what success do we get on Dust 2? Pistol round. Okay, let's try to do that again, and then we'll build from there. Hold on, we don't even get the pistol round now. This is gone bottoms up.
Oh, holy based from Jaquinho. MP7. And a full eco for GTZ, so they want the gun rounds, they want that to be a priority, which I can respect. A stack in towards Cave, in towards B. Issue is that Copenhagen Wolves are going A. And this starts to get frustrating now, because you've made this stack. You feel like this is going to be the play. and you've been outcalled again. I mean, it's not really an outcalling, it's just do we go B or do we go A? But it's one of those things where nothing is going your way. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. I just find it funny. We look at the MP, like the SMG buy menu of Copenhagen Wolves, and we're just like, which one shall we buy today? UMP? MP5? Wait, is this the MP5 or the MP7?
MP7.
MP7. Sorry, I don't know my SMGs.
Don't quick switch, Andy. They're coming.
They're coming for you. Well, he got an anti-eco ace on Dust 2, and fair play for holding that spray there. Could be another anti-eco ace, but I think you'll be happy with just getting another multi. He's had 2 multi-kills already, and it's been 2 rounds. Good God. Good God, man.
Nice shot. Any more? Maybe not. You won't get his ace, but he'll still get 4. Ando effect in full swing. Take where's your gun? There it is. Oh, that lane utility did no damage. Linko up close to the MP9 could be a nasty surprise for Jaquinho. There's a bait in there with the A1S. And the push on the reload, but punished by Jaquinho. And the molly will force Rafax back. No Pedge, third player here. And there's another rotation on the way. So a good protocols here for GTZ. But you've only removed an SMG. This is weird on the smoke. Rafax and Shane. They really want to commit to this B bomb site, Copenhagen Wolves. Oh, gun barrel spotted.
Yeah, it's just so rough.
Kill collected as well.
Just
Yes.
from bad to worse, and we lose the B bomb site. There's also a lurk. Andu's just skulking around in middle. He's gonna hear the rotation of MS and should get this kill for free. He's just been catching a perfect timing, and he just lines them up as well. It's just insult to injury, and it's almost perfect.
I think it is perfect, really. Because, look, you've lost an MP7 that now gets upgraded into maybe not an AWP in this round because you know the money's not there, so it's an AK instead, but it's still an upgrade. I really would like everyone to keep an eye out for Andu in middle, in Red Room, with these lurks, because he is so good at lurking on this map, and he did it all the time in Gamer Legion. Deserves to kind of get his flowers here as well in Copenhagen Wolves, because his timings are just exceptional. Like, his game sense of when to go round that corner, he does it better than most in Tier 2, gotta be honest.
What's crazy is that I think when I was first kind of starting to look at Andu, this is a long time ago, I always saw him as like a crazy entry fragger, but he's not, is he? He's a lurker. He's like, he's someone who plays on the extremities of the map. You know, it's really interesting to see, and he anchors, right? He was anchoring long, but he was so mobile, and it's the narrative of you have your star players as an anchor, which is really kind of into the whole theme of CS2. And yeah, like on this map, he's just going to be so active, and it's really amusing to see someone who's so good like this not be the guy who's like first in, for instance, or being like maybe a second or third, being a trader. Instead, yeah, he's just over towards elbow and he gets the kill.
Yeah, Linko wanted to link up with his teammates but can't do it. Can't even spam the bomb denial. I mean, he can, but it's going to do no damage with the 5-7. Byloni just lying in wait. We'll get the kill in just a second. There it is. Oh no. And this gets taken away and the MAC-10 becomes the AK. It already feels dangerous and it's only 4-0.
Yeah, I was gonna say it already feels like it's game over.
Well, just look at the kills. Snappy's got 3. No Pedge and MS have got 1. Rafax and Linko haven't got anything. in 4 rounds of play.
It's not. It's just continuously looking worse and worse and worse, right? That's maybe a positive. Andu does finally fall in middle, but he does take one with him. And the AWP is in a good position towards long. If there's no utility, which doesn't look like it's going to be a good free kill for Rafax. Excellent headshot to Tapeware. But the bomb site has been capitulated, and they're hunting down the AWPer. They will succeed in this venture, but they neglect Nopez's presence towards Cave. Bomb shall be planted. A continuous advantage for GTZ. And Shane and Jacquino are playing this very separated. Shane, lucky to be alive, and it feels like there should be a GTC retake.
It feels like it should be. Yeah, Shane's going to die right here. And now Jacquino's just on an island. Needs to win out this fight in towards CT. Pressing the issue. Gets the kill. Knows one was in cave. There's no kit. That's the danger here. They go around the corner together, but he lives and escapes. No. Not like this. Jacquino's now just playing with him. Swaps to the M4. Nopej can put a smoke on the bomb, but he's lost it. And GTZ are lost in the source. That should never be a 1 versus 3, but it is. Nothing can go right for GTZ.
Just insult to injury. I've used that phrase already this game, this map, and it's firmed there even further. Like, that was a continuous round where GTZ always had the man advantage. They had a 3 versus 2 where they even get the first kill. It leaves Jacquino in a 1 versus 3, and we just give them all the space in the world to work with. We've played 5 rounds of Counter-Strike. GTZ still have a player on 0 kills and have used 2 of their 3 tactical pauses. This is looking very, very dire for the Portuguese.
I want to compliment Jacquino on his actual first kill on towards Rafax. Not being funny, if you're an AWPer, you know exactly where the opposing AWPer's going to stand on angles like that, and he just crouches down below the barrel and then jumps up and gives him no chance to get that kill. And from there, just plays with his food almost. Speaking of 0 kills, Tapeware. Not needed. And he's on a UMP. That's a miss smoke. I know what you're thinking. Wow, that's a deep smoke thrown from T-spawn. No, that was the CT smoke that lands on CTB. And yeah, Tateware's now just running over Snappy. That's the A bomb site. That's a 6th round for Copenhagen Wolves. Now Bailey can just add some ecos to his tally. Any more, he says. Yes, please. Thank you very much.
Dude, this is actually kind of insane.
We started the game 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, and we're already 6 rounds in. Yeah, this is... I feel bad for GTZ, but for Copenhagen Wolves, this is one of the better showings that I've seen maybe ever, and it makes me very excited for the future, because it's always been a team where I've been like, I don't know, they've always been on the outskirts. I never really thought too much about them, but hey, they're grabbing my attention now. They're forcing me to pay attention.
Good conditioning here as well, just from Copenhagen Wolves. Have been pressuring so much in towards B and towards lane, and now you hit A. Rafax does have the AWP, but you imagine he's just going to be smoked off in a sec. And you've still got this lurk element of Bailey. Smokes are going to fade. He should be removed, and he is, which is good. And there's no smoke for CT. That's a little bit of a mistake. A 5v3. This time, GTZ. Surely this time.
Oh no, we've been here before, Brandon. Jacquino's alive. Don't forget that. Molotov towards Temple. That blocks Rafax out. Nade in the smoke. Tapeware taking the jewels. Okay, maybe a little bit too abrasive. And this time, we get our first round on the board for GTZ. They don't allow any shenanigans. They don't lose a single player. It's flawless. Yippee! It's their first gun round. First gun round of the series.
It's got to be said as well. the Copenhagen Wolves a good idea, an identity to the round, but where's your smoke into CT? If you smoke into CT, none of that happens. Rafax doesn't get 2 kills. He might get 1 on the Andy swinging towards Temple. But you know what I mean? Like, that feels a little bit silly. But it's important for GTZ. Now we look for consistency, something they weren't able to provide at all in Map 1. Back-to-back rounds, the idea. Whether this is the case, though, is yet to be seen. And a quick crunch in towards middle. Break on the Rev Root, smoke doesn't quite work. Now it's only further info for this T side. There was a lot of commotion in towards Cave and the rumblings around it, so at least that's been heard. Where's this AWP? In towards Red Room. So it's far away, removed from the equation here.
Ooh, missed Molo at the front of Cave. Luckily, there's no one on the bomb site. Smoke short, nothing long. That allows Jacquinho to peer down the angle and almost hits his teammate, but instead will just connect with Rafax. And this execute, it's defyingly good. Sure, Snappy's pushing A main, but the bomb planted on B. And MS, there's no way he survives. Hopefully, he can take someone down with him. And sure, Andu does fall, but it's just a sharp rebuttal for Copenhagen Wolves to once more confirm their dominion over the Portuguese.
Yeah, I mean, good execute. And yeah, Jacquinho just a sliver getting that frag with the AWP. But from there, just every single rifler just gets a kill. MS finds 1, sure. If it doesn't matter, it does not matter. They got so much money here when the bomb explodes. Something that is not really the same luxury here for GTZ. You win 1, then you lose. You've got to buy into this. Sure, your loss bonus is maxed out. Great, but you're still down 6 rounds. Impressed with Jacquinho. He's really playing a good series right now. They're going to try the A attack again. Hoping for better success stories. Snappy takes a lot of damage in that Molo. Rafax is here, this time starting Donut. You feel like this time it will be smoked off. Flashbang in, he doesn't see anything. Counter flash is brilliant.
Yeah,
It's actually a fake out. They're not coming into the same main hit.
yeah, they want.
But I like this from Rafax.
This is really nice. He sees a shadow. This is going to allow potentially for the Donut players to stay towards middle. That's the whole point of this early stage play from Copenhagen Wolves, is to try draw away those players from middle. Rafax, he's already found success. Don't want to throw it all away, but instead, he just reaffirms that. Geeking into Jacquinho, and now these players in middle for GTC have not budged. They have no reason to, because their AWPer has just secured down the A bomb site, and Copenhagen Wolves, it's a good idea, but it's just all been undermined by the fact that Rafax has gotten away with murder.
Yeah, I really appreciate the aggression out of Rafax. You're right, he does an awful lot for his team. Bailey's just trying to find something. Tatewell will find nothing, and neither will Bailey. So every single round that GTC have won has been flawless, I think, in their credit.
Yep, they've won 2. They've not lost a player in either of them.
So that's good. They can still end the half with 5 rounds. That'd be amazing. It's just whether they can. And they need to give us a bit of belief that they can. That was a really good start.
Again, we're kind of faking out maybe. I don't know how necessary this is for a team to, when you're 7-2 up, to throw these charades.
I mean,
into the mixture.
It's one of those where genuinely they might just be practicing it.
Oh my god, yeah, maybe.
That sounds brutal, but I actually think it's true in this instance.
And this is weird because Copenhagen Wolves have got the A bomb site, and GTZ are now going back towards B because Andu's already been spotted. This is such a weird round. There's 3 players on the B bomb site, but Tapeware and Shane are dispatching with people on the extremities. And now, the issue with the bomb going back towards A is that Snappy's been sitting and residing in elbow the whole round. Jacquinho, none the wiser. Head turn, negated, but Tapeware, an instant trade. And with just these rotations floundering all over the place, they're walking into crosshairs left, right, and center. No Pedge spotted out towards CT. Bomb gets planted on A eventually. And a very convoluted round for Copenhagen Wolves ends up looking shockingly quite clean.
Yeah, and it's all because of Tapeware, actually. Not the second kill you want to talk about, it's the first one. Because he pushes his own donut smoke and gets the jump on MS. No one's fighting Copenhagen Wolves out A. There's a bit of spamming towards CT. Okay, where's your donut player? He's not going to expect one guy just walking through the left-hand side of that smoke. So good work from Tapeware, because then he's in a position to trade Jacquinho cleanly. 5 was the minimum I was hoping for. Anything less now, it still is a little bit ropey here for GTZ. And that nade felt like it was destined for greatness, and it didn't do anything. Flashbang good, but not effective. Spams undermine everything, and No Pedge is then left alone. 2 quick openers, good trade out of Rafax, but there's still a player advantage, and controlling towards middle for Copenhagen Wolves.
I mean, GTC do have the read, at least, with 2 players on B. We have a full belt of utility on Jacquinho. I wouldn't hate an execute, but instead we're going for the contact, and GTC just give up those kills. Rafax close range with the orb. Oh my god, those 2 kills, very impressive. MS though tagged in the mollo. Andu, Malfamoto coming over this information, and it's just going to be a smoke off to deny the Portuguese any space or room to breathe. He's going to try flash his way through the smoke. Andu should be able to dodge this, and it should be an easy collection of a 9th.
I'll tell you what though, one thing that I've learned in this series is that Rafax is really good at reaggressing angles. It's just a shame he hasn't had the support network, because that is a 3 versus 5 that gets turned into a 2 versus 1 because of Rafax's quick AWPing. Unfortunately, again, we enter the word unfortunately into our discussions, because it is still 9 rounds on the T side with the potential to make it 10, and that nade has done so much damage. Snappy will alert Andu. He's spamming the elbow smoke. And now Copenhagen Wolves can just settle into more of a B finish again. Linko and No Pedge on an island. 2 players waiting outside A. Rafax the only one with a rifle. You feel like you got to push. You feel like you need to get info somewhere. But if you go down B ramp, you're in danger. But maybe that Miss Molly could help things out a bit, because it is still the element of information, and there has been an hour pushing towards A main.
It's been a push into A main, but GTC are very preoccupied with middle, and Andu's going to keep this occupation. Now, we need to get going here for Copenhagen Wolves. We need to get his execute on, but a smoke ramp could deter them. Very well placed smoke by Linko. And SMG on the other side is terrifying. And nade through, and it actually just lands on Belaney. A very misplaced piece of utility, but Andu catches off MS towards elbow, and all of a sudden the success we've had actually holding down the bomb site now gets unraveled as the A side of the map is completely open. Bomb's gonna get planted. Andu taking the aggressive line towards CT, smites 2 down, snatches them away, and Jacquinho is just holding towards Dona. He's saying, yeah, there's no one here, watch out towards CT, and that's exactly what Andu and Tapeware are doing. The final round, the half, looks like it's going to be a very underwhelming performance from GTC once again.
Oh, Andu nearly gets the ace. He gets 4. He's done more than enough. Jacquinho locks it in. Time to give credit to where credit is due to Tapeware, because he does delay that execute. He does prolong it. They even break the smoke. They don't get what they want, but you know what? They don't stick to that game plan. They immediately can say, let's go A. And the ability to do that with, what, 25 seconds, really? We'll see when this kill comes in on the replays right at the very end. But it's one of those where you think, okay, that's really good calling. The ability to adjust is, I think, a very underrated asset, especially in Tier 2.
Oh, I think Copenhagen Wolves could be our next underrated team in Tier 2. Oh, we've just modded ourselves off donut. Okay.
The same round.
Oh,
But, oh, this is close.
will they clear Snappy? This is the big,
they will.
like
They will.
Tapeware knew about him. Very scary from Jaquinho, but Belaney, he's already got 3 kills, and now the next set of dual breaders come into the fray. Copenhagen Wolves, they've won both pistol rounds. They've only dropped 2 rounds so far, 4 in the whole series, and they will surge to an 11th, denying any bomb plant, meaning GTZ are scraping the bottom of the barrel when it comes to purchasing into this round.
Yeah. Yeah. That's all you can say.
Yeah.
It has been just brilliant from start to finish for Copenhagen Wolves and for GTZ. The only like fair assessment you can give to them is this has been an incredibly rough day at the office.
I think that's an understatement.
Good flashes. Smoke. Doesn't really work. Good counter flashbang again by Nopej. Linko is in, but there's still 2 more players. I don't think you're ever clearing the boost. Oh, or maybe you are. Andu didn't find anything. By Elaney and Shane through the smoke. No! No, no, no! Not like this. Rafax makes it so it isn't going to be a catastrophe. GTZ win the force back.
Okay, you know, extra step into the right direction. But I don't know. I really feel like it's a silver lining amidst the rain cloud, and sure, we might actually garner some rounds together because Copenhagen Wolves, if they lose this, they're going to be on eco, so GTZ can get on 5 quite aptly, but I can't imagine there's going to be any sustained success after that.
You know, one time I watched Copenhagen Wolves and they were going up against Masonic, and it was 11-1 to them. Sorry, to Masonic on CT side. Ancient, they went over to their T side, and Copenhagen Wolves won 13-11. So it is possible.
But wait, so you were saying Copenhagen Wolves made the comeback?
Yeah, which isn't really good for the analogy, is
Okay,
it?
yeah, I was like, the analogy is sound if it was GTZ. The issue is that analogy almost just says GTZ are going to lose even more. And this is what I mean. We might get this round. We probably will. Linko's picked up 2. And sure, we will tow it over the line. But it's going to get to 5. And it's going to be a gun round for Copenhagen Wolves. And I just imagine, even if they win that, even if they lose that GTZ, it's just still, like, you know, it's not mess around here.
You know, obviously we watched Teen, and I said that his name reminds me of Fiend.
Yeah.
Well, Linko reminds me of the song Link Up by Metro Boomin.
Okay.
And it's in my head every single time I watch GTZ. I'm going to send it to you.
Terrorists win.
Sorry, is it day, everyone? I can't talk and type at the same time. There you go. This is all that's in my head.
The hell?
This is all that's in my head when I hear when I see GTZ.
This is...
Full eco for Copenhagen Wolves.
Oh, yeah. Link up. Linker.
Yeah, every time.
Oh, an insight into B-Dog's head.
Dangerous place to go. No shot. Yeah, have that.
Yeah, have a mollo.
I can't lie, it's been the most boring round in the series so far. Nap time on Ancient.
Nap time. To be fair, it's been just one of those weird series where it's just like,
There's been so much action, so when you have a slow round, it's like it feels weird, you know?
Well, what's going to be interesting is Saw have stated that they're moving away from international, that they're moving away from a regional team. The organization stated they're going international. Story also said in a HLTV interview that they are going to be going international. And GTZ, alongside now Rhino, are probably the only two Portuguese full teams. So you've got a lot of European rosters that are dominating the scene. Copenhagen Wolves, obviously, I guess now being the adversary. And for GTC, it's just kind of cool to see maybe if a Portuguese team can fill in the steps of like a Koi or a Saw, because I know Koi is still playing under Iberian Soul, but yeah, roster's past its prime.
That's also going to upset a lot of people because that is 4/5 Spanish.
Sorry, Iberian. Iberian. Please don't hate me.
Oh,
What is going
okay.
on?
Well, Andy gets the kit, and
there's
there's
a guy
one more in heaven,
but
and it's still one
peekaboo.
cave.
Yeah,
damn these trades.
It's a mystery box right now. It's just you open it and then just so much comes out the other side. Rafak should get this kill, and he will. So somehow we're in a 2 versus 2.
We are, and the defense is split up quite categorically. Nopej is now just holding for a push. There will be some re-aggression out of Bylani, but only to the entrance of cave. He'll drop a smoke, and now he'll look to maneuver and spots the angle of Nopej. And now he can just duck in towards cave. He's going to go through his own smoke. He's going to make it weird. You've got to be starting to rotate now if you're Chiquinho.
Bomb has been planted.
Nopej versus Chiquinho, important fight, one in which Chiquinho will win. And now Rafex is so worried and paranoid. Where the hell has Bylani gone? He's still in cave, mate. There's no kit. So at least this makes this retake somewhat interesting. But all you do is you just get on the bomb.
And yeah, we're just defusing.
And now you know where he is.
Yeah, spam. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, we protect the president or we spam back. Kind of a bit of both. And even though there's no kit, and sure, that could have got scary, it's a round for Copenhagen Wolves where it felt very tumultuous in the back and forth affairs, but ultimately in the 2 versus 2, they are very successful, and now they have 7 opportunities to end this off in regulation.
That they do. That they do. At least Rafax has got the AWP. That's been the most exciting part for GTZ for me. Rafax on the AWP. Let's see if they can get another round. Bring it a little bit closer. But as soon as the guns came out for Copenhagen Wolves, it felt like it was only ending one way. Shane gets close and towards cave with the MP9. That's a missed nade, but it doesn't do that much damage. But it does deny info and forces a re-trigger of the grenade. Shane doesn't hear Linko's step. And double flashbangs but non-committal at A. There's a Copenhagen Wolves round. And a double smoke. Bit of miscomms there as well.
very flustered for how, like, how good it should be.
I like this position here, though. We're coming over to be with Jaquinho in for Donut.
Okay, 55 seconds. Contact now taken towards Donut on a double layered tapeware. Stuck between a rock and a hard place, but he fights his way out, and the T's just molly their entrance in anticipation that he's playing close. This allows now time for the rotations, and we're peaking very individualistically. Tapeware, he's doing God's work right now. 3 kills, and Rafax can't trade with the orb. Question is, where's Belaney? He thinks it's the B bomb site. Tapeware, what are we doing? They molly themselves off again. What is going on? There's 25 seconds left. GTZ, are they going back towards B?
Yeah, they're going to Belaney.
And Belaney's position, I said, well, he thinks it's still towards B. I understand now because he's sitting towards long. There's no utility to dispar him. He gets spotted and no pej. The headshot, so necessary, connects. And it's Tapeware up for the 1 versus 2 ace clutch.
If he can get by Rafax, there's a chance. But getting this orb off the angle is going to be tricky. Big swings. He's being given a chance, but Rafax will hit his shot. GTZ, through mollying themselves off to the A-bomb site twice, come away with the round victory anyway.
It's all by Laney, though. That's all by Laney. Like, why is he peeking out? There's 9 seconds left. Why isn't he playing the long game? Why isn't he just going to deny the bomb? Even getting a kill, making a 1v1. That's a massive, massive overstep from him.
Good news is that they're not having any trouble against the Eco. And Jaquinho's DC. No!
No!
It's 12-7. Please come back. We've had enough tech pauses today. We don't need any more. The issue is that that was an instant DC, and it wasn't like a CS2 disconnect after he died. It was he got kicked because of some AC issues. But he's back, which is good news, because that means we can just play again. And it was an eco, so who cares?
Okay. We're back. We're back with a vengeance. 5 rounds in a row GTC need. They've got 2. You need to go flawless once more.
I like this out of Shane.
Yeah.
Had the tick of the molly, and this time he's just taking the space.
I like this out of GTZ though even more.
Yeah, they're out.
They hear all
Jaquinho's
the
dead.
commotion. Yeah, they hear all the commotion towards mid, and they just speed up over towards A. Oh my god, it is perfection. Where was this 30 rounds ago? On Dust 2, on whatever. Where was this?
They can still do it. Linko is over at B. And Shane's got a weird time in now and he's dead in the back. Maybe, unless the player goes elbow. Oh my god, this is so awkward. So, Shane's going to catch Linko and get an AK. Oh my god, no he's not. Okay, he is. But he might not be ready for heaven. He's not at all. So only 1 rifle being saved. Starts to feel a little bit touch and go now. It's that 12-1 thing I was talking about. 11-1. It's happening. It's happening, Freddy.
No. I almost refuse.
It's going to be 12-9. Win the next gun round, 12-10. Eco, 12-11. 2 more gun rounds and it's OT.
Oh, we just lose it out here. There's 3 players with armor. Now 2 on a primary rifle and a man advantage. Have you just jinxed it? There is a player that's somehow got into CT.
Yeah, that's true.
How has Snappy bypassed Jackinho? But the thing is, he'll get the kill to Jackinho. Oh my god, he's letting
let
him
him
go
go.
past.
Yes. Oh, I love it.
My god. Oh, no, but okay, he gets the kill. Still, though, gets the kill on Jackinho. That's one of the P250s. That's one of the no-armored players. Andu still remains vigilant in a main. He's picked up a second advantage still in favor of Copenhagen Wolves. That's the bomb as well. That's the bomb dropped. Linko now has to protect, but Andu... Wait, how is Andu not being spotted? What? Why are they not checking the close corner? Andu's picked up 4 kills. He's looking for a fight. He's looking for a 5th. He's looking for the ace, and that's exactly what he gets. You jinxed it, Brandon. You said it was going to overtime. Instead, the Estonian mastermind plays with them around A main. All 5 kills for him, and Copenhagen Wolves eliminate GTZ.
I'm sorry, Portugal. I didn't think that my words would have that much of a consequence. I mean, that is just ridiculous from Andu. That's all you can say. Yes, they should have cleared the corner, but that is still mastery to get all of those frags. They were just so convinced he'd gone to the bomb. He hadn't. He was waiting for them. He was hoping the Heaven players would make that rotate. And Copenhagen Wolves do it in dramatic but also dominant fashion.
Andu is just my goat. I said it at the start of the series. I think there's a lot of what-ifs about him, and he has kind of shown today that he really, truly can compete at the highest of levels. This guy individually is sublime, and now Copenhagen Wolves, they're 1 step away from making their first playoffs in CCT this year. They've come from the closed qualifier. They failed to get through the closed qualifier in the last CCT series, and I feel like this Copenhagen Wolves roster has got something to say about their place in the circuit in 2025. I'm really excited. Brandon.
I can't believe it.
Yeah, I can't believe it.
I can't believe it.
They're just looking so sharp. Did they join 500 Sinners, Alaska, and Chimera?
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, GTZ.
You jinxed it, dude.
I don't know. I don't know what more I can say. I mean, I can't actually believe that. You're right. They do join the 2-2 pool. It always felt like it was going that way, to be fair, but the way that ended is brutal, but it also just sums up what GTZ went through. We've got one more best of 3 for you today. We've got BC Game coming up, and they're in the 2-1 match going up against Guns as well, so that'd be an interesting one. That one is in about an hour, so we're going to take a little bit of an extendy break. It's not going to be me and Freddie. We're swapping out for some other guys as well, so make sure you go and give them some love. Make sure you give yourself some self-love as well. Give yourself some attention in this hour off, and look after yourself. Take care, and we'll see you in a bit for Guns versus BC Game.
Hello everybody, welcome on back there as we hop on into some pretty exciting action. We're looking forward to carrying forward Europe. I'm Exner, I'm joined here by Wida. I'm looking forward to casting with you. I mean, this is the first time we've been working together, and I'm definitely looking forward to seeing some European Counter-Strike here. It's been a while since I've been here in CCT EU.
Yeah, I mean, you're used to watching people hold down W and not really thinking about where they're going, right? X, that's the North American FPL style of living. Something that I guess you're also kind of familiar with, but you're like, what is it, 2 seasons of intermediate or advanced, or what did you play back in the day as well? Yeah. So, just see if there's going to be any... Yeah. So here we are. This is how everything has gone down so far today. Fnatic being challenged by Rush B a little bit, but the troops are rallying around Blame F as they normally do over in Fnatic alongside Matsis to take a 2-1 victory over Rush B. Portuguese GCC then took down a loss to Copenhagen Wolves, a bit of an eclectic mixed team, Copenhagen Wolves, I think, but they've kind of set on the call now, gotten a boot camp. That boot camp has really been paying off recently. A great result for them here. Now we have Gun 5 versus BC game coming up next. Yeah, so this is going to be an interesting match for sure, right? Because these two teams are in the 2-1 bracket right now, so win here will get them through to the playoff stage of the CCT event here. CCT 18, as you can see right there. In round 4, high match here. And I'm super excited to see how this is going to go down, because I think BC Game have been in pretty good form recently. They did lose their most recent match here in the Swiss stage to 9, which is also a team that's been kind of under rise in recent memory. And I think that you're looking at that, the most recent kind of like looks at who they've been beating. Here you see this is going to be the last match of this round of the group stage as well. You see Cybershow taking down 500, Ecstatic and Sinners fighting it out down the lower bracket as well. And then we saw Sashi take down Navi Jr. yesterday as well, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, looked like some pretty exciting action already kicking through so far. I mean, as you can see, some of the rosters that have locked in these qualification spots, not too much of a surprise here at the moment. If you're talking about the success story that Fnatic bringing to the table here, Sashi as well, doing some very good work. And now we get to determine our next qualification game here between Gun 5 and BC Game. Tough matchup for both of these rosters when you're looking at how they got here. I believe, BC Game obviously looking to continue their winning ways, but they had to forfeit to, I believe, open up this thing because of a schedule issue. So you could imagine this is a roster that could have locked in a quick 3-0 and could have locked in a quick qualification spot, but now looking to do it right here and right now, as they've been on an absolute tear as of recent. This is the core that comes through from Bleed. They've got themselves a whole lot of proven firepower that I think BC Game has landed on their feet really nicely in terms of the roster that they've been able to pick up. They've stuck along with Prime Taps as well. Here's the only non-Bleed member, which I mean, so far has been a great direction for me. I was kind of wondering how long he was going to be able to stay on this roster, if they were going to look to change him out, but it seems like a good fit for this team role wise here, that everyone is getting along and they're experiencing that early success that this iteration of the roster kind of you would expect out of them in the tier 2 region.
Yeah, and also there is like one headset match between these two teams all the way back in September though, so you can't really use it for like a lot of like actual like proof of anything. But back then these two teams were playing a lot closer, and that's a big thing as well. Keep in mind that despite when the Bleed banner, there was a lot of kind of controversy surrounding that Bleed team coming out over the course of with the whole unpaid thing, and then towards the back end of the last season, a lot of people being disappointed about them missing the major and all that. But I'm excited to see Cypher play, because when this boy gets to play Counter-Strike, Axner, he clicks heads in the entries. Like pretty much no other player in the game has like such a unique play style, coming out of that British land sphere that has given us so many great players. In reality, they haven't really given us any great players outside of the likes of like Messi, probably, since like Counter-Strike 1.6 and Source. We had when you had the boys with Rattlesnake, etc., kind of coming out of that landsphere.
Yeah, I mean, it's really fun to watch him play here, especially when again he kind of gets unleashed when he's given the freedom to make these moves. I think it makes the job of any IGL here, and especially Nex's job, a little bit easier when it comes down to his aggressive rifling. You have an immediate aggressive tool that can open up anywhere he goes, and he's willing to do it. He's willing to be that soldier for you. So yeah, I'm right there with you, man. He's a very fun, very explosive player here in the scene that I always look forward to watching. So we can take a look at the opposition here and see who they're going to be playing up against. And, you know, this is a roster full of players that you know, I really liked watching throughout last year. When you talk about Selter, kind of a excellent anchor that can surely just get the job done. I think he's been able to command a lot of respect. I want to see him maybe rise in the scene a little bit more, and see if he can continue to put Gun 5 into a good position. But, you know, Lackey's always been a very stable force for this roster for quite some time, and I think he can do a whole lot to get them there. I thought, you know, initially that he might be the IEGL, but it's actually Selter, I believe, doing the calling right now as well. So that's an interesting little, you know, bit in addition to his game. Whereas I know Lackey at one point was doing some of the calling, but now looking to be maybe more of a secondary voice into this team. And I think this roster, given that fact, has a lot of potential.
Yeah, when I look at this roster, I kind of look at it, and that's kind of two stories. Like, there's the whole world after Tenier, which is like the story of like how will Shine kind of find his shine on this team. A little bit of a bad joke to start off with here, but it's also like it's a tale of redemption for the likes of Seltzer, Lackey, and SD Aim, right? Like, again, kind of say redemption for SD Aim is a little bit. The kid is still very young, right? But he had that stint with Sprout, and then Sprout kind of closed their doors, and that was supposed to be like his kind of catapulting in towards like coming into a very successful and proven development sphere to operate within, right, under Barry's wing, stuff like that. Is Lackey on Aurora, and also Seltzer was a part of that Force roster for quite a while until they shut down their doors early last year on their CS division, right? So as you're pointing out, and you have someone like Shiello, who's been a part of Gun 5 pretty much since the inception of this organization, is when you're looking at this guy's tenure on the roster. So he's just a part of the furniture at this point, right? So you're talking about how you want to see someone like Seltzer kind of take it to the next level. I think that's kind of the entire story of like the rest of the roster as well, because if Shine is able to fully adapt himself and get into like lifting some of the burden left by Tenier, I think it's going to be very difficult to completely lift the burden that is left by the Belarusian, right? Because he's an incredible rifler as we've seen on this heroic roster now. But if they're going to be able to potentially catapult this team into like a top 50 position, something like that, maybe they'll have to start by beating teams like BC Game.
Yeah, I mean, it has to start a team like that, and that's obviously a difficult task here given what BC Game has been able to bring to the table at the moment. But we'll go ahead and take a look at the map pool and see what we're going to be playing out here so far. You know, at the moment, I think BC Game been given a bit of a luxury right now. You know, that they get the opportunity here to kind of float up you know, this train ban here, as we can see from Gun 5. They have yet to play it here on BC Game. That leaves them to also ban, you know, Nuke right there in this series. And I think those two, that fact right there, getting rid of two maps that they're not super comfortable yet on a team, haven't got the most officials just yet, is going to be a huge asset in this V2 no matter what the case is here for the side of BC Game. But Anubis picked into here by Gun 5. You know, you talk about it with Tenier. This was a very, very deadly map here. I think, again, you've got great individuals role by role for Gun 5 to make this map work for them. When you talk about how you anchor off these sites, I do wonder, you know, if Seltzer's going to be in a more active position on the CT side, given the fact that he's, you know, in that leadership role. But we switch over to Mirage there as well for BC Game. This is a map that they have remained deadly on here. I think every roster right now fearing this team with the activity that Jacob can get away with, and then that, you know, 1-2 punch of Cypher and Jacob as well, that has remained very deadly here at the moment. I'm looking forward to seeing that combo.
And also, when you look at something like Anubis from a statistical point of view, right, it is Gun 5's best map. It's not a map that BC Game very often opt into, but their one match on record here was actually a pretty dominant win over Saw, and you can kind of go back to thinking about how good are Saw actually, right? Because they are an enigma of a team, and now they're going to be even more of an enigma of a team, right? I think that's definitely something as well. Where we look at those kind of victories in hindsight against teams that are just confirmed dead later at some point. Like, how much did they actually kind of mean at that point? But it's definitely going to be interesting to see whether or not Celts and company over on Gun 5 will have any tape to really work off the back of like 16 rounds, because that is not a lot of footage to kind of work on a map like Anubis. As you're talking about, right, there, it's very important how you kind of center your defense around your anchors, especially over on the A side of things, because if you want to play really proactive towards the A main, that can become a huge issue at times if your A main player gets caught off guard by being a little bit too little too front forward with their nose, right? So I'm excited to see whether or not Gunfire will have like a lot of like, because they won't have a lot of anti-strutting, I assume, on BC Games T side that they get to start on here.
Yeah, it's not going to be an easy task here for side of Gun 5 as the opening strat right now is a B rush rolling on very quickly into this B site here. Prime taps instantly opens up on SD aim. Seltzer fires up for a kill as well. The extremity lurk and can't quite lock in that kill on the flanking players through E-Box. So a little bit vulnerable in this department here. J-Chem still ready to fire up in this position. Gets leveled out quickly by the USP of all weapons, but Cypher still standing. They're looking to swing into this fight quickly, and that leaves just Seltzer a little bit late to activate through CT, spotting and isolating that quick kill on the Cypher as well. And a 1v1 just needs one more kill. Nexa looking to buy time. HE off the wall. A little bit of a bank shot there. Nexa finishes the kill with his Glock.
Yeah, and even though they, like Jamie completely cleared off in the connector, it's a very difficult angle for him to hold when you get wide swung in that way, especially in CS2, right? Something that a lot of players have kind of been very vocal about, the fact that it's a very big change in how you approach the game now. We are more than a year on from the release of CS2 as well, so I guess kind of just like to kind of see whether or not these people are going to be approaching this, right? So next, just holding off to see whether or not there's going to come any B aggression out of main here. The force spike coming through from Gun 5 is always incredibly dangerous on a map like Anubis. There's just so many of these very tricky angles. You run into the wrong kind of spot here, you're going to get absolutely mauled down, and you can kind of see how BC Game wants to just pay a little more diligent here. Does not want to go overly rushing in here. Does not want to get caught off guard by it.
They're gonna try and avoid that as much as possible. I am noticing right now Seltzer is over and leaning in towards that A side, which is exciting for me that he is still on that anchoring position, which I think is very important. He was so good on that back in, you know, Aurora and Fours over 2024. Made them a very deadly Anubis team anytime you could. Little chicken popping out of the smoke.
He just knew that you were going to be casting today, X, and he's like, so you know what, for today, we're gonna mess up BC Games anti-stratting, and we're gonna make Exna very happy. I'm playing A today, boys. You know, just
that's the case, man. Shout out to Seltzer. I knew he would appreciate my love for his anchoring, but a lot of aggression right there. I think Lackey was very confident with the information he was gathering until he gets shot in the back from T-spawn of all things. It's going to be access into the B site. Big kill from SDA. Can he escape the H? He does. Still kicking. Smoke going to make their lives difficult here, running into the clothesline of Knock. And next on this late activation, going to dive in Assassin's Creed style onto Zello, and that's going to be the round right there. 6 HP and 7 for 5 shine, so going to have to call this one a save, if they can.
At some point, Ubisoft surely will run out of ideas for Assassin's Creed's game, right? Surely, like at some point, they're gonna have to make like the Balkan edition of Assassin's Creed.
they're gonna have to. Have they already done it in the future? I think they have for some reason. I know they've done time travel in the past.
Terrorists win.
But yeah, they are gonna start running out of ideas pretty fast. But those games, I'd imagine, just print money. So just keep making them.
Yeah, I mean, they are definitely interesting. And then again, like, speaking of printing money, that Mac 10 from Nexa, you know, got a nice little $600 bonus coming through here. And Gun 5 will just be trying to anchoring around this singular FAMAS, who, I mean, it's an interesting weapon now, right? Definitely not as, I guess, definitely not as potent as the Galil on the opposite side of the field, but it does pack a punch now. And there has been a pretty clear switch up from my eye test, at least, when watching higher tier Counter-Strike now. The FAMAS is being brought out a lot more, and it really activates a lot of like really interesting force buys. Obviously, it's not a force buy for the CC side, but it adds like an additional layer to a lot of these force buys on the CC side we weren't expecting in the past here. Speaking of that, FAMAS gets taken out here by Cypher, with Mark pushing up as well. Just clears Shallow extremely easily here. That's a round complete on the top of Gun 5. So what pop code do you think you want to talk about now, Exna? Because, well, these Deagles won't do anything. I'm calling it.
I don't know. You know, I'm a Philly local, so I've still been riding the high of the Super Bowl, but I know that's an American thing.
I And I watched the halftime show. Not back in the day. Actually, I did watch quite a bit of American football. Played some Madden games and stuff. But
Oh, nice.
yeah, I'm trying to like keep my sleep schedule kind of
That's fair.
kind of regular now, so I don't watch any like regular season games anyway, and wasn't overly invested in watching you know, Taylor Swift's boyfriend get clapped around by an Eagles team.
It gives me so much joy to hear you say that, though.
I can you can try to guess where like my North American sports fan allegiance kind of rides normally. Then you won't be super overjoyed afterwards, I think.
I don't know. Is it Boston?
Yep. Both basketball
is?
as well as North American football, right? But
Patriots
next
and
up
Celtics.
yeah. And the only place I've been in the US is Dallas. So there we go. Meanwhile, Seltzer now back in the middle gets completely made out by Jacob, and you know, you should have taken your advice. You know, should have played the A anchor role, not play the mid. Don't play mid, rotate instead. But it's a deadly affair. Meanwhile, speaking of that, Cello does a good job, but also gets out alive, burning feet and all that. But pretty fine for him right now as they kind of get their BX rolling in here. SDM has to buy a lot of time. The rotations roll. Slipper should start coming through, but they're coming through the middle here, so a longer rotation, but he's holding them off quite well so far.
Trying to inch their way forward here. Nice flashbang to counter the aggression and just hopeful smoke spam. Not connecting. It's very close from Fine Shine, but unable to land the kill here. Now you gotta wait for this double flank to activate. Has a big hope. There's identified quickly by Jacob, but he doesn't remain healthy. It eventually falls to Lackey on a quick aggressive maneuver. Now the post plants become a little bit more challenging. Backs turned. Information maybe not quite transferred over fully. And Fine Shine fighting his way through this retake continuously. It's just going to be knocking a 1v4 bomb. Is planted for him, I believe. Oh no, it's not. No, it's planted in the corner, so got to be a very challenging clutch from that point forward. And the defuse going to come through.
And a very interesting thing as well about the retake situation was the fact that the CT still had triple incendiaries to operate with, and the only piece of utility in the T side was a flashbang. So even if those flanks hadn't gotten as effortless yet, they had so much territorial control over the bomb side, they would be able to flush out every single angle they would need to, make for a very safe retake anyways. But great call. I think the retake looked pretty great just overall, right? A lot of timing's just going their way, and now we get to see Nox swing the LP yet again, full buy in the bank of a BC game. A bit of money residually left over on Cypher and Jacob as well, so a bit of surprise coming into the next one as well.
Money to go around. Knock with that AWP included. And yeah, what I expected here out of Seltzer is that he transfers away from that A side and kind of becomes more of a rotator, a floater on the CT side, as you would, you know, imagine for the leadership factor of any team. Always important to have your most vocal CT player kind of be floating around the map like we're seeing Seltzer do right now. So that he can call aggression, call re-aggression, identify where there are vulnerabilities and the information for the CT side. That does leave him with a bit of a role change there for this team, and I wonder how he's going to handle that long term. Spam battling between two players on A, but walking up his Cypher. He's trying to give us those entries we know he's capable of. He finds the kill into Lackey. Felt like he always knew there was going to be multiple players aggressing with his crosshair placement, and it was 1-for-1 eventually. There's a lot more targets left to deal with if you're SD aim here.
And right now he's sitting in a position that very commonly tends to get like naded out here by NHG to clear as well, right? So he's gone back into E-Box completely here. So he should be fine. I thought he was playing Pillar there for a second, just looking at the minimap, but here comes the side utility. Molotov will clean her out, though I say that as a Molotov completely fails and forces out the second one. But Jacob still strikes through onto SD aim. Finds the first here. But Nox shutting down Seltzer. Should call for the save immediately. One would assume at least. But we do see this flank coming through from Cello outside B main. To get something very soon. And if Nexa pushes this and spots Cello, that should be the round over and done with. And there it is. instant reply from BC game. Making Fine Shine and Gun 5 really work for it right here. Clean T-side, and I guess if you're Gun 5, this is your best map of the maps that will have to open it in the video, obviously, and you knew with like how little sample size that was on this specific BC game call that there might be some gaps to work with on their Anubis, but so far here on the T side, BC game have been looking pretty clean.
Yeah, I'm liking the way that they hold up that default here. A lot of priority on E-Box from that last round we saw from Cypher, and Jacob following in his footsteps. That puts so much pressure on this B side here. All the while, they're spamming through smoke in A main, making sure that they can't over-rotate, they can't get the positioning. So it's really difficult for Gun 5 at the moment to try and take aggressive map control. They're not able to do that as effective as they would like. You know, when they do go for any sort of opening advantages, I feel like they're getting punished or they're getting spammed through smoke or met by effective trades. So
that is the CT way of life on Anubis most of the time, if you don't get the correct timings. It is such a frustrating experience here. And they are actually going to be forcing around this M4 to a certain extent. Obviously not at full force, but they will be upgrading the pistols just because they have to run in the loss bonus. Because normally sometimes in any year when you see a similar M4, it gets posted up here, right on the boost. That is just the most... You don't even have to do any like preparation work. You just know where the M4 is going to be. You just start working towards the A side instead here. Like, it's just going to be posted up there on the boost because if the player dies, it falls back into their hands. You don't have to figure out, you don't have to scramble to recover it, and then you just play it from there. So I like the fact that PC games seem to be defaulting over towards the A side, but they are kind of slowly but surely moving numbers back towards B.
again, it looks like a lot of priority on E-Box as well. They do have those maneuvers heading in towards the B side soon. And there's that boost spotted out. Only a tag though onto Jacob, and it costs Lackey his life. Fineshine's still playing confidently though. And HE gonna dunk Jacob down there. Yeah, it's a beautiful nade. So re-aggression now gonna lean in towards that A side. They get a couple of rotates off, and then they avoid the one rifle that they do have effectively. Oh. Diving into the fight right there, Zello. Looking for a big move there. That's a big shot from SDAIM though. Now Selter jumps into the fray. And the same result, of dismissal, that heaven smoke. Not providing them a lot of safety here. As camera, that's where the last two players remain. Prime Taps identifies at least one of those players here. Missed op shot could cost him a little bit. Great flashbang, great utility. And now it's on Knock's shoulders. He misses another one. He's gonna get pressured. Flashbang to try and give him some relief. And third time's the charm there for Knock. As eventually we'll be able to connect with that AWP, moving him on up.
Yeah, it looked really dicey there for a second, right? And it's so clear that the planet just comes under so much pressure the second the pressure comes onto the bomb side, right? Just by so much time, the rotation's almost coming through that. And now you will get to see an AWP brought into play over on the Gun 5 side of things here. With Fineshine being the one to swing that around here. Newest addition to this roster as well. So always interesting to see how the teams incorporate these new AWP players to their team here, but just no mid smoke and a good flash from Salter sets up the kill onto Jacob. And immediately gets the AWP in his hand to start shining.
First time he's been able to bring that out, if I'm not mistaken, so nice sign out of the gates here. Zello forced to use his smoke, trying to run away. Double HE on location and hunted by Cypher. 1 HP and another great molly onto Selter as well. The back of the site, looking to fight forward. That's a beautiful HE from Knock, making sure that he has no relief. Now the mollies continue to flood in, smokes in towards camera, and they're left outside looking in on this play once again. Where's the bomb? It's on the site proper. Aggression from Cypher's a little bit solo, but he was on 1 HP, so he was just looking to gather that information. Identifying a player inside of heaven. Now Prime Tips next at bat. He's going to be the next aggressor, and he wins his duel. Great line from Fineshine. Going to allow him to open up on a Knock here in this post plant. Nexa left into a clutch, sneaks his way behind the pillar. Very sneaky. They're not going to expect this here. They just got knocked from this same position. Smoke onto the bomb. Will that create any panic here? Finds the upper first, but he can't quite connect the kill. And SDA wisely gets off the bomb to provide a little extra coverage.
Yeah, I mean, overall, just another great retake. Right, we've seen 2 of these now from the likes of Gunfight, just being very diligent in their retakes and having pretty good comms. It seems like as well in these situations, and opening Confined Shine in the round to start off with clean, but then they just from BC game side just navigate it perfectly well with this utility. It seems like all the default utility outside that singular Molotov that ended up forcing out a second Molotov previously kind of has been looking pretty on point, but also kind of to see how Nexa. Because that A-side anchoring from Nexa on G2 when he was playing under Hooksy's leadership, right, was a pretty big, contentious kind of debate topic, I feel like, for quite a while. So just seeing him kind of having to clutch up over on the A-bomb side, not being able to do that, just a kind of a little interesting fact. They played out in a very smart way, as you were talking about, but couldn't strike that first clean shot with this element of surprise once Gunfight went in to get their defuse here.
Already liking Fine Shine with the AWP here. That's going to do a lot of work for them on the CT side. See some explosive nature. Jacob eating some shots through the smoke here, but there's no flashes. They're just going to contact walk, inching their way around the smoke, and SDM can't believe his eyes. Flanked from behind as his teammates miss out on that coverage right there, and it overwhelms the B side. What a call from BC Games. What a complete wrench in the system.
Especially because of the likes that Jacob just like took like 84 damage from that initial engagement, right? Just being spammed through the smoke, and then they just like stop holding it, caught fumbling with the utility over towards the backside as well. That's a bit of a if that happened to you in a puck, by the way, you'd be fuming, right? Like if you die there as if you die there as a con player, dude, you're fuming. I'd be fuming. Like that's unreal. Great timing, great play from Jacob.
That's infuriating right there. You think your teammates are covering right there, and you back it up a little bit, and then you're just blasted. Expecting your squad to have your back right there. But you have to refresh the mindset, keep your trust.
Yeah, they do keep 2 players alive here with the Save the AK and an AWP here, right? So they should be meeting this with some level of aggression here, but I understand that the need for the timeout here, because if they can kind of turn this around from this point onwards, they're going to be able to have a very, very good CT side half here over on a map like Anubis, right? Because the 8-4, generally speaking, goes to the way of the T side. That is kind of what we expect from Anubis, and one of the reasons why quite a lot of teams really dislike Anubis as well, right, is just that overarching, like, necessary like aggression needed to find those kind of information plays you were talking about as we were starting to punish Gun 5. And the 2 rounds they've won so far have been clean retakes. So what if, hear me out, Exna, okay? Big brain straps with Weeder time right now. Or maybe waffling with Weeder. Both are fine. We just give up a bomb site, we go old school Canadian, you stack 5 people on one bomb site, let BC Game take the other, and then we retake.
I mean, it might be a winning formula for them with how good they've been on those retakes. Especially on a round like this, maybe you can afford it a little bit more. Not everyone with the best tools here, but they're going to try for Canal's aggression instead. Pressing into water, a big pickup from Zello, and a beautiful trade from Fine Shine, keeping Cypher nullified. Lackey tries to aggress forward off the back of it, though. He's leveled. They still have this Canal's control, though, for the CT side, crucially, so that's going to always be a fight back. His toes being tapped right there on the Nexa. And a continued bit of aggression that you might not anticipate. Jacob, though, wise to it. He's going to continue to punish. Oh, look at this patience from Knock. Selter's going to move forward here. Knock with the bomb. A little bit isolated, but if Selter continues to walk forward, he's just going to get blasted. He does rein in his aggression, though. He's trying to let this op work first.
It's a 5-7 though, and Knock is very low in HP, so depending on who gets the advantage in the angle, no one does here. Seltzer frees up now with 35 seconds left to go here as well. BC Game need to figure out which gun side they want to consolidate themselves onto.
Just give it timing here. Jacob going to slide into Canals. Is he going to clear out E-Box? Is he going to catch the back turned? Well, I think they just kind of looped around each other pretty perfectly in favor of BC Game, because they've got an open A bomb site, and that's where they're heading quickly.
This is such a weird situation as well, right? Because like you know that Nok is incredibly low, you know Nex is probably taking some damage as well, but you really want to hold on to the AK, you want to hold on to the AWP, and then you hit them with the full aggression in the next one. But a round that could have been so much more, had just a few more things gone the other way around. But BC game, they find that little solving of the puzzle, and we gotta applaud them for that. What do you think? What is? I mean, it looked like he was like trying to line up a Molotov there for a second. It was like he's trying to hide himself so he doesn't get spotted, but it really did look like he was like trying to just like step forward, just holding shift. Okay, this is a jump spot molly for stairs.
Practice in the lineups. Always nice to have a T side molly on the CT side, though. That's one thing for sure. But caught into a bit of a trap there. That's a really unfortunate situation there for Celter as well. Considering that timing and the low HP bar of Nok. You talked about it there at that 5-7. If he was just holding off for a little bit longer, he would have caught Nok at least isolated. But instead he walks through into stairs and he's just wondering where on earth the rest of PC games are. They just cut noise so effectively.
Yeah, and there's also this mid duo is going to be potential as well because they have not smoked off mid at all here so far on that T side BC game. Feinscheid takes half his HP here to the Molotov, trying to see if he can bait out that regress. BC game here will have to kind of reconsider now what they want to do. Mid not going to be a point of contention for them for now. Hasn't been a key part of their default, I suppose, so probably not a huge loss here. Feinscheid forced to reposition. Backup is made here, and the confirmation of a player, at least one player in that A main as well, means he's going to be hurled a bunch of utility and forced into the white swing with no smoke for cover and no flash either. Opens up completely. Like the reaggress, however, from the B side, trying to kind of pinch in this BC game squad, but it's been red already.
They're calling for backup with Jacob, but can't quite punish this aggression as a duo. Jacob eventually able to find his target here, and Feinstein with a great rotate over and a double. Making sure to punish, shut down the idea of a trade. 11 and 4 here for Feinstein. Left into so many situations where he's had to hold on to his op, but this time he's able to impact around in a big way once again. Looking to get Gun 5 on their third knock. Ooh, he didn't shoot. Never quite chambered in the shot. He's going to eat the HE as well. Lackey to close. Your avenue has been shut out. Gun 5 with some good moves.
It's worth noting, Extra, right, that Nog has been playing a pretty good game so far, but that just feels like a Nog moment to me, you know? Where it's like,
yeah,
that's like phonetic Nog calling right there, right? That's the, you know, just calling in there for a second. Anybody have Feinstein, just a double over towards A main, just absolutely abrasive behavior coming through over there, but Jacob still has that AK-47 to work with, Tech 9's and fast movement for Prime Steps and Cypher. There's still a lot of ways you can call this round, and they have split with a presence over towards this B main. And then with the two players going to come through Canals, it's going to be a B hit, but only one smoke off the back of Cypher, so no flashes to set up these Tech 9s.
That molly got extinguished as well, I believe, inside that smoke, so SD aim still under hot water with utility out. It's going to catch him. Now they're moving out towards B main. Still don't know about Lackey. Huge element of surprise. And a couple of kills do favor the T side, but Lackey with a big multi saves them from that round going any further wrong. And that's going to be 4 on the board for the CT side. Not always the easiest to make it work, but you know, it's definitely enough to get activated on the defense. We know it's hard on the CT side to make it work.
I have a question for you next, alright? Because I feel like I've been watching a lot of Anubis. I had the honor of doing the Danish cast for the M80 Fnatic game at ESL Pro League. So I've watched a lot of Anubis, okay?
Oh yeah.
No one checks the close left jail angle when they enter. Like, it's the freest angle in all of CS. It's unreal. Like, the amount of rounds I've seen just being decided by a player to stand there is unreal. Man, this A main angle here through the smoke. Great spray from Salsa. And now Shadow, the trade has the Shadow advantage as well, but Nexa cleans up. A side is not even open yet. A third player's already in there. Look at the movement immediately out of Gun 5, just trying to completely shut BC game out of this half. 5-7, as you were talking about, is a very, very good scoreline on the CT side.
Yeah, you'll take that every day of the week right there if you're a Gun 5. Especially considering the start down 2-7. with some difficulties. Having five shine step up a little bit though, more consistently, finding early aggressive duels, putting himself in a position to try and fire up. That was a big difference maker. The CT side aggression was a big difference maker as well. You know, last round it was pushing into A main. 2 rounds ago it was pushing B main. So they really figured out how to test the extremities on EC games, see what they were prepared for. So that gives them 5 offensive rounds to hop into your T side with, which I feel like you're going to be more than happy about.
Most definitely. 2 duelies, 1 flash. It's kind of the bigger investment so far from the CTs. A itself is sort of evacuated, right? Like, obviously, the mid players on this round would be probably rotate immediately, but B aggression immediately hands it back here. And I'm just looking at how these mid players are going to approach this, right? Because they're just holding the line in middle as Nog spots out pretty much the entirety of the team of Gun 5 in the canals now. Smoke falling into the bomb side. STM clears Nexa. Frontage comes jumping down like he's in max pain, but only finds STM's head here. Shello popping the painkillers for a second. That'll survive. Will Prime Taps be able to... He just needs to activate bullet time, come jumping around the corner, old school style, but not quite. The Molotov shots that out. The bomb hasn't gone down yet as Jacob finds the head. And now Nog on the side, unscathed so far, finds 2 on the fadeaway, leaving Shello in a very difficult 1-on-2.
Pretty sharp, but he can't quite find the second headshot. Jacob will run him down. He was 4 guns against 1. Managed to take down the first set of dual Berettas, but Jacobs will hold steady and get them the second pistol here on the map. Being able to close out here for BC Game.
Yeah, I didn't realize that like Ubisoft had bought the rights to Max Payne. They just like printed a clone for some reason. Yeah.
Quick
There's
tech.
bit of a tech here. Speaking of tech, do you like the M4A4 or the A1S the most right now? Because I feel like I've seen a lot less A4 than I thought I would see with the price change.
I'm still using the A1S. I'm still on that for sure. I guess it's just habit maybe. I've had conversations with people about it and they've been like, "Oh, just learn the A4 spray because it has more bullets, it's better." But yeah, I mean, I think it's just easier to use for a lot of players, especially if they're at distance. And then if you're playing in a more forward angle, if you're needing to smoke spam a little bit more potentially, that extra 10 bullets can go a long way. So I'd like that it's used situationally, but I am surprised that more people aren't using it.
I also feel like something that we kind of underestimated quite a lot as well, just the impact of the lack of traces as well, like, as a silencer effect, right? Like, it seems like a lot more relevant than you would actually think, and especially on flanks and stuff. And I also have like another kind of a theory, right? And that's the fact that a lot of the players that are playing professional Counter-Strike right now have more or less exclusively played high tier CS in a world where the A4 doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Like all these young kids, like they have played the A1S since they were like it's like their ACR from Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3, right? Like that.
I remember the A1S when it had 25 bullets.
I feel old now. It's like what, 2 years ago? Holy.
Like I'm pretty sure people were calling it the A1S era because it was just so ridiculous.
Is the ACR up there with the most overpowered guns in gaming history? That's like...
Is that from Call of Duty? I actually have no idea. I didn't really play much COD.
Well, that's a great name.
Great bounce. On the money there. Followed up by a little bit of aggression. Jacob doesn't want to continue to hunt though. Puts it into a quick 4v4 and Gun 5 going to be a little bit happy with the fact that they walk out with at least a quick trade here. Now what's the next reaction from Gun 5? Working up middle. Brutal timing though. Jacob threads the kill. That's a player with a lot of utility dropping to the floor. Doing a lot of damage while he's at it. Now smoke push is wild from Zello. Jacob still offering up resistance on 1 HP. He's going to be targeted though soon. He's going to need some backup that won't come anytime soon here. And Feinstein eventually finishes the kill.
2-on-1's too much action to handle for Lackey. Feinstein gets the bomb down, has a smoke as well. Flash to kind of set himself up here. But the MP9s are gonna rush him down. Oh, no, this is beautiful. But it's not gonna be quite enough here. Nexa cleans house. And they get the defuse here. Back-to-back bomb plants from Gun 5, but no rounds transferred over.
I gotta take a victory right there. It's big credit to Jacob and his rifle work.
Yeah, imagine being Jacob, right? Like, you're just like, you're on the server, you played all... Remember you had to spam the comments to buy all your bullets? Huh? You don't know what it's like to be in the trenches. You get your ammunition for free now in Pro Counter-Strike and you still complain about the CT economy? What is this, you ungrateful bastard? Like, could you imagine, like, some incredible, like, Salsa 1.6 purist just being like that?
Back in my day, we used to play RT rounds without Molotovs.
Back in my day, we couldn't move around on nuke because we'd be banned if we tried to do that.
Oh, man. This CT side, not worried about any economy issue, not worried about the pressure. Shut down on both fronts, diving into the fray is Knock. Gets spotted, but looking to fight forward, take the duel on the Lackey. They want it all right here, and he will take it all. Transfers into the smoke spam with an instant dismissal, and there is the second force buy punished, which I feel like eventually is going to force Gun 5 to wave the white flag here.
That's why I was trying to like cook up like a really bad joke about like Force Gun 5. They did like Force 5 rounds in a row. That's like that's the name. It's just Force Gun 5.
Force 5 gun rounds in a row.
Yeah. How many
I
forces?
wouldn't mind
is
watching
too much?
that.
I mean, honestly, you could make the case if you really want to, right? That they should definitely force out this one to get another bomb plant, then and like they all 5 die again. But they get the bomb plant. Well, is that even a force buy at that point? Right?
Yeah,
like,
you still get a full buy in the next one.
just send it. Press W. Learn something from the American brothers.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
kind of funny,
bomb.
right? That like you have like so much like stereotypical discussions about like how like it's all like European Counter-Strike players just screaming Rush B and stuff like that on like voice comms, and then you watch like an NA Faceit game, and you're like, all right, guys, you guys have never heard about a default. You just go ahead and buy.
Oh yeah. I mean, mine and my group's pugs, we call ourselves a non-default team, which means every round has to be executed out of spawn, so that we don't split up, so that we continue to have our strengths and numbers. So we just make sure to never default or hold for pushes. We just run it down, except for Anubis. Actually, Anubis is the only map that will default on, and it's because it's the only map that I think requires it more than any other when it comes down to how aggressive CT sides should be. There we go, opening pick there, and we can see Jacob doing it again with his mid holds. Looking incredibly comfortable right now.
I think that's rough calling it a mid hold. That was quite good, no?
Oh yeah. Mid is held. See if he can continue to hold on to this. He does, man. Another kill out of Jacob. Can't quite complete the final kill, but enough surely done now. Not going to go and grab that A1S, and PC Game denied their bomb plant here. Crucially. Now that is going to be a problem.
So are we classifying this as a full buy or a force buy? No, it's... This is
Full
important
buy.
for
They
the
got enough
culture.
AKs at least, but they did have to buy up a little bit of Galils. I mean, you can see Zello and Lackey, who both bought the rifles in that last round, are left onto Galils, and Zello doesn't even have a lot of utility to back up his Galil.
No, but Mark has an AWP, buddy. So, if he gets wide swung, it's over. I like the aggression though, right? Trying to set up the AWP here over towards A main, right? With me, it's one of the positions on the map where like having the 1-2 punch set up to protect your AWP is actually incredibly powerful, because sometimes people like they'll clear the AWP, and then they think that they're clear to go, and then they'll just get traded out immediately and just be run over. The Prime Tip's here in the forward position. No flash being held immediately for this now. Spotted out, has to recover. Has to retreat now, but now Nog can swing in like I was talking about. They might not expect him. And Chilla gets removed in the process.
Taps just sacrificing his HP for the idea that he can rush on in here. Great Molotov, but continued aggression coming through from Nexa now in hot water. There's Fine Shine next to Peak. And into the B site. They go. Pretty healthy here for the remaining T's in a 3v3. Smokes to provide a little extra security. Great blow open of the smoke there, but no visual really gathered for Jacob to take any further duels. Now what do you do at this point here in the 3v3? You gotta wait for Prime Tap's flank.
You have a smoke and a flashbang, and you have the kits as well, so you definitely can run this quite late if you want to. But as you're talking about, a lot of it's going to be required from Prime Taps, and it does seem like they're just calling quits, and I can kind of respect this, right? They might have a lot of money in the bank here, but keeping 3 people alive will ensure this economy for quite a while. And with how streaky a map like Anubis can be, around the good old-fashioned momentum, any sort of damage done to the economy will be absolutely detrimental. And you're talking about before they came into this round with quite a few Galils, and only holding 1 AK alive here will be quite a big deal here to be put under pressure. You're looking at 3,500 across the board. And that is another round where BC Game will be the more well-equipped team here despite losing the round.
Absolutely. It's a very disciplined decision. I think it's something you can afford to do when you're playing up 11-6. At the time, 11-5. 3v3, your flank kind of gets spotted. You just call the save. And then you get a couple exits while you're at it. Without losing any extra players. So that's BC Game looking to nurse their lead to the finish line.
We should celebrate exit kills more. No justice for Blameleth. But we actually should though, right? Because especially in an MR 12 economy, these exit frags could just completely tear teams' economies apart. Like, it's actually criminal. Like,
there's 2 sorts of exit kills though. There's those exit kills that you get when you're down 12-3 and you're saving, and then there's those exit kills that we saw in the last round when you're up 11-6 and you're saving, and those ones I think matter a lot more. They have a lot more impact, as you said. Those could definitely be celebrated. But back to this B-side pressure once again here. We'll see how this B-side holds up. I like the reactions. Great utility to counter, but that Molly's a little shallow, so Cypher's still with a bit of pressure on location. Lackey looking to identify him. Bestie aim slides out and is isolated. What a double from Cypher. Nullifying the B-side pressure instantly. Now knocks up, called upon, but he gets blasted by Zelter and his late play. They're so focused in on the back of Pillar. Prime Taps is perfect with this spray transfer. And it's going to be pressure now on Zelter. How's his opping? Swung by 1. He gets out through the smoke. He sticks around. He didn't drop. He didn't go down those stairs. He wants it all. But a double swing comes through from Cypher, and next I needed the miracle lineup, and that's not going to come through.
they were lined up for the collateral though. If he had aimed a little bit lower, that was a collateral just waiting to happen right there. But thing is, worth a second. It was another just solid round coming out of BC Game. A lot of great individual highlights there as well. Prime Taps, who's had a very quiet game, I think it's safe to say, right? But a great spray chunk, completely shutting down that A aggression, and Cypher holding down B with style. Even though you're talking about that Molotov was a little bit too steep there at points as well.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like every time Prime Taps has been called upon for some individual work, especially in that last round, to put him on to 12, he's been able to answer that call, even though he's only got 7 kills. And that's just about exactly what you like to see.
He's called Prime Taps, not many taps. Right, so quality over quantity. Siphon out, spots the shoulder there of SD aim. Shuts down this offense here now. One last round here, 3 versus 5. Can make this work here. Cypher gets punished for the aggression. And still taking very little damage in the process. Brings back to a 3 and 4. You see Shello also working the middle.
Looking to let him activate through Temple right now. For a second, you know, Fine Shine was actually aggressing through E-Box with the bomb, but now Zello catching the rotate. They're going to have open access for the A site. It does seem like BC Game becomes aware, though. in the here and now. They're starting to transfer their players on over. Jacob also on this flank could catch the bomb. Is he going to get him in time? You can see the fine shine diligence on the clear. Oh, but he's around the corner. Safe and sound for now. They're boxing these T's in. Prime tops. Spots out to run into the site. Here's the bomb plant. They got a fast flank.
But also, they had such a good timing. This bomb could have been down like 15 seconds ago, it felt like. But now Jacob has caught the time to get the flank. Takes out Fine Shine. Shiloh up in the warehouse. He has one hell of a delivery to do, and Prime Taps delivers that straight to his door. Next day delivery and all that. 13-6 here. Dominant performance from BC Games to round out map number 1 here on Anubis.
Yeah, that's more of the clinic that we've been seeing BC Games put up here. No matter what the map is, no matter the strength of their opposition, I think they come into it with some decent reads. It looks like they're well prepared for what Gun 5 like to do. And especially in that second half, we see Jacob take over the server. You see Cypher, when one round goes wrong, adjust the way that they're playing that B side for a lot more of a stable setup. It always just felt like BC Games either had the instant reaction or, you know, we're a step ahead of Gun 5 there on Anubis, which is a scary sign given that it was, you know, their opponent's map pick, and now we're heading into Mirage, which is going to be their own map pick.
Yeah, and I also think it's worth noting, Nexa is a great in-game leader. There's no denying that. I think a lot of like the criticism he's been receiving was the fact he was brought into play as an anchor on G2, right? Which really like kind of muddied the way that people view him as an in-game leader. And the Bleed project, we can like write off people's time on Bleed. It kind of doesn't count, same thing. Not quite as bad as Nip, but like it's sort of in the same area, right? To a certain extent, where it's worth giving him a second chance. And the calling has been great. Like, he's been running around, rings around, whatever. Like over in Gunfight, they had no room to maneuver on either side of the map, and that's why I'm so excited to watch this Mirage come into play, because it's a map where if you have a incredible T side, you can just really hammer some of these teams down because they rely so heavily on that CT side of Mirage most of the time to kind of get that 8-4 and then trial and error away over in that second half here. But now, like with the way that BC have been playing here, that T side is going to look incredibly scary over Mirage for sure.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. We're going to be sending this one off to a quick break, and once we come back, we'll be ready to break down what Mirage is going to look like.
Do I wanna try? Can I let it go? We're running from the past, wanting to be sure. Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu. But every time, it comes back to you.
And welcome on back here, everybody. We're looking forward to map number 2. It's going to be the map pick coming through of BC Games after a pretty strong result. They're already on Anubis. You know, up next is going to be more difficulty for Gun 5. They're going to really need to dig deep into their bag here if they want to come out the better end here on Mirage.
They most definitely will, right? I think that's the big thing to keep in mind as well, is that we saw Feinstein have his moments with the AWP, right? He really had some great rounds with individual brilliance. And even like the best round that he had, right, was like one where like they ended up losing the round anyways, right? Like it's kind of a crazy situation to be in if you are Feinstein right now. But Mirage is a map as well where the AWP really can come into play. But with the way that BC Game have been able to dictate the play over Anubis on their T side, I have a hard time seeing Gun 5 really get a lot of access to that AWP on their CT side Mirage.
Yeah, it took him a long time to get it out on Anubis, and early on Anubis as well, he was left to a lot of save situations. That second half really didn't lift off either, so that T side still having some struggles, as you know, Silter still kind of identifies his role in this team as a leader, as an IGL, and that's obviously a difficult task here long term. But for this BC Games roster, they've just been running through the competition, and Mirage has been a big part of that factor, right? They've been very dominant on this map. It already looked like they were reading into some of the setups that Gun 5 was going with on Anubis. So, you know, knowing that now you're going to pick into Mirage as well, my expectations are that they come through with even better reads, that they come through with even bigger fights, and that's going to be definitely a difficult thing to deal with here for you know, this factor of Gun 5. And on top of that, you know, you mentioned Nexa and how maybe he's a little bit underrated. People have underrated and maybe even overhated here in terms of the scene and what the rest of the, you know, zeitgeist is kind of thinking about him at the moment. But I do feel like he's been performing in tier 2 super effectively, and this is where, you know, expectations were incredibly high when he's on G2 and he's calling and he's struggling a little bit here and there to bring those individual form. But in tier 2 he has the individual form, he has some really good reads and good game plans, and it makes me think, you know, this BC Game roster can do a whole lot now that they're outside of the scary situation that the Bleed roster put them in.
Yeah, it's just something to note here as well, right, is the fact, this is, as you're pointing out, this is a map that BC Game has played quite a bit, so that's going to be a little bit more game tape for Gun 5 to really work with as well, and maybe not as many unknowns as there were over on Anubis here, as we are going to start off with Gun 5 on the CT part of the map here. Very early cat aggression from Feinstein out of the window. As we do see BC Game slowly but surely crawling through the apartments.
There's a contact there, initial spot coming through. See how good this utility is at breaking down these positions. Feels like a little bit slow to start just yet. Those flashes also connecting here in return. But eventually, they fight their way into this bomb site. 3 kills coming through from a trio of Knock, Nexa, and Cypher. And a bomb plant going forward. SDAIM has stuck his way out. Didn't make anything happen. What a quick shot right there. But they have the flank through market that was always going to do the damage. Cypher trades it out eventually. And Feinstein, with his USP left in these long-range duels, has to figure out a way to find impact here. They're all looking to swing here. They're all looking to take that contact as soon as possible. A little bit isolated right now, though. Becomes a bit awkward. Needs to find these shots quickly. Running a little bit low on time and a little too overwhelmed. He's going to be bested eventually by Knock of BC Games. They start things off the right way.
And it really looked like for a while that the Gun 5 had everything under control, right? Celta jump spotting that, gets out of his life alive. Drops a great nade into the Molotov to force him out of the window rather than out through the balcony. But the smoke on the side creating chaos, the flashes as well. Just making it incredibly difficult for Gun 5 to win their duels. But a great start, and unlike what we saw over on Anubis, it is going to be a straight up eco here with a little bit of extra sauce, but not quite a force buy. So we can add this to the tally of force Gun 5 rounds here.
Gonna play it safe in this situation. We have a decent idea here of a collapse, but that doesn't help in their attempt. They're just systematically using utility to as he eventually fights their way through. The underpass is late to activate. Cypher looking to recover this one with his Glock now to close. and make sure to keep it safe. But a bit of a more pricey round the BC game would like there at the end of the day there. It does bring a couple of dropped rifles onto the floor, forces a couple rebuys.
Yeah, with the precision we've seen in some of these utility, like these grenades being dropped here, I feel like they would have done a better job than some of the NBA teams did in the skills exhibition. Is that what you called it? First
Yeah,
of all,
the
I've
speed.
no idea. The speed thing? Like,
Yeah.
what's that even, right? Like, I have no idea, man. But
Shout out to Chris Paul for that one.
Fine Shine has his AWP. It is a glass cannon, but he does have access to it, and that's a little bit of an X factor. Holding down the ramp right now. More or less playing solo A. Has a player. There's element deep in jungle.
Nice speedy kill out middle right there. Fine Shine as well. Getting his op out early is such an asset for the CT side. They're doing a great job of shutting this round down with some pace. Cypher has remained stalwart on this T side at the moment. Gonna have to do even more here for him. See if he can start any sort of conversation back into this round. It is a glass cannon for Fine Shine, so he has to be a little careful about how he plays out this situation. There's a trade from Cypher. His 7th kill. Trying to make a move through A main, though all the attention turned his way. Chance to isolate this. Sees it. Maybe an elbow or something, but not going to be able to pull the pin on that attack here. Lackey spots him up, but Lackey blasted. Fine Shine steps through and eventually puts him to rest, but putting a little bit of a scare on him there once again.
Do you reckon that like it's a Fine Shine glass cannon? Like that's, but that, like how do you think like a Fine Shine glass cannon would look? Like obviously, first of all, glass cannons are really ineffective, right? Like I'm pretty sure they would die from the recoil. Like just explode. But they would, but it has a fine shine to it, so it works. That's why. That extra polish, the extra finesse required to handle a glass cannon comes with the name.
I think that could be it right there, right? If you shine it up nicely. But then, you know, get a little Windex for that that glass cannon. This time, though, just a straight cannon. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Armor. Full utility. And he wants to activate. He wants to be a more early influence here for the CT side. They've snuck out, though, interestingly enough, into Sandwich. Could be a big element of surprise here. It does look like, with conviction, SD aim is going to keep that safe and sound there. So, good discipline.
Also, good discipline required here off Salto. Has no lethal utility to work with. No mold, like no incendiary, no HEs here. So, if these pistols are able to overrun him on the side here, Fine Shine's rotation comes through just in time to avoid the danger. Takes out Jacob. And also finds Knock here. So, great awareness being shown here. Both in the calling from Salto, but also Fine Shine with his positioning. Just ready to back up his in-game leader to avoid any sort of situations here. As he does get clocked out, has to make the jump. But he jumps directly into the scope of Fine Shine. So while it did cost Seltzer his life, that's another round for the likes of Gun 5. We are all tied up 2-2.
Yeah, Fine Shine remaining active. Looks like they understand a lot of their vulnerabilities at the moment here when they put that many resources towards middle. I like that the next reaction from Gun 5 after they claim a little bit of mid control and get comfortable in that department is to then go and take that A space on back. Really good push and pull at the moment. Remaining confident, so much damage done early. Jacob down to half HP, no chance at survival there. Gets met by 4 players, offering up utility and smoke spam.
Just goes down without even seeing an enemy as well, pretty much, right? So, not a whole lot of real estate to work with if you're a BC game. Sure, you have underpass control, but that is not necessarily huge. So much rest of the shoulders here of Prime Saps. Already out Tetris. If he catches one of these players off guard on defense, if he's spotted out here, loses the duel to Lackey. The connector push comes through, right, but will most likely not be enough here. leaving Nog all alone with a Galil and a bomb. 1-on-4 situation. And if Primetaps wins that duel from Tetris, this round is all on. You can see the map of how this round was supposed to be played out here.
Ooh.
You're supposed to see, like, if he wins the duel, right, it's a complete highway opening for the two players pushing out underground into connector. But the plan doesn't fall into place. That's Gun 5. Claim their third.
You're gonna have a bit of a tough start to this one. This T side that's getting read into early. These players on the extremity, especially on the collapse towards middle as well, being very good at opening up the round, shutting down some maneuvers. Primetap's gonna avoid the flames. HE primed up and ready to go here for Selter. Not gonna do too much crazy damage. They're still gonna queue up this play towards the B side. Cypher needs a big one, and he's got it. What a line being held right there. Massive shot to open things up. Now you have to call upon Lackey. Dinked down and chased, but he still holds the line. Eventually bested, yes, but doing more than enough to redeem that crazy shot from Cypher. Lackey will keep that B site in safe hands.
Definitely will for now, but now the full buy will come through. Still no AWP in the works for Nok, however. Even just $50 shy of having the glass cannon action coming through. Could do this way around instead. Yeah, we'll go without the head armor. A little bit dicey going into those CTM force, but the advantage of having the AWP into play here, generally speaking, should outweigh that risk, right? I think it's safe to say. Still do see JKM activate more as well here. It has been the Cypher show so far.
I gotta see him get a little success towards middle. They're not gonna let that happen there. Great collapse once more through underpass, through connector, up catwalk. So another advantage that they have to pull back from. They've got a flank through Palace. A missed shot though could create some difficulties in closing this thing off. Cypher has been a shining light here for them. Not reading into this flank though. Wow. And quickly punishes SD Game. Can't believe his eyes. Thought he had that one under lock and key.
Yeah, brings it back to a 2 and 3 here as well. Will allow the bomb to go down. But utility still on the back of the CTs here. 2 smokes and a good old-fashioned Molotov here, right? So they'll be able to kind of completely shut off these angles now. Will end up forcing Nok out into the open, right into Lackey's crosshairs. Primetaps trades back now. Notice there's one more player at least coming out on the close angle. Try to dance around, isolate the duels, but it's not going to work. And yet again we see Gun 5 with another great retake situation here. 5-2 to work with here. And it's still looking a little bit strugglesome for BC Game to fully get going. Not quite the same conviction that we saw from their T side over in Anubis.
Yeah, and maybe a little bit more understandable, you know, struggling up on the T side here on Mirage, but they're getting worked by Gun 5 in the mid control at the moment. So far we've seen a lot of, you know, Jacob trying to work solo, but he's kind of in these situations where he's always in a 1v4, 1v5, maybe 1v3, and sometimes towards this mid control. So very difficult job he's put up to here. And again, it's a similar situation. This time he finds the kill, but so much more resistance around the corner. And trying to slide out A again on this contact play after Jake himself's a distraction. But SD Aim locking down this A side has been such a key figure. And another big pickup, looking for his 3-piece. Lined it up there and sprayed out of the corner. They still have this late activation from Nexa that they're looking to wait for.
A little bit of damage just out here as well, and that's next. They're going to finding is the aim over in Darkian with a more than a minute to work with as well. There is still time to reroute, but that's a bomb dropped into the open. Shiloh takes next, and there was also a flank already in the works for Celta through T-spawn. So the time was very limited for Gun 5 for BC Game. Even sorry, Gun 5 was having them all the way they wanted here. A bit of a half-bite gonna come through here from BC Game, forcing out that first timeout here. I don't think we saw them take one over on Anubis. They were in full-on control. Gun 5 already matching the number of rounds that they put together on that first map of their pick here. And it's kind of interesting as well, because when you look at Gun 5 and how their Mirages kind of panned out in recent memory, it's not necessarily a team way of thinking like, these guys are going to push BC Game to the limit over on Mirage.
That feels like Gun 5 coming through with a consistent game plan. That's, great awareness on the extremity here for SD Aim. Always ready for any sort of contact walkout A, no matter what that looks like, and then mid control for the rest of the team. It's been incredibly effective winning formula here for BC Game. Right now it looks like they're looking to shift up directions. Having Fineshine elevate with his AWP. And ready to try and strike early. See what he can gather here with this deep angle. Gonna get a swing there. Prime Tap's eliminated. Re-peeks in. Gonna continue to fight. There's a whole firing squad as he turns the corner once more. It is an op that hits the floor. And Jacob continues to fire up there with his AK. Knock picks up the op. This could create a bit of a nightmare here if he's not careful. For the rest of the squad, their bomb he had a bit of a tough bounce, so next just got to go and grab that. Knock's got the market side covered off. Great pickup right there, but Lackey has elevated through the get right angle. Already pressing the issue here, right underneath the crosshair. Jacob's location known and taken care of. Selter and Lackey keep the round in safe hands.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate, right? Because that bomb drop there looked a lot more like that skill composition from the NBA, right? Like a precision. If that actually goes through and lands, we'll have the time to get the bomb down before, and then it's a completely different round as well. Like, a little bit that extra second that they end up losing on that, having to recoup the bomb in a different fashion. Just provides the time, and Jacob, like, he tries to play out the clutch situation correct, right? Just gets absolutely cleared on that first duel. But now they have a full battle work with Knock as an AWP yet again. As well, so as you're talking about before, it's Jacob against the world here over in the top of middle, and yet again he's just taken low before he sees an enemy at all. And the spam comes through clean onto Cypher as well here, Exner. There's just no space to operate in. Claustrophobic experience with BC Game right now.
This might help there. It's a wild shot. Not can't believe how close he was on the screen. And you definitely don't expect that activation into connector. Player top of middle. The 1-for-1 trades, I mean, that's what they've lived on here for Gun 5. Selter now, again, needs to be stalwart on the anchoring. Instantly takes care of Prime Taps, who crouches out into his crosshair. Knock now trying to offer up a little bit of assistance here on the entry. Does just that. The shot straight to the head onto Jacob. Through the wall, puts it into another clutch situation here. Double up into market. And Knock hoping for a mistake from the CT side. The defense knows that he has to move first.
The second he plants the bomb here, as well as you're pointing out, he's just going to be dead, right? Like, he's taken low from early engagement. And there is an HE on the back of SD Aim as well here. No place on this bomb shot. Should be safe here for the sweep. But tries to fake it out in the first place. And there's no moves being made here from the CTs. Goes for round number 2. And catches SD Aim off guard with that HE in his hands. But the Deagle on Fineshine's back here, shots it out. 2-piece in a round. Almost a quad clutch here for Nork, but could not quite find that last kill. But a pretty big mistake from SD Aim, I think it's safe to say here as well.
Yeah, redeemed there by the patience of the op presence from Fineshine, who's a great factor to have behind you. Things finally go wrong. Still have the ability to close out these rounds. Gun 5 taking full control. We're still seeing Jacob fight up against this insane resistance. This time, though, you have Knock trying to activate with him. But Jacob bested once again. Cypher looking for the trade. Does find it eventually. And queues up the contact walk out of A. It just seems like a rinse and repeat here. Prime Taps misses the trade on the op in the open. Does find collection onto SD Aim, though. rush to recover here. Knock on the other side of the map with a bomb.
Yeah, and this actually could be the X Factor, even though they do have a heavy mid presence here as well, right? With the fact that Seltzer's doing the ring around the world right now. Lackey has read this play for a second, but gives up the angle just a little bit too soon. Allowing Nog to push through. Gets the kill here now, gets the pick. But look at the rotations here on the side. It's gun 5. Seltzer's going to have TV control and will come in the back here and stab Nog down. That's the bomb dropped in TV. Leaving Prime Tabs with 40 seconds to work with. Very little to kind of operate in here. Has to make a ton of noise to make this play even happen, and with the bomb dropped in such a tedious spot as well, it's not like you can kind of sneak in, pick up the bomb, and try to run for it. We'll have to win these duels, heads up. He smoked out, naded off as well now. Seltzer juggling the utility and actually gives the bomb over to the German player. 16 seconds to go here. Should just be a waiting game ever so patiently. And Gun 5 is about to manifest themselves a fantastic CT half. Something they didn't really get the chance to show themselves off with over on Anubis, but here on Mirage, a potential 10-2. That is unreal. But as you talked about it before, X, right? Like, just Jacob struggle to get any sniff of a mid control just really just makes it incredibly difficult for BC Game to operate in their calling right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's a huge difference maker there. That lack of mid control puts zero pressure on these players in the extremity. And again, you know, BC Game kind of rolling through the same game plan here. Jacob Malone towards middle. Let's go and isolate him first, and then prepare yourselves for the walkout A, because that's been the theme here every day. A little bit one-dimensional on this, and it's going to be punished once more here. This time SDA with the secondary op. Maybe finally Jacob, as a second prong of approach, has something to offer. Almost a third kill to give him a chance at the third round, but now it's just on the prime taps. Can he come up clutch here in the last round of the half? Trying to break apart this crossfire. Lackey backs into a corner. He falls as well. And now Feinstein left to save them once again for this 1v1. He's moving forward though. Prime Taps is waiting. Knows that the round is in his control at the moment, especially if he moves in towards this B side. But look at this, kind of being read in by Feinstein. His position towards CT. Breaks open the vent to fake it out. Like he's going up catwalk right there. That could be interesting. Feinstein's not biting though. He's still sticking around here. He's reading into this one so effectively.
I am so dizzy, Exner. Angle breaking left and right here from Prime Taps. I don't know, man. Feinstein is considering so many different options here, but the bomb will go down. We'll run the B bomb side. And Prime Taps wants to move up close and personal. Orb drop of Feinstein picks up that AK. But he's gonna come Eastmates. Nice here. Should be spotted out here. Good angle for Prime Taps in the works though. OS is welcome just a little bit. Just has to buy as much time as possible. Make him chase after you. Run that clock down. Keep him guessing. Comes out swinging. And Prime Taps shuts down here. Salves a little bit of this first half for BC Game. It's a 1-on-3 clutch situation coming through from the German. Brilliantly played as he finally wakes up now. And with that round, puts himself right back into contention.
I mean, after a bit of a trialing first half right there, that's a big win. To try and cap things off. Massive victory to give yourself 3. Now, it still feels like BC Game they've been doing the same thing over and over again. They get rewarded for it in the last round of half with a massive clutch. It's got to be the energy that sparks into the second half, though. Now, we need to see that same lock-in defense. We need to see how they control mid here. I mean, Jacob was getting a bit isolated in his fights. Never got a chance to really sing there in that first half, but are they going to be able to provide the same medicine?
Yeah, the good news for Jacob is the fact that he cannot die top middle at the start of every round on the CT side unless he does something that is ridiculously aggressive at least, right? And at that point, that's a calculated risk you're taking, right? So, but that's the aim. Has the pixel angle onto Cypher, who is forced away now. Well, this is going to be a brilliant bait for Nexa. Time will tell. In the middle, Nog forced out, and this thing just clears Nexa cleanly. And with Cypher taking low here, Shello just gets rid of him now. It's a 2-on-5 situation. starting to look like this could be a swift Mirage, just, you know, passing us by. I'm about to say, wait, we're gonna have to find an Oasis over on Dust 2, but I don't necessarily think that Dust 2 is quite an Oasis map, actually. I think it's that would be a tough sell. Try to sell Dust 2 as an Oasis.
Yeah, especially coming off of Mirage and Anubis for that matter.
Ticketmaster would probably cancel like 25% of the tickets anyways if you try to sell it. I just read the headline, but I don't know about those Oasis tickets. I just saw the headline, and you know you gotta just let it go sometimes, right? You gotta send it.
Oh, yeah, those things sold out quickly though.
Yeah, then like 29% of the tickets are cancelled or whatever. As we do see a little bit of a love tap to the back of the head here of his teammates, but Lackey onto the side here trying to climb up that money with the Mac 10. Nico here not really providing any action. Neither of Prime Sap's not finding his targets so far. As Lackey decides, I want to play a pistol round as well. Finds a triple headshot there. Clean little crosshair placement, nicely played from the Kazakh player. This is the round that's all gonna depend on here for BC Game Xnet. 11-3. They have one buy to make this work.
Yeah, I mean, they are pretty patient in getting this gun round out. They don't go for the forts considering the deficit that they're in. I'm kind of surprised to see that, but we'll see if that's good decision making, if it pays off for them when they get those rifles out. Otherwise, again, we're going to be seeing that decider. Highly likely.
This is a BC game team that's taking down like the likes of Astralis and stuff in Mirage, which like they're taking down tier 1 teams quite effectively. Nice little aggressive play coming out here. Prime Saps finds 2 before he goes down. He's really started to warm up, but the bomb site is given over here with the smoke wall. It's a 3-on-3 retake. This duel in CT spawn. That's a great flash from Cypher. Takes SD aim out of the picture completely. Him coming through connector as well now. Fine Shine exposed and gets cleaned out immediately. That's a great 2-piece from Jacob. This BC game now will start to amount their comeback, but with a bomb plant as well, this is going to be a strong buy coming out here. AWP and the likes over on that T side. As they can withstand that pressure for just one round, they might find a little bit of an oasis for a couple after that one.
That's what they're hoping there. I mean, they did save pretty heavily to get to that last gun round. Try and get to the chance where they could comfortably invest into this. And it ends up paying off, at least for this situation. So now you're looking to find yourself in a much better position. Long term. Can they find that consistency here? Can they show us what they're made of on this map? Because as you highlighted, it is, you know, multiple massive victories versus, you know, a couple of very strong teams and very good Mirage teams at that. And
then Astralis, right?
And then Astralis, yes. But I mean, you know, even barring that, looked like they got really readable and got punished for it accordingly. Fine Shine lands a big trade. AWP putting a lot of pressure, and this time you can see the benefit of how much mid assistance Gun 5 put in that direction here.
The USA here in a 3-on-3 situation, which should be advantageous here for the teams. They can kind of just trade these bomb sites effectively. And with Prime Sap's currently on live support as well here, all duels he's going into here will not be advantageous for him. I think gets safe to sight. Bomb still dropped on ramp here for a second. SDM did not manage to pick it up as he was kind of trying to peek for information. 13 and 6 on Fine Shine. He just doesn't die, right? Like that's just the nature of a good AWP. Does not get himself caught in the crossfire unnecessarily most of the time. As he starts going onto this A bomb site, 2 players in Tetris. Cleaning up stuff here from Sandwich now. And Fine Shine is holding on these different angles here. BC game waiting for that bomb plant to come down, as you're talking about. It has to come down immediately. And next they have to make a call here. They take the duel as he waits. Swings out, brings into a 3-on-2.
Prime tapped, but didn't really have coverage, but missed out on a chance to deny that bomb. And now it puts a lot of pressure here. HE, oh my god, I don't know how he survived that. A little clipping in the wall, it looked like. Well, I'm not fully planted over for this long reposition from SDAIM, and making it out of Palace is impossible. They're faking it. But it's not really going to matter. This round is curtains. SDAIM, not much to say about it, and the op running away wisely, so I feel like.
Yeah, fine Shan serving here makes a lot of sense. I think that's definitely something to keep in mind, right? And I think that this is kind of one of the big hurdles now being overcome for the BC game, right? Because if they win this one now as well, they're gonna go just I say just 5 rounds behind, but it's one of the things where if you're getting within like a proper striking distance, even if you drop a round to bring them under 12, over time becomes a lot more likely for you mentally as a team to work towards. Because if it was like 12 and 3, then you know for a fact that is not going to be a doable like round to bring back at all. But if it starts to be like 12-7, you know you just need to win 1 round and then just carry the economic momentum from there on out, and then you can kind of get to it over time with a little bit of luck. Most of the time, anyways. But the Fine Giant's AWP still in the mixer, and this round is still very much an incredibly scary one to work with here for BC game. With these smokes fading slowly but surely. Timing could be an offer now as he's starting to scale. Oh, Jenkins is cheeky. Front of that smoke. Finds the off. Finds a triple spray down. Takes down Lackey and Stelter alongside Fine Shine. That should be the round dead and buried. As BC game make it 6.
You're going to start to see a lot more buy-in. I mean, this is a team with a lot of experience, and closing out is going to be a lot more difficult, even with a pretty wide gap to lean on. We're finding that out right now. Doing it on the CT side of Mirage as well, which is pretty powerful for that BC game. The extra damage, not quite for SDAIM. We put down,
Yeah, go ahead.
and the resistance going to remain here for this CT side.
I also feel like just the CT side on Mirage is one of the most advantageous ones to be on in general in the game. I mean, I would say it was the strongest CT side in all of Counter-Strike. If it wasn't for the fact that the train has just been reintroduced to the map pool, right? Because I feel like even Nuke these days, I feel like I would rather be on CT side Mirage than be on CT side Nuke, which sounds weird to say, but I feel like I just watched these, like you just watch like a 10-2 happen, and we just watched from Gun,
Yeah.
from Gunfire. But I think you see way fewer of those these days over.
I've seen so many big defensive comebacks come through from CT sides on Mirage, which is pretty wild, but it does look like they're ready to at least start that conversation. Sidearm out for Knock to provide that extra kill. Had to bring out the 5-7 here. Still a player in the back of the site. Nexus still unidentified. And catches one by surprise. Here's Fine Shot, or here's Resistance close by and bench, but overwhelmed eventually. Nexus buying a lot of time here to get Knock involved with this AWP, though, crucially. Flashbang's perfect. Gonna allow for him to get back onto that site.
Yeah, bomb will be going down here from SDM, but the fact that next time drop the bomb here buys so much time for these players to come in and make their rotations known. Great nade, however, from SDM. Will soften off these CT players just a little bit. 1 smoke, 2 kits, that's all they have to work with here, and Salter finds that a prime tap from Northwood. Very difficult decision. That's around 6 over. Cannot find another clutch situation for him, and that's going to be match point for Gun 5. And it's looking like these two teams might just straight up trade map picks, Exner. 13-6 both ways around here. Still on offer, but another full buy for BC game to put up that last little bit of resistance they have left in them.
I think if you're going to look back at this here, it's going to be all in that mid-control fight on both halves. You can see the effectiveness of Gun 5 on both sides of the half here for this mid-control, and they've been dominant in their winning rounds in doing so. Great HE, nice 50 damage chunked off of Zello, but again, still not left alone. Oh my god, a second one.
That's
Fucking
double,
Jacob.
double
Unrelenting
50
right there.
Double 50 HP nades as well, man. That's clean. That is like one of the cleanest kills we've had all day. I think that's safe to say that. But Lackey now trying to clean out these angles. Celta will be making his approach now out through the apartments, but he's taking the different angles. Finds Nexa a little bit off guard regardless. B bomb side left unattended itself. Jacob on this flank through the underpass. The bomb has gone down here. 4-on-4 situation that they have to attempt here. Over in BC game. He's been read though. SDA, and he's just holding the extra here. This is not going to be pretty. Difficult duel to win for the Norwegian.
Russian going through there. They're looking to shut this one down with some efficiency. Fine shine. And SDA fitting into those players that were lifting off in that first half there, closing it out in the second. And again, all of those mid duels consistently being shut out by Gun 5 offer up the resistance back into this and allow for them to pluck out BC Games map pick, a map that looked very dominant, but they came through crucially with a good read on what BC Game liked to do on that CT side, dominating the performance, having so much success in shutting down those plays. And then, you know, second half, it was the same case, but it just felt like that mid control meant everything on both sides, and Gun 5 knew it, and BC Game maybe realized a little too late.
Yeah, they were just like unable to find ways of really making, getting Jacob active on that C side. It was really obvious that Jacob just absolutely falling down as I'm completely out of focus right now. They were also lacking a little bit of focus, it seemed like, right? Because they were never really able to get those openers on the T side, and that was a very big hurdle for them to kind of get over. And I'm looking forward to see whether that's going to be the case over in Dust 2 as well, because that's going to be some long rotations, especially on that CT side, to make if your mid player will get completely cleaned out every single game.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like he was left out, and I'll give him the benefit of the doubt there. The game plan was a lot of solo lurks for him. Eventually he got a little bit of help, but it never felt like it mattered all that much. It felt like, you know, the assistance that he was getting was in util. It was maybe a extra player there in Nexa that would come and join him, but then you look at the way that, you know, Gun 5 take mid control, and they've got that underpass presence, and it's not just an isolated player top mid, but they're using that buddy system. They're always quick with the trades. They have an op posted up if they need to, and I think it's a huge difference maker that they're able to provide, you know, that sort of coverage. You can see that there's a huge difference in the level of success in that map control because of it. That being said, we do head into a surprising Dust 2 after how strong BC Game look, and map number 1 can't close it out on their map pick, so now we head into a decider. We're going to be tossing this one to a short break, and once we come back, we're going to be seeing what team moves on to the playoffs and what team is still going to be kicking it in the Swiss stage right after this. Welcome back here for our last map of the day here, seeing who's going to be locking in a playoff position in between Gun 5 and BC Game. Just watched a very strong performance there on Mirage for Gun 5, kind of bouncing back from Anubis in a fashion in which we weren't sure if they were able to do. They proved to us that they're ready for Dust 2 as well, and I think this could make for a pretty exciting finish to the series.
Yeah, absolutely right. Kind of a very even series right now. It comes down to the round differential between these two teams as well, right? Both of the maps being 13-6 on each other's map picks, and it almost looked like the teams had traded map picks when we kind of got into seeing like how confident they felt on the maps. And as you were talking about before we went to break, those struggles of JKim around middle over on Mirage was really a big issue. And again, if those struggles hadn't been there, again, it comes down to just strong anti-strat and a strong reading of the play coming out of Gun 5, obviously, right? But I think it's worth noting that Dust 2 is a completely different beast. And there's going to be a little bit less data, not a lot less data compared to Mirage to work with over there, but it is a map where some of these more experienced heads, on the likes of JKim, for example, Nexa, will have such a deep catalog to dive into every single round, and they'll have something new to come up with and really challenge about like how Gun 5 are going to be able to approach this.
I'll have to, quickly see what they have available here. Like you said, a much different approach here in this, decider than what Mirage is. It did feel like they had a good preparation for how BC Game was going to play at Mirage. That's a good sign. Are you just as ready for Dust 2? And are you able to capture the same sort of vulnerabilities? Have you kind of recognized that in the game plan here? But it will be BC Game actually starting off on the T side, which is a bit of a difference on Dust 2. So see what they can bring to the table here on the T side out of the gates right now.
Salsa very aggressively in the middle as well. A little bit ahead of the smokes and all that as well, so will not find anything. But Drax have a lot of flashbangs here, a lot of utility committed from the CT side early on. Just one left. SD Aim's duels can activate, however, into lower, but it's a bit of a shaky duel, but finds two. Drops the bomb in the process as well, leaving BC Game to scramble.
Panic. Struggle to recover. Salter not going to allow that to happen. Not even going to allow for the conversation here. Complete shutdown. Offered up here from Gun 5, continuing their effort from that last map. Very dominant, aggressive CT mid control. And we noticed on Mirage, now picking up here on Dust 2.
A Deagle for knock. Let's hope it's not a Deagle for knocks, right? If they find something with the Deagle here, there's some good sightlines on offer. That's going to be interesting. And I like this call as well from Gun 5 because we know just like how important this AWP is for this Gun 5 roster when Feinstein gets to get that into his hands to really set the pace here. So just going to invest the full armor and then nothing else to be guaranteed to be able to bring that AWP into play next round.
There's the Deagle shot. Knock there, offered up. Ooh. There's a team kill there in the mix as well, but not going to be too big a deal.
Only a man.
Pass it eventually.
Only minus 1,000. It wasn't a Feinstein after all, right? So, but it does mean they will not have the head armor on this AWP, and if any Galils, for example, were brought into the mix to get some more utility here, that could have been something that would have mattered, but with full AKs on display for BC game, it might as well not have mattered at all.
They're going to be okay here for all the tools at their disposal. See this op positioned isolated here, but still aggressive, confident from Feinstein to try and press apart the lower side. Great flashbang from the T side though to get past his AWP for now. Boost it up though. Oh, that's a collateral. Jacob down low and Cypher sidelined as Feinstein remains fearless.
Those are the two players you're looking at on the BC game side to kind of open up the round, right? You're looking at Cypher, we know how good he is with interest, and we know that the important control that Jacob is supposed to kind of exert when he gets onto a map, but they find themselves a little bit of respite, but not enough to fully push through. You were talking about the isolation of Feinstein now. Instantly gets the support, gets boosted, finds that 1.5 kills. As Cypher's BC game's aggression completely. 45 seconds to talk things through, work something out. Next over on Catwalk already. But won't be enough here. Jacob gets a free kill on the Seltzer, however. So a bit of a split setup coming through from the TC, just creating a lot of uncertainty about what BC Game are actually trying to do here now. SDM can shut down the rotation from Nexa, which also should post the end of the round, unless Jacob gets a freebie offered with 15 seconds left to go. Has to commit to the bomb plant. Will not get that one offered up here. Lackey finishes Feinstein's job from earlier on. And Gun 5, they come out guns blazing yet again.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of emphasis again towards these middle duels. Love the setup that you're willing to give an opera that has proven to be so aggressive after getting flashed off and not really having a chance to open up the round seconds before then stepping up on the boost and landing the collateral. For a guy that just isn't doing too much missing today, it's the perfect target to try and set up for success on Dust 2 to decide all things.
Smoke should land yet again, trying to shut out the CT players here on the CT side, but Lackey is ready to take and receive, but will not get. But will take some damage, but as we do next, also finding Seltzer. This is just a dismantling. Like a cohesion, it seems like as well at times here from BC Game, kind of afraid to commit into these CT defenders and Prime Saps. Well, has a minute to see if he can find some kills. 2 players low on the Gun 5 side. Can be also this time also be used as valuable talking time for strategies. Trying to figure out as an extended timeout without having to call one. But we've seen crazier things happen, right? 2 easy take 9 shots landing on the low players, and then all of a sudden it could have been beautiful, but Feinstein shuts any nonsense out from happening. Knock on the AWP. Is a force to be reckoned with, Axner, but it's another dominant CT start for Gun5, 4-0 here off the trot.
Yeah, we'll see what Knock can do in offering up some resistance for Fine Shine and his aggressive maneuvers. Should be set up well for it. If that continues, if the aggression keeps on rolling up, he's doing it again. He's peeking towards top middle right now. He's trying to press the issue in towards Suicide, actually. This time, avoiding the flashes that could come his way. I love when an Opper is willing to put pressure on his shoulders to contain this catwalk control. It's always such a big deal in terms of map control, and Fine Shine definitely aggressive in that department. Solo is well set up with a little bit of poking and prodding, but they want this space back, and Cypher remains fearless.
Still have to battle it out with Fine Shine over on the bomb site, though. Over on ramp right now, just trying to wait and see what happens, but taking the tempo out of here over on the BC game side, and I quite like that, to be honest, as well here. Force Gun5 to show their hand in a reactionary play, and then you kind of strike where it hurts, and look at it push up and B upper tunnels as well here. Gun5 are trying to get as much information as possible, and then be ready for a strong backstab. BC game players are still kind of very far away here. Over on the long side, will make that way out now, and Cypher gets completely torn apart here by SD Aim. Same thing goes for Jacob. One rotator shot out now. Prime taps. Finds Fine Shine with his back turned. 2-on-2 situation. SD Aim has been looking sharp so far this round. And with 20 seconds to go, one kill is all it's going to take, most likely, to shut this round out completely. That's a beautiful shot from Nock here, combined to find the second as well. Beautiful from the Swede. And even though he got the off, this is with the AK. He finds his shine here and secures BC game their first round of Dust 2.
A beautiful couple of shots there from Nock. Not with the op, though. Just with that AK in hand. Turning the corner with some conviction. That's going to allow BC Games to get on the board. They're a little bit scary with the amount of resistance that we saw initially, but able to still succeed. Op shot goes awry there for Fine Shine. Gonna cost him a rifler, anything of that nature. Sadime lives on 1 HP. Tosses over his A1S there to a teammate. That's a double up in setup, actually. Even though they don't have quite the best economy. Still able to bring in a double up. Fine Shine's up, hits the floor. Nexa now with a couple of big kills there. Opening up proceedings. Make it a third. Finding just about everyone here. That secondary op sings, but I think they're already determined here for the most part.
Another question beckons. Do they go hunting? Won't show those AWP here. They're not flush for cash, but they could completely shut out this economy. Know that they are going to be in the gutter and the Gun5 side here. Knock whiffs in the first duel here, been taken, but Shallow not necessarily ready to swing out into the Swede. Trying to get his people into position. That's a great shot on the Cypher, however. Knock a little bit too far away to fully capitalize on that, and that's another one coming through. If he just completely tears apart this team over off BC game, that's going to be a big issue. Is low on the side as well. This could be a possibility, but Nexa capitalizes on that whiffed shot. Saves the ult. And BC game makes it 2 now. It's a 2-round game. Gun5 forced on an eco, as you talked about, a consequence of their kind of crazy economy, kind of an uneven economy that they had on the previous round.
Does give them a bit of a challenge, a bit of a bind. Going into eco this go around. Double up didn't really give them too much. It's actually the secondary that had a lot more impact. Interestingly enough.
Time for Fashion Week up catwalk here. Gun5 are not fully able to catch that lone player in rotation. And now Jacob, he's the X factor. Now he's the one that's gonna come with the backstab. It's just impossible to lose any players here. And they clean up nicely. Cypher gets a free K. And a risky round kind of averted here. But I like the proactivity on these eco rounds, right? Because I feel like a lot of the time you watch teams that they don't really invest anything, and yet they still just put 5 USPs like somewhere like with an Astralis tower, and you just kind of sat there wasting like a minute of everyone's time. But in reality, when nothing is really going to come from this. So I like the fact that they're trying to do something proactive, try to set up some of the upgraded pistols for success, but not quite able to find the correct timing. And now full buy into play, no off, but a lot of space being taken here over on the ramp. One playing to pit already. Prime tap shots unlucky, however, though, so that X factor completely gone out the window.
Big way to start things off. Open up proceedings. On the CT side. The T side, I should say. You see games ready to bounce back. Getting loud. Attempt to answer back, but a slide up catwalk for Jacob. Not flawless on the execution, though, and that cost him his chance at a multi. You're staying alive.
That is great awareness from Nexus. I have the reaction to kind of try to clear Celta in the first place. 2-on-3 situation, and know where one of the players are. They know Jello likes to play around the B side as well, so... One player into the unknown here. If they're not aware of this long position, which they are, they could have become a pretty big issue as Cypher just continues his fine form here. Another 3K to his name, fully just making his mark on this game here. As BC game makes it 4-4. And Gun 5 left with another tough decision.
Seeing a little bit more early back and forth in between these two teams. A little bit of T-side success. The way that they're able to work this map. So, as you said, you know, you like that aggression on the CT side. They've got a whole lot of that right now in this eco. So we'll try and press in on the tunnel's position.
Spam should be hurt though, so that is at least some information given over that the BC game boys can work with here. Fine jump P250 swing alongside Seltzer. And these offers with the P250s, they are just different beasts in general. And Cypher does not want this spray right now. Open the long doors. There really shouldn't be a whole lot to say about this round when you look at how they've been consolidating on the CT side over on the A-bomb side, however. This could become dicey. Cello waiting in the elevator. Now Knock is going to be the one that has to scout here. The Feinstein with that AK-47. Be a difficult beast to work with at prime tap. So should shut out the round. Finds one. Finds two. There's a space for Cypher to approach and find number 4 and 5.
A late activation there from Cypher. Rewarded eventually. BC Games now take the lead after a bit of a slow start to this map where we thought maybe, just maybe it'd be a little bit more of the same. In terms of some good game planning here from Gun 5, but instead BC Game are found ways to shut down those maneuvers. Those aggressive mid duels. They've found ways to get past the Fine Shine AWP. Now they've got themselves a lead. A great move from Fine Shine, right back at it once again. Been nullified here, but he's not too happy with that fact. So he steps up with the op once more.
Gives Gun 5 is a numbers advantage to work with here as well for the first time in a while. Will force BC Game to go back into their default, it seems like here. Cypher trying to stave off any relentless aggression coming out from the A side over and long. The rest of the boys are going back into position. If he gets a correct flash, this could be doable. But close lap from Shiloh here with the MP9 is going to be a very tough nut to crack here for Cypher. He gets caught with that Molotov in his hands here. Great HE. Prime Taps gets the clear 3 and 4 brought back. And with utility to work with, they could actually make this a pretty doable scale up long. Please through. Not aware of
Like this here. Great Molotov tossed in to allow for some success. Lackey pushes past the smoke, almost collects a multi. Puts a little bit of disruption. And the mix! No way! Now goes for the knife! He gets it, but he gets traded eventually through the smoke. Ridiculous round right there, but Gun 5 at least able to walk out the better end of it.
Might as well just collect the cash while you're at it, right? Like, you might as well just say, you know what, thank you very much, might as well just quadruple my cash, so... And for an AWP, you know, the bank balance is important. You know, you don't want to get the AWP dropped. You want your own AWP, you know, the personal feeling, the personal customization. That's your AWP, you know. Gives like 0.001%, actually, at least. No opening for Feinstein here though, so we'll see this mid setup here. Jacob and Cypher teaming up to take control. And the man in question standing back, ready to hold. All fires away, position given away here as well. Shiloh very
Such good
aggressively.
utility towards Catwalk right there. Combo deal, but Cypher knocked out by Feinstein in his AWP. The secondary out for silos, so spotted out. Oh, and the back and forth spam battle. Usually favors the AK there, but they'll both walk away when that duel is over here. Jacob gonna ignore the CT molly, knowing that that's nothing to fear.
It's so sad, man. Bring back Molotov parody at least, man. Inflation is too real. I don't want it in my video games. I don't want to pay more for less, you know? Like, I'm already doing that IRL.
Hey, to be fair, they did make the Molotov, or the incendiary rather, $100 cheaper. To be fair, they made it $300 worse. Shrinkflation still having its impact there on the molly. It's a great counter flash from Selter. This is going to be a non-starter to get shut down up Catwalk. Gun 5 ready to back and forth this map here and getting back into the winning ways here on the CT side.
Definitely, but even a 7.5 T-half is pretty solid, I would say, on Dust 2. Overall for BC games, it will have a lot of room to maneuver with, especially if they manage to win the pistol once they get over to that CT side here. But another boost for Knock finds the lack of Shiloh, and we'll shut it out with 2 clean shots here. Felt unnecessary to see this side to go for the reswing, but what do I know? SDM in this one and done position as well here. If Knock can find it, that's a great clear coming through from SDM though.
Not scared of that AWP right there. Like, Knock should be scared. His rifle. AK knocked down. Selter right there as well. It might have to be a last-ditch effort into this B side, but Lackey's such a prime position off the flashbang. A little cheeky peek there to make a proactive move. And next is Lurk. Likely to be watched at the moment. Feinstein a little loud on the reposition though, so at least it's information gathered. And they're not going to make their move just yet. Not going to continue to brute force their way into B at the moment. Looking for a more measured approach.
Full belt onto prime taps here, so they could set up some sort of X-Sac, but it's going to be difficult. It's a free kill for Feinstein. No issues. And he's up the 1-2 punch here. And Lackey shuts out the half. 7-5 to gun 5. Good recovery from the BC Game Boys, I will say, but not quite enough to get a winning first half.
I managed to bring back a decent little fight there, but it did feel like, and crucially, this was missing when things got moving for BC game on Anubis, right? There was that reaction, there was some good reply, there was some good response. It came through with a lot of initiative on that CT side.
4 flashes.
So it does feel like, whereas we missed it on Anubis and saw it definitely on Mirage, we're seeing that quick adjustment period from Gun 5.
Look at some of the utility brought in from Gun 5 here. I can kind of get behind calling a timeout here on a pistol round when you're investing this amount of utility onto Dust 2. They have a pretty solid spawn to contest for lower as well. If they want to send one through fast lower with a flashbang, or like give him an HE to kind of take off the dually setup that we often see stacked up in lower on the CT side of Dust 2. So excited to see what they want to commit to here. It does seem like it's just going to be 2 flashbangs. At some point they had 4 flashbangs bought up on Gun 5, I will say. So just the 2 to work with for now. Same amount is the round differential between these 2 teams. This pistol is going to be absolutely critical. Somebody to shut down the rotations as Cello goes onto the side as the entry. Prime Tap's taking incredibly low though. So we'll go through heaven, through the window. Will not stop the bomb plant, but does take Cello back with him on the backside. Prime Tap just stays alive, so he's like in the Matrix right now. His teammates are falling behind him though, but he does not care.
Challenge to pull this retake off. Prime Taps eventually goes down, not without a fight though. Allows for his teammates to scale forward. And a quickly overwhelming Selter in the back of the site. BC game will bring the pistol through successfully. So tough retake there in order, but Prime Taps with a lot of value in his position, staying alive, allowing for him to be traded eventually on that retake. Makes the job a lot easier for his teammates.
Did all that with like 20 HP as well. But a pretty tough game for Jakim as well, right? We saw him have a pretty big individual struggle, so the T side of Mirage kind of brought it back on the CT side. Hopefully for BC game, that's going to be the same story here for the experienced Norwegian. And Gun 5 going for the relatively common but not conventional way of treating a bomb plant here. Just getting the upgraded pistols and then going for a full-on strong buy in the next instead.
A bit of discipline here again, maybe a little bit more effective when you're operating with a lead as well. That'll allow for a little bit more ease of access for tying things up on the other end of the server. That's what they're looking to do here for the side of BC game. Level out the scoreline, tie things on up. You want to aggress forward here. We got the R8 in play though for Zelos. I want to see if he can make that gun sing. Don't see this one every day.
My least used weapon in all of CS. I'm not gonna lie on that one, but Jakim here will get some nice eco frags. Gonna be a good booster with the MP9 for the economy, but also a nice little booster for his confidence. As SDA runs knock over, Jakim pulls out that USP. Brings it into a 2-on-3 situation, however. Nexus shuts down the bomb plant, so that's not going to come through from this play. And a doubling of his kill count for Jakim in this round brings BC game on level footing here. Gun 5 now with the full buy off the back of an eco round in the last one off the first bomb plant as well, so full utility. But still no AWP for Fine Shine. We'll have to do without it.
He's been good on the T side with it as well, so might be a bit disappointed to not have that as an option here for himself.
especially in Dust 2 as well, right? Like, just so many long side angles that you can utilize to open up these rounds. Can hold down single sides. Oh, Prime Tap spots one on the back end of that flash, but gets out just alive here. And the lurk smoke will not be as effective as you might think with the back of that information being given over. Jacob firing away into the smoke here. But not really landing any of the shots. We do see Salsa starting to line up the smokes to the crossover.
Next with a quick dismissal of that one long lurk. But the good news is it's not the only long lurk that they have at their disposal. Have another player activate. Any given moment. Still though, this A side holding together quite nicely. And Jacob with his newfound confidence having a lot more impact here. It's not without some resistance from Fine Shine here in that second long lurk. And SDA eventually steps forward and manages to find those kills here. Puts it into a 1v2. Cypher has been good all day today. But can he show up in this clutch? Avoids a flash, but he just can't avoid the duo.
SDA on Fine Shine with a full house here on to BC Game that who will have enough in the bank to at least bring out a couple of M4s potentially. These one on Cypher for the moment, for Mars and Prime Taps. They want to try to see if they can shut down Gunfight before their economy gets rolling. And that is a big deal for sure.
Be a bit of a frustrating loss in that last round considering the advantages, but just a really well put together, well called out round. Cypher opens up proceedings. Trade is very swift. Not gonna let them sit on that advantage for too long. Comes up with some re-aggression from Knock and the rest of the squad. MP9 though at too much range. Not gonna be able to close the distance effectively.
But bomb is dropped over on the catwalk, right? So that needs to be recouped here. As Lucky will take swift care of that. Jacob tucked in the corner. STM does have the Molotov to clear this angle if he wants to. But just takes the heads up duel. Only costs him 60 HP of his life. And Nexa is ready to avoid. Is ready to take contact, over on A-Long. And with Nork pushing for information up in the upper tunnels. This 5-7 up close could become a really difficult beast to deal with in just a second for Gun 5.
There it is. Exo with one. Can't make it a multi, but puts it into a winnable position here for Knock with the low HP bars. The issue is it's that deadly duo from last round that pulled it all the way back for Gun 5 that they have to play up against again.
Going for the
Being
safe
planted, identifying where Knock is as well. So early value out of his position. He fakes a drop. Quickly rescale. Exactly why. Crosshair on location, right where it needs to be for SDA, but does not miss.
And an important round to win as well here for Gun 5, because that was an all-in investment from BC Game. We'll be forced onto the eco here with a 2400 loss bonus. We will not be seeing an AWP from Nork in the next round either, just trying to run the math back here. Most likely, so it's looking like double digits for Gun 5. They should be able to convert those double digits into a round win, into a game win as well, potentially. Tell here, pretty surprising turn of events, especially considering how good BC Game looked on that first map of the day here, but the reply was swift on Mirage, and it's looking like Gun 5 and Dust 2 is going to be too much to handle for BC Game.
Unlocked here. CT side having troubles after how good they looked on the opening map. It's playoffs still, on the line here. You want to lock it in as easy as possible. You got to do it here and now, but they're giving them no relief at the moment. Systematic shutdown. On another round here for them.
Lucky shots it out. Double digits on the board for Gun 5. Took them a little bit longer here on Dust 2 than it did on Mirage, to be fair, but definitely still a difficult beast to deal with now. And this round is incredibly important. It is crucial for BC Game. Like, this is going to be vital. I think that is definitely safe to say here. They need to really hold on for dear life. Shiloh's out here. That's a great flash coming through from SD aim. He gives the opener over to Gun 5, and through the smoke, Celta finds another. Jacob's woes continue. Leaving more guys laid on the side here. As B players are making their aggression through tunnels for information. Strikes team with the first one, goes for an aggressive reposition. Can more or less confirm that most of the players will be out around the long side here. With the routes that have been taken by BC Game so far.
A little bit of silence in this round right now. Interesting defensive smoke. See if that creates any distractions. The smoke goes on top of the site as well. Multiple of them tossed in. A silent crawl. But Mully on location here. Cypher's job very difficult. What a turn though. And a massive 3K. Gonna inspire some newfound confidence in BC Game and this defense. What a sequence from Cypher. Completely destroys the competition. Now Molly trying to find Shine. Can he save him? We're on the brink in a 1v3. Chance to isolate. What a quick adjustment there. Almost transfers it over. But not gonna peek his head in. Around the corner. Give him a nice quick greeting right there. BC Game. They fight back in a big way.
Incredibly huge round there from Cypher, right? That's a great free K from him. I feel like whenever we talk about him, it's because of some sort of multi-kill. I think it's his third free K of the game or something ridiculous like that. That's Gun 5 now. Taking a time. I want to map out how these final few rounds of the map here will go. 6 rounds left of regulation. And they're still in the driving seat, but they're about to let BC Game back in here. But Hero, AK, and a Galil, and SD Game is going to be the half invest, it seems like, in this round. Or are they going to reconsider that? They're going to go down to a Mac 10 instead. A lot rests on the shoulders of Shiloh here. And with that AK-47.
D-rush. Multiple defenders here. Good news is Cypher's on scene. Prime taps as well, but he's bested. And so is Cypher. Only a single kill out of the duo. Is that enough here for the retake to take place here? Guns starting to be picked up. Utility starting to be dispensed. And they still have this late activation from Selter. As the save is being called out from Jacob. And Nexus still standing. A rock and a hard place. Selter waiting for his chance to shine. Nexa. Oh, dink down, but survives. That kill will provide Gun 5 a path to 11 now. Now they're looking for kills. They want to hunt this thing down. Oh my god! Through the smoke on the run. Another kill for SD Aim. And the rest of them gonna save, but Jacob can't believe his misfortune right there.
I think if you're Jacob, right, you're sat there like, well, this again. Hello, darkness, my old friend, right? It's just been the last 2 maps for Jacob have just been dying.
Smoke spam.
Yeah, just dying in different ways like this without being able to take a fair fight. It's just kind of been the name of the game here. But something went wrong on the bomb side as well, right? Because you're looking at Cypher just getting completely annihilated. Same thing with the Prime Tats, right? You thought they were down the scene, ready to go, but Hero AK and Tech 9s are a difficult beat to deal with. Such a dangerous combination. And they have 5 rifles at least on the BC game side here. Those Gun 5 are fighting for map and series points.
Used that FAMAS. Quickly answered back there. Call and response from Selter. He trades out his teammate, not without taking a lot of damage while he's at it. Knock missed his shot to kind of trade that one back more comfortably. Let Selter get away. Now they're going to lead into some double aggro up catwalk. This is going to be a dry peek as well. Selter capitalizes on the lack of head Kevlar and keeps them fearful. Cypher eventually able to sing with his FAMAS and an open access B site. No one's here watching. In fact, it's a rotation off from Prime Taps. As they're convinced it's A. That's not the play, though. B site crawl coming through here. They're fully sold hook, line, and sinker on this A side. They're going to have to, again, make the conversation here for a B side retake with a little bit of utility.
Yeah, they used the last flash to clear long there as well, so they do have 2 incendiaries and a smoke to work with, but without a flash to create the havoc when you try to go for the entry on the bomb side, it is going to be a little bit more difficult to get in here on this B bomb site on bus 2. One of the most difficult ones to work with in the entirety of the game. With Lackey ready to shut down this from Cypher. That should be the round called immediately, but next up burns up SD aim. Leaving Feinstein exposed alone on the bomb side. Orb drop down. And now Lackey just has to tap out the bomb diffuser. And then that should be the round done and dusted. And as you said, the lack of kill, one of the reasons why it has to be tapped out. And 12? On the board for Gun 5. Not what we expected, Exner.
Now for what we've seen here, nice pickup of the op for Prime Taps, but that still feels like grasping at straws in terms of what we expect from EC game. And what they've shown us early on in this team's iteration, since getting picked up by this squad, it has been nothing but winning ways here rather consistently. Already qualified, you know, for Dallas. Seeing them there soon, and right now they're looking to qualify for playoffs, but they've run into some serious resistance. Gun 5 leveling up in these last 2 maps, and there's a way to start it off. Find Shine with an opening pick, and long control maintained. 4v5 with long control. That is such a beautiful position to find yourself in if you're on the side of Gun 5, and they're grasping at straws here to make something work. Trying to HE to shroud the vision here from Jacob. You can pass the smoke, could be interesting. Spots out the opera. Feinstein never turns his crosshair southbound. And they've got him boxed in towards long now. With another peek. Just keeps on swinging there dry. They've got him contained towards long, so he knows there's 5 or at least 4 players around the corner and swings into 4 of them. Punished quickly. Prime Taps activates on the flank. Last 2 players on the scene here. Nexa and Cypher gonna need a massive moment once again, but the mollies and the power here of Gun 5 remains too strong as they lock in a playoff run with this victory, make it past the Swiss stage, and they do it over BC game of all teams.
Yeah, there's a huge upset here, right? I think that's safe to say, right? Gun 5, a team that had to do a little bit of rebuilding, losing to Neil, but Feinstein just showing why he has been the perfect replacement so far as well here. Just overall great performance here. Just saw like how the individual pieces of this team continuously just moves quite well together. And definitely a team we need to keep our eyes peeled for in that playoffs position here. But now also for BC game, they move into this 2-2 bracket, Exner, right? Well, that is a tough one to crack here. Looking at Ecstatic, you're looking at Navi Jr., you're looking at Cybershock, looking at Rushby, you're looking at the Copenhagen Wolves in that 2-2 bracket. So definitely some teams in there that you will not want to get mixed up in, that's for sure. But I feel sorry for Jacob, man. He just wanted to play Counter-Strike, bro.
Yeah, he did, and You know, I think there's certain times where you saw him on Anubis. What he can do on isolated availability is he can provide a lot of success without taking too many resources. Unfortunately, what we saw in the follow-up 2 maps, and I would more so say just Anubis here in terms of the way that he was really left high and dry in a lot of his mid lurks on the T side, really got punished in a big way for that isolation, for the lack of resources given to him. BC, or rather Gun 5, just targeted him so effectively, plucked him out of the round, and then they knew what the next step in the flowchart was for BC game. Never really let him get activated, and never gave Jacob a chance to fire up. And it all started on Mirage with the way that they targeted him. That's a very effective game plan. Gun 5 pull a victory that not a lot of tier 2, or in some cases, you know, some forward tier 1 rosters have been able to do, and that's beat this BC Games roster in red hot form.
Yeah, and I also think that's worth noting that when you're playing in a situation like CCT, you have a little bit more preparation time than you do in your average qualifier as well, right? So giving Gunfight the opportunity to sit down and kind of study what BC Game have been doing so incredibly well so far definitely seemed to be something that was difficult to handle for BC Game. And that also makes you wonder, when we got to see BC Game, obviously they're going to have another series here, but then also for IEM Dallas, once those like top tier teams are going to be able to sit down and study the game tape and just get in there and just see like how deep this BC Game team will go. But also this Gun 5 team into playoff, that could end up going incredibly deep as well.
Yeah, I mean, as you highlighted there, they are in a bit of a rebuild here. They've already been able to bring in a playoff run here in CCT with that fact. I mean, losing to Tanier, in theory, you should think that this means, okay, this team's in really tough form. We saw what Tanier can do with his tier 1 opportunities, and feels like it's enough to put this roster kind of in a like long-term adjustment period. But just coming into this and beating a team like BC Games, it shows that this roster is still ready to play. Bringing in Lackey as well, who had a lot of impact on Mirage, seems to be a pretty exciting prospect here. Not sure, you know long-term what that's going to look like here for the roster and for the 5-man, but I will say I'm excited to see Gun 5 move forward here and into playoffs and test some challenging opposition, because if they could pass up against BC Games, I definitely think they could continue to pass the test versus some tougher teams in the future.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, they're going to be joining the likes of Monty, Nine, and Fnatic and Sashi so far, as it seems like they're going to be making it out here off the Swiss group stage. So they're joining some pretty prominent team names in that playoff spot, while the remaining 6 teams on your screens in the 2-2 bracket will be mashed up against each other to battle it out for those last few spots in the playoffs.
Yeah, and interesting to see who's going to be getting that here. Good news for BC Game is they're not out of things just yet. Bad news is there's a lot of pretty threatening games in that 2-2 that I would not want to play up against there at all. So, job's not finished just yet. BC Game had to, open up their series with a forfeit loss, unfortunately. And now they have themselves a chance to actually miss out on playoffs, which would be a bit of a disappointment for this team as they look to continue their dominance in the region. It's a rare loss for them. I expect them to bounce back, but that being said, that's about all the action that we have left for the rest of the day there. I want to thank every last one of you for sticking by there all the way through for this decider, and this 3-mapper is a great day of Counter-Strike there. And I want to thank my lovely co-caster here, Woody, for kind of getting us through this best of 3 there. And of course, without all that being said, I want to wish you all a wonderful rest of your day, rest of your night, wherever you are. And we will see you tomorrow.